भाई अंदर से किया स्टार्ट, लोकल ट्रेन लेट नाइट्स थका हार्ट, लूट्स के लाइन में घुसा बिना गाइड, ना प्लान बी था बस एक ही राइड। घर वाले बोले सेफ रह बेटा, पर सपना था जिद्दी थोड़ा सा टेढ़ा। हर व्यू के पीछे थी मेहनत छुपाई, हर स्माइल के पीछे थी नींद उड़ाई। फिर एक दिन सब छोड़ के नया शहर नई हवा, अपनों से दूर जाना पड़ा पर सपना पास आ रहा था जरा। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ पर हारा नहीं, दिल भारी था पर रुका नहीं। फैमिली छुट्टी रास्ते बदले पर आस्तर मैंने छोड़ा नहीं। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ, आवाज कम थी पर आग मेरे अंदर ही थी। जो लोग बोले ये पॉसिबल नहीं, आज वही पूछते कैसे की। Gaming streams, late night grind, chat में zero फिर भी online, no viewers, no claps, no fame, बस screen और मेरा नाम। Content creation, struggle real, bills भी आते, सपने भी deal, कभी लगता सब बेकार जा रहा, पर फिट करना ऑप्शन ही नहीं था। अकेला हूँ पर कमजोर नहीं, स्लो हूँ पर गलत डायरेक्शन नहीं। ये जर्नी रील के लिए नहीं, ये जिंदगी है कोई फिल्टर नहीं। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ पर टूटा नहीं, गिर के भी खुद से रूठा नहीं। हर लॉस ने मुझे सिखा दिया कि असली जीत का शॉर्टकट नहीं। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ याद रखना, नाम नहीं ये स्टोरी है। आज जो सुन रहा है ये गाना, कल बोलेगा भाई ये मेरी भी है। भाई अंदर से बाहर तक का सफर अभी खत्म नहीं, बस शुरू हुआ है। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ और ये कहानी अभी चल रही है। भाई अंदर से बाहर तक का सफर अभी खत्म नहीं, बस शुरू हुआ है। मैं ग्रम्पी हूँ और ये कहानी अभी चल रही है।
क्या हाल चाल है मित्रों, कैसे हो? ना 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 ना। भाई पीछे जो वाइब कर रहा था ना मैं, मजा आ गया मुझे। क्या हाल है बाबियो? आज है अपने लिए बड़ा दिन। आज अगर डब्लू हो गई ना, मजा आ जाएगा भाई। ना 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 ना। ट्विच पे हो रहा होगा ना ये ऑफिशियल? हाँ हो रहा ना बाप भी। क्या क्या है? फ्रैक्चर है, हेवन है और लोटस है। ए निंजा पाजी कैसे हो? थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 10 मंथ्स, लव यू मेरे भाई। क्या हाल चाल है? हैशटैग जी विनिंग, बाप बे जी विनिंग ही कह दे। मेरी आवाज ज्यादा तो नहीं आ रही ना, मेरे को ये बताओ। और कैम का साइज ठीक है निंजा भाई? प्लीज बता दो यार। अरे मला आवाज नाही येते. मला जाऊ द्या ना घरी. सब परफेक्ट है, डन है जी, डन है। अरे आवाज भी नहीं आ रहा।
EMEA bias coming through. Honestly, for me, like this was such a coin flip matchup. I think it's fair to say the first one. I feel like the
क्या लगता है क्या स्कोर होगा सेकंड मैच? क्या स्कोर होगा अपना निंजा भाई? 2-1 होगी मुझे लग रहा है। अगर हम एक जीते ना तो मतलब समझ लो कि 2-1 जीतेंगे, 2-0 नहीं हो पाएगा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। ओ भाई किसी ने भी जी को 3 बंदों ने दिया, 3 बंद। भाई अकिलियोस कब से सपोर्ट करने लगा भाई हमको? पीसी आ गया। अरे बधाई हो लाडले। फोटो भेजो मेरे को, फोटो भेजो, फोटो भेजो डिस्कॉर्ड या इंस्टा किधर भेजो, मैं भी देखूं क्या बीस्ट बनाया हो। यार आई एम थिंकिंग कि मैं एक, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा, लाइक मेरे पास कंपोनेंट्स पड़े हैं, तो शुड आई मेक अ स्ट्रीमिंग पीसी अलग, मतलब और गेमिंग पीसी अलग ऐसा कुछ करूं, बट मेरे पास जगह नहीं है रखने के लिए। दैट्स द इशू, मेरे को बड़ा टेबल लेना पड़ेगा। हाँ इंस्टा पे भेजता हूँ, रुको 2 मिनट। डन सीन है, डन सीन है, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। पोल्स डाल दे, पोल्स आज के लिए पोल्स। ना 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 ना, जिंदगी बने आ लगी है। सोया हुआ बरसों के बाद आ गया। ना 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 ना
Everyone is showing off.
ना।
Eu tô muito ansioso pra enfrentar a Global Esports. Eu acho que é um time que finalmente se encontrou.
अरे ठंडा कर दे भाई, गर्म हो रही
Acho
है
particularmente um jogador muito insano.
भाई। बिना एसी के रह ही नहीं सकते यार, पर मैंने तुम्हारे भाई ने पूरा दोपहर विदाउट एसी था भाई, पूरा एसी चालू नहीं करता।
I've never had
भाई क्या
any dreams
दिखता
of
होगा ना भाई
playing
स्ट्रीम्स पे
esports
चलना।
company. My only dream
ये
was
लंदन का ही
when
होगा ना ये
we
सब,
were struggling
वो पढ़
financially.
क्या नहीं पता।
I wanted to single-handedly carry my whole family financially. My dad, before he passed, he really wanted me to win. So I think my only goal right now is to lift the trophy, and I know he's gonna see it.
Burada olmaktan gerçekten çok mutluyum çünkü uzun zamandır bunun için
So weird because for so long I have been.
Kendime
अरे
güveniyorum.
I truly believe in myself. I am confident.
Bence full sense oyun yapısı ve oyun anlayışı.
फूट है भाई, इस बार थोड़ी लग रही है मेरे को
Günün sonunda maçı
कि
da-
कुछ हो जाएगा भाई। 3 बंदे देख रहा है, कौन कौन है स्ट्रीम पे बताओ ना।
Zeus and Zop, I think they're very talented. We're gonna be playing with real firepower here.
Tabii ki de Prini'yi serverda görmek istiyorum. Bence mekanik olarak ve aim olarak inanılmaz iyi bir oyuncu. Serverda görüşürüz full sense.
I'll
You
treat
on the
this
server
as,
full sense.
Thailand versus Turkey. Let's see which country is better.
अबे इनका भी फर्स्ट टाइम है ना, है ना? एफएस का भी तो फर्स्ट टाइम है भाई। ये गाना किधर से लाते हैं भाई? भाई 1 मिनट भाई, मेरे को कॉपीराइट वाला सिस्टम ही नहीं चाहिए भाई। मैं मोनेटाइजेशन ही बंद कर देता हूँ ये स्ट्रीम पे, सिंपल भाई, सिंपल ब्रो। नो एड्स नथिंग। अब जो एड्स आएगा यूट्यूब डिफॉल्ट डाला तो डाला, वरना से नहीं डालता हूँ। अब्बा कोई बोलेगा नहीं तुम्हारा बात। Let's go.
The firepower. If you want to stop full sense, you have to beat them at their own game. You have to be able to stand toe to toe with them on the server. And we know that this Turkish team has
वो
the
एफएस का
potential
फ्रैक्चर होता है।
in spades, but it's a big stage.
अबे तीनों में बड़े बड़े है बे।
A lot of rookies. For me, it's all about
अरे
their
बहन
on-the-day
दो।
performance. This is a coin flip of a match for me.
Yeah, I had some doubts about
Good
Foot's
for
football, but
Breeze।
seeing
अच्छा ये लोग ब्रीज खेल रहे हैं ना।
those are maps where Foot can get it done. I love Foot's Haven right now.
Yeah.
It's aggressive, and if they can bring that aggression to Fracture, a map that loves pushing out on both
भाई
sides,
होप
that is
फुल
gonna be
सेंस भी
very
जीत
good.
जाए यार। अपना रीजन तीनों जीते, कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। सामने वाले रीजन कोई भी हो, भाड़ में जाए। Vamos, lad.
More recently in other tournaments, they have been running that double Julius, Zeus on the Phoenix,
यार ये भी
Sop on the
मंगाना
Neon as well,
पता
I
नहीं
believe it
कब
was. It's a
मंगाना।
question of what does Sop play here? He has been that Neon merchant for this Foot squad.
Yeah, I'm interested too. Obviously, the Jet, I think he's going to play a Jet on a lot of these maps now. But on this map, is he going to continue?
Yes, and
maybe the Raze. Jet isn't such a good good agent on Fracture right now.
Yeah, I think for me, I'd love to see them just
crazy,
I
भाई.
don't think the nerf is big enough to entirely remove it from the game.
पर ये कुछ ज़्यादा लाल लाल नहीं रखा है भाई.
It's the map they can lean into it easily.
And to touch on Full Sense,
Fine,
quickly, let's
stop.
not forget how dominant they were regionally. Of course, only ever dropping a map by the time it
भाई पर मैं निंजा भाई बता रहा हूँ, चलो ये शायद फोटो के लिए आपने लिया होगा, बट मैं बता रहा हूँ ऐसा मतलब जब रात में यूज कर रहा हूँ ना तो ऐसा ब्लैकआउट करके मत रखो. लाइक जो रेज होती है ना मॉनिटर की, वो अच्छी नहीं होती आंखों के लिए. हाँ वो थीम चेंज करते रहता हूँ मैं, रेड वाइट पर्पल एक्सेट्रा. हाँ भाई सेक्सी तो लग रहा है भाई. वो कीबोर्ड कौन सा है? ऑल इफेक्ट वाला है क्या?
Looking to do their home countries proud here and really bring their best Valorant down here to London.
Yeah, I'm just so excited for the SOP and Premi show. I'm a big fan of SOP since he joined that EMEA stage, and of course right now I think Premi is the best player in the world. So getting to see these two players fight out.
इनको कौन तो जोवी, अबे जोवी हर जगह स्पॉन्सर करता, हर टीम को मुझे लगता है जोवी स्पॉन्सर करता ही. मुझे ऐसा लगता है. टीम की चैनल आज भी नहीं गया ना. wait baby.
I think that's the thing we have to remember, right? This IGL head-to-head too. You have Cruz that has been here from
Creo high.
the very beginning when we.
All effect नहीं है ना Creo वाला?
On the other side, you have Sociable, who is almost nearly at all of.
यार मैंने ना
his time on that BBL roster last year. Now he comes into.
Creo का एक बार लिया था कीबोर्ड, मतलब जो पुराने उनका आते थे, एक मैंने तभी खरीदा था जब एक नया आया था.
How is he going to go up against someone that is so seasoned in Cruz?
Now, you guys have been talking about the agent selects for Fracture, and here they are.
Premi on the Phoenix instead of Jit Boys. It looks like they switched that one around a little bit. Very interesting. What do you take of that?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think Premi is the player that you need to make space.
कौन सा? अरे मुझे एग्जैक्ट याद नहीं है यार, उसके बटन बहुत टाइट थे यार, मतलब मेरे को हार्ड लग रहे थे दबाने में, मजा नहीं आ रहा था मुझे एग्जैक्ट तो याद नहीं. पे कुछ 4.5 का या 3.5 का ऐसा कुछ लिया था, फिर मैंने बेच दिया. मतलब हार्डली मैंने 2 दिन यूज किया होगा वो कीबोर्ड. मेरे को उसके वो सॉफ्टनेस नहीं लगी भाई. जैसे अब मेरे पास ये कॉर्सर का है, कौन सा है मैं भूल गया वो एग्जैक्ट, पर ये कॉर्सर का है, फुल वाला है, बट इट्स लाइक भाई बटन फील ही नहीं होता भाई दबाने पे. पर ऐसा भी होता है कि भोसड़ी का कभी बटन दबता ही नहीं है, स्पैम कर रहा है. एक्चुअली मेरा कीबोर्ड पुराना हो गया, बट नया था तब भी मेरे को दिक्कत नहीं होती थी. अब मुझे लेना है नया. एक सोच रहा हूँ अभी, एक URX करके कोई कंपनी है, ये हॉल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड दे रही है ब्रो. हॉल इफेक्ट्स लाइक 3000 या 4000 में भाई क्रेजी कीबोर्ड्स दे रही है यार. मैं भी चेंज करने वाला हूँ, पर मेरा परफेक्ट चला है 2 साल से. चेंज कर रहे हो तो वो हॉल इफेक्ट वाला लेना, लाइक वैलोरेंट ये सब के लिए अच्छी चीज है वो. हॉल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड URX का 4000 का है, जो थोड़ा ठीक ठाक है. पर अगर अच्छे महंगे में जाना है तो बूटिंग 68 HE ऐसा कुछ करके वो ले लो. हाँ वही लूंगा, वही अच्छी है.
Does find some damage, dashes back, so they're gonna dish out a little bit more than they take. Only Cruz gonna get tagged up for full sense, but it's a little bit of contact and then a change of directions. And look at the quick ideas here from Foot. They want to put some pressure towards Leviathan. They know that, you know, full sense is gonna want to run that cypher on their own.
इनकम सोर्स नहीं है ना, तो थोड़ा हार्ट बहुत टाइट है. क्या हाल चाल है रौनक भाई? राम राम, कैसे?
Crystal going to be tagged to 34. Backpedals quickly back through Sands. It's going to be a rewrap. Okay, Leviathan looking on the cam. Is able to get the spot out there, and now we'll have to just take that rope across towards the south side. Full sense get ready to attack into what is a 3-player stack. Yet Dude's gonna be able to find Cruz finishing that job, but Jit Boys gets a piece of the action, but the paint shell from Zeus will take him down. Premi has been eliminated, and now it's just Kahlua and Leviathan to try to persevere in a 2v4.
Bro, sir, एक मारा वो भी नियॉन ने मारा, बाकी तो ने किया.
No doubt about it. As good as Kahlua in particular has been, you're gonna see his head. Crystal can't find the shots. It's the pause though. Just a little bit of time.
रौनक भाई कहाँ गया वो भाई? अब आते ही नहीं हो, क्या सीन है?
Move and they're surrounded.
They have to tuck in as well. from that fade on the north side. So if they try to reroute it now, they don't have the time to do it. But had they done, would have just been caught off guard. Right at the rug, gets the spot out. Spike is on the floor, and Leviathan now. Have to try to see if we can find anything at all, and he cannot. Sociable.
कोई नहीं हाथ गरम करने को कल क्या हुआ था स्ट्रीम में बंद कर दी अरे कल लाइट चला गया है
Yeah, I just love the patience here.
अच्छा खासा मैं कर रहा था मस्त में वॉच पार्टी लाइट ही चला गया अरे इधर मेरे को समझ नहीं आता यार मतलब इधर हल्की सी हवा चलती है ना भाई जीजी हो जाता है लाइट
They were hoping that with their recontact over towards A when they see Crystal
ऐसा वो
like okay
दीदी लोग बताते हैं जब आप लोग कहता वो उसके कुछ टाइम बाद वो तार वार का सिस्टम रहता था टीवी वाला वो ऐसा इधर का लाइट लगता है नानी की कर गया था आई कैन अंदर अरे बहुत बीट है यार
No real investments here, just gonna be classics across the board as Primi wants to try to get this orb, and well, he will be able to find it, but tag down to 20. Lots of impact. Limited, and Cruz also takes a beating.
Yeah, they're just gonna try to move to the other side of the map here. Rely on that.
I understand their frustration.
A little bit of clearance over towards the.
और ऐसा नहीं है कि रोनो भाई ऐसा मतलब जाके मतलब समझ लो कि अभी गई है तो 2 घंटे बाद आ जाएगी या 1 घंटे बाद भाई वो आधे घंटे में 15 बार जाएगी बहनचो आएगी जाएगी पीसी भी बंद चालू अरे यार बहुत
the orbs. So as far as you know eco rounds go, if you can't do a lot of damage, then farming up the orbs is a great alternative here too.
एक बार जा 1-2 घंटे बाद कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई वो चलेगा
from the full sense boys.
Go ahead. There you go. He'll be 2 charges away from having that ulti online. Spike can get planted here, so a little bit of additional cash potentially found. They will commit for this one, but ball and Sociable's healed upon an immense amount of damage, but it's going to be Zeus coming away with that.
अरे वो कैसे बचा भाई क्रूज कैसे बच गया
Zeus gets himself another paint shell elimination.
मार दे उसने को
Stop it from being a flawless, but Zeus
कोई नहीं एक मारा है और आ मुझे ज्यादा अच्छे से ये कोई नहीं समझ सकता क्या किधर भी लड़ जाता है ना
Yeah, so I mean a great round for Foot overall in terms of not taking a ton of damage.
चलो अपना राउंड है अभी अपना राउंड है Let's go Primi भाई दिखा दो who the fuck you are
a lot of ult orbs so that Primi will have his run it back already, but now I start to get a little bit worried here. In general, I thought this was a surprise map pick for Full Sense. I was expecting Pearl. They're one of the best teams, the best Pearl teams we had in Pacific, and going up against a region that a lot of people are saying that maybe their Pearl isn't quite as strong in EMEA, and instead they opt to go for another Pacific favorite in Fracture, but we'll see. Well, now we're in the rifles. Primy's got his ult. This should be the round where you kind of cleanly do some damage on this attacker's side.
Anything but that's going to start being even more concerning, especially if that run it back comes into play. But Kahlua trying to hold that initial angle. Tailwind's going to be taken. The swing continues from Zeus. Will take it down. Kahlua able to find the one. Leviathan quickly arriving on the north side. Past the dish, but will be held at bay by this trip. But we'll just go for a quick clear on that. Meanwhile, Yenajay, where are you going, son? Just sprint in his face. He'll take that kill every day of the week.
कहाँ भाग रहा है भाई?
It's going to open up the map a little bit here. Full Sense takes a pause. They're not just running at him. They're being pretty slow and methodical here on this attacker's side. Looking to set up this crunch. Waiting.
भाई आराम से मिल गया.
A little bit of space. They've got Leviathan.
हाँ Hunter X Hunter एनिमे में है किलुआ. अच्छा इसलिए सब किलुआ नाम रखते हैं.
His foot had guessed over towards the
वो
east side.
लोग क्या है? कहाँ से निकले लोग ने किलुआ बैंड्स क्या?
No one really at home. Sop, earliest arrival, working his way out towards that Sands rope.
उतरेगा.
Opting to pull the trigger, doesn't want to give his position away.
उतरेगा. नहीं उतरेगा.
Will just be the haunt down. Reveal does end up coming through, so Kahlua has to backpedal out.
भाई बच कैसे गया भाई वो?
This space, but Crystal is able to find Ship Boys off screen. Spamming him down.
Phoenix का गेम है आराम से.
3v4 and 2 players.
Phoenix खा जाएगा.
HP. This could still end up being quite costly for Full Sense if they don't play this cleanly for the remainder. Good damage going to be found there. The poke Leviathan waiting for the peaks to come in, but Cruz mowing down too. Because now Sociable.
I don't want to
try to get that damage through, and he will be able to find a little bit more value, but Full Sense will stop the bonus conversion. 2 players surviving.
And didn't even end up using Primy's ult here because they were just given full maps control here for Full Sense, because Foot trying to gamble a little bit. Certain situations, overstepping their mark, but Sociable.
Oh, भाई balls of steel भाई खड़ा होकर उधर ही मार रहा है.
IGL is really a fragger. Picks up 2 big kills at the end, but Cruz trying to hype up the boys.
डीसी आजा, देखता हूँ यार, आता हूँ।
They are just getting ready.
डीसी आने के बाद ना दिक्कत हो जाती है भाई। मैं अपने बंदों की बात सुनूं जो डिस्कॉर्ड में बैठे हैं, मैं वॉच पार्टी वाला कमेंट्री सुनूं, समझ नहीं आता भाई।
Try to tie things up.
Nailed them. Fire in the hole.
Okay. Get to that in a little bit as the showstopper is going to be
भाई
ready. Just
है हम जीतेंगे, देख लियो, हम जीतेंगे, ऐसा जीतेगी।
Rocket not going to be able to find much of anything there, obviously, but gun barrel is going to be spotted. Leviathan's going to be taken down, but Cruz able to peel things back into a 3v3. Orbital strike as well going to be online. They still looking for this A point. All three players from foot on arrival here on this drop side. Orbital strike.
ओए कूदने देता भाई मेरे, कूदने देता।
The sky smoke to be cycled in as well, just trying to make this as difficult as possible to get the reapproach going. Rally to check the one side. All three players heard on that drop. Cruz looking for the swing with
अरे नाइस रे, उसको पता ही नहीं है।
Cleans up all three. And full sense tie it 2-2.
अरे क्रॉस प्ले भाई,
इधर देख रहे हैं। Just being really smart, really cautious.
और बता यार क्या चल रहा है निंजा भाई, किधर गायब रहते हो?
Caught in no man's land, you know, with that prowler being spotted.
उसको पता ही नहीं है भाई पेड़ को।
To just say, hey, wait this out just a second. I'm gonna distract them. And Killua, you can come in and clean up the round, and he's gonna do just that. 4 kills on the board for the initiator specialist of Full Sense. And this time Foot on an eco, gonna be stacking that A site where Full Sense is so far.
अरे यार ये बक्की बहुत तंग कर रही है भाई।
To land, it is gonna be the outlaw for Jitboy.
He's played against the Rays before.
वैकेशन आया तो घूम रहा था। किधर गए थे घूमने?
Double blast back up, but given the weaponry, even a sheriff at this range, not really going to be able to find the one tap. So we'll play this a little bit more patiently. Does Foot?
राइट देखेंगे क्या? राइट देखेंगे।
Be walking into a bit of a trap here. We do get some damage on the Cristalli.
Well, Orbital's even going to be invested into this one. Meanwhile, they will be able to isolate Jitboy. He gets caught, segmented away from the rest of the team there.
नहीं ये मरना नहीं।
Be rescued, but Sense are keeping this watched for now. Maybe try to go for a juggle back on this, but
अभी लास्ट ही घर आया हूँ, घर आ गया हूँ।
So I would expect.
तो अभी फिर वापस से कॉलेज चालू हो रहा है, क्या सीन है?
Quick clear of that prowler again. Don't want to have to give this weapon over, but it seems like given the spacing that Leviathan's been able to find, that call to rotate is going to have to be made. But on that north side, you do have 2 players on the approach. Sop and Yeta J slowly creeping forward. The camera's there, but at the moment, Leviathan not feeling safe enough to toggle.
30 seconds left.
That is actually maybe going to cause some problems here for Full Sense.
इतना डीपा और रीडर है इसको।
Zeus,
अरे
running in, and Leviathan just completely not ready for it. Kill found now. Sop here, waiting and ready. Primi caught off guard. The knives able to find that elimination. Zeus gives himself another, and Sop cleans up.
Oh my god!
A round to be found for Foot.
Bro, लेविथन क्या कर रहा था उधर भाई? उसको क्या हो गया उधर? मैप देख रहा होगा, देख लियो। हाँ जून एंड से फर्स्ट ईयर। जून एंड से अच्छा। मतलब 15-20 दिन घर पे रहोगे? भाई बस कुछ दिन और। मम्मी आ रही है वेडनेसडे को। मैं भी मजे करूंगा अभी। घर का खाना खाऊंगा भाई। मतलब घर का अभी भी बना रहा था, बट प्रॉपर खाना खाऊंगा ऐसा। स्वाद वाला मम्मी का। डीसी आता हूँ। अरे डिस्कॉर्ड में जल्दी ज्वाइन नहीं कर पा रहे। वो स्ट्रीम पे जब रहता हूँ तो मेरे को 2 आवाज 3 आवाज आती है ना, मेरे को बीटी होता है सुनने को। आता हूँ।
And their eco is going to be broken.
This is very scary now for Full Sense, and I'd like to see them maybe turn up the pace a little bit as this half goes on, because I think playing this slow style is really suiting Foot right now. They're happy to play this way. Let's see Jitboy's up close and personal.
Really bold Sense goes for the push, and we'll have Sociable dead to rights. The clean up on that kill, but Yeta J here on this site is going to be good.
अरे स्पाइक लेकर क्या बोलता है भाई?
Little push forward, pitch something going to be Cypher. Well, Sop dialed in on this angle, fully anticipating this.
क्या हाल चाल है निखिल भाई? राम राम, कैसे हो? इतने दिन बाद फैक्ट कैसे? पता नहीं यार, निंजा भाई बहुत अभी घूम रहे थे, बोल रहे थे अभी बोले पटाया क्या था मैं? एक मारना था ब्रो।
Has to try to clutch up. 1v2, his angle for the moment completely.
ब्रो दोनों खा सकता है। वो दोनों खा सकता है, दोनों खा
Swing in
सकता
the
है।
corner. He's gonna be able to spot.
ओ
As Cruz gets a Red Bull clutch to tie the score.
And there's that veteran
भाई ये
presence
टक्कर
that
दे रही है
Cruz
बे
can
यार
bring.
भाई।
He's not
ये
often going to
भगवान
be top of the
जी को
charts
भी
in the kill
ऐसे ही
department,
दिखाना, वन
but
साइडेड
he's
मत दे
gonna
देना उधर, जी
outmaneuver
भी
his
ऐसे ही मार।
opponents here. A nice little setup there from Foot as well to take down Brimmy. They peek perfectly on him, the high-low. Looks like it's going to be
अकेले
their
घूम
round.
कर आए
But
हो
Cruz,
तो अब मेरे
one
को
of the
स्किन
few
दिलाओ
players
वैलो
who
में हैं?
played at the very first International Masters and is back here again, along with Yampi and Durka. So
It's just so smart.
it is.
They never anticipate that he's just gonna walk across his own volley. That's them paying the iron price.
किसी को भी नहीं पड़ा।
Shots here not going to be connecting from Sun. Meanwhile, overdrive in play. Jit Boys trying to find this kill, but Zeus will be able to shut him down. That's a massive one, and that is the showstopper. Ends up getting online, but he lobs it in to no avail.
भाई क्या बसड़ हुआ भाई?
Fast enough alongside the Neon to be caught by the ult, but it's still a player advantage, and yet a J scale.
भाई वो रेस ने कितना वो यूटिल खाया भाई।
Spawn. He gets all the information, but they've either taken
मैं खुद गरीब हो गया हूँ पीसी बना के।
box in the halls.
Yeah,
तो
and so they can
अगर
just
आप
commit
गरीब हो
towards
गए
this
हो
A side
तो
and set up some crossfires, and it's going to be really difficult for Full Sense to break through this.
एक रैम ही भेज दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है,
No kill.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। स्किन नहीं दिला सकते तो रैम तो दिला ही सकते।
Walking in the wrong side as Cruz will get taken down.
अय्या!
The two, the up and over into the shorty, and Sop comes alive with a 3K.
140 वाला नहीं पड़ा डैमेज।
But maintain the lead.
कैसा?
Yeah, again, it's just kind of the same thing over and over
क्या
again.
हाल चाल है मास्टर? राम राम।
Main and
मास्टर या
trip
bro,
back there, you
generally
feel like
need
you're
you in
safe, but
chat.
that's actually just playing with
Actually
the
भाई
defense.
निंजा भाई आते
That's
नहीं है
giving
ना
them,
बहस
like you
क्या?
talked about, the information they
अचानक
needed
भयानक में गायब
to
हुए, वो भी
build the
फटाक
side of
से
the
गायब
map.
नहीं हुए थे कि भाई मैं अब जा रहा हूँ, मैं वो इतनी नहीं
Full Sense
आऊँगा।
had to force up their economy to get into the rifle, so that allows that outlaw to be still put to good use. And this time it's very effective for Sop. Him and Zeus, the double duelists, are having a great start, and Full Sense absolutely needs to take a time out here and start talking about this.
अब से regular देखता
It's
हूँ
too
मैं।
simple, it's too generic. You came
देखता
into
हूँ
this
मैं।
map, this should have been a bit, you expected this to be a bit of a surprise for Foot.
Right.
You know, in Foot's mind, I'm sure they're preparing for Pearl the whole way. So you've got to have some more wrinkles, some more ideas built into this, especially on this attacker
अब ये
side.
लोग का
That's where
कौन
you
सा
got to be
कैम
doing
है
your
भाई? ये लोग का कुछ अलग ही कैम है ना, ये डीजी कैम है ना, ये हैंड कैम है ना, ये डीएसएलआर है, कुछ भलता ही कैम है भाई, पर क्लियरिटी उसका अच्छा है। हाँ डेढ़ बंदे मार रहा हूँ, बंदी कर रहा हूँ। भाई बाल बड़े हुए तो ऐसे कलर कराओ, पर कलर कराने से मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि बाल वो हो जाते होंगे, क्या बोलते हो, ऐसा कुछ होता है क्या, वो ऐसा क्या बोलते हो उसको, वीक हो जाते हैं, ऐसा कुछ होती है। दिनों भी हुआ यार, फिर भाई सही कह रहे होते हो ना आप, शर्म करो निंजा भाई, शर्म करो, मैं कैरी करता हूँ।
really sharp, really comfortable here. Players very new to this stage on that team, and they do not show it.
For now.
पहले भी मैं ही कैरी करता था, अब भी मैं ही कैरी
This is
करता
going to be a full send into the B side. 3 players nearby enough though, as Zeus and Sop just play together at A halls.
ये हो गया क्या निकल भाई, एवन आए
Trip on the north side, a dish, so no real
दोपहर में खेल
concerns
रहे थे, क्या
about
सीन
fight
हुआ?
coming through.
Yes.
So for the moment, Foot can just maintain this position.
Just the same as the eco round.
अब ये लोग
round
कैसे
two.
खेलते रहे, उसका हाथ के कैसा
All the
नीचे
orbs around the
लटका है,
map. Gotta be a little bit cautious
कैसे
with
खेलते
this
हैं
one.
भाई ये?
Somebody could be up there.
कल से देखोगा कौन डन है,
Actually,
डन है।
okay, they're going to show their presence.
Catches a
एक्सक्लेमेशन किक कर लो, शायद कल दोपहर में किक पे स्ट्रीम होगी,
Yeah,
वालो
Jay.
इधर नहीं हो।
Does he overstep? Could still just face out, maybe come away with the kill, but on the quick peek, sees how many players there are. Meanwhile, he re-peeks out, Leviathan's going to be struck down. Pretty
वाह
now eliminated, it's just a
भाई चैट में थोड़ा म्यूट करो भाई, मैं आज एक बंदे का स्ट्रीम देखा किक पे, ठीक है, उसका उसका मतलब फॉरेनर था यार वो, एड्रिन एड्रिन ऐसा कुछ करके नाम था उसका भाई, बंदा कोई तो ऐसे पॉप वॉप में या कोई उसका घर था वो पता नहीं, ऐसा वो महाराजा वाली 2 सीढ़ी नहीं आती हॉल में, ऐसा लेफ्ट राइट से वैसा था वो सीढ़ी, और पूरा सामने मतलब पूरा सेटअप वेटअप में लाइव गाना वाना बजा रहा, कोक पी रहा है, ठीक है, 4 कोटी, एक से एक भाई, एक से एक भाई, पता नहीं किधर से लाते हैं।
something that kind of, you know, you scratches your head a little bit, but it's not a big deal. Otherwise, they are
85,000 का channel
very
उसका.
good form.
Leviathan's in a very, very bad spot. Even if Sop can't find that kill, the rest of the players crunching to the north side certainly would have done.
Even 80. अरे इतना आ गए? अच्छा कितना मैच खेले भाई?
Forward, they're giving him the angles though, as Yeta J will peek
क्या
out.
मारा
This is
रे?
his life. They'll approach up through tower.
भाई प्रीमी है, प्रीमी फॉर्म में है. टीम थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हो रही है.
Cues, I'm sure. Nightfall now is going to be sent forward, but it's just going to be a pivot back through the spawn of the
कौन सा
defenders. Spike planted on A, but Primi gets
है जी?
planted. Face forward from Kahlua, dead at Canteen. Zeus holds his own, and now it's a 2v4.
अरे भाई.
This looked like it was going to
अल्ट
be a
है,
good read,
मॉली
but
है,
full sense
नियॉन
trying
जा
to
रहा है,
get
जेट को
by
मार
leaving a
सकता
couple
है.
players behind.
Last player standing.
Man, Sop is on it.
Any concerns about this guy playing Jet?
अरे बाप रे. Oh my. है जी?
Something ask in that movement. Plants his feet.
एक बात बताओ, ये चीज अगर हम करते हैं हमारे हाथ में तो फैंटम आदमी.
Tremendous round from Sop. All over the map, not afraid to take some of these individual
क्या
battles
मारा
down
भाई?
for foot. They're getting confident here. They feel like they're getting good reads. They're able to spread the map in full sense. Just
रानो क्या हाल चाल है जोरो भाई? राम राम, कैसे हो? 5-6 खेले अभी प्लस.
couple big alls.
सभी प्लस.
I
अरे
like
वाह
the
भाई,
idea
मतलब
there
आज
for full
सोलो
sense.
में
I think
अच्छी
the
टीम बैठा
read
है.
was okay where you're expecting that
हाँ?
nightfall and you're
आपके बिना खेलेंगे तो रैंक अप भी तो
The
होगा.
problem is his foot is just outdueling you every time that you're trying to
और
throw an
निकलेगा
extra
मेरे
layer
बिना
of
खेलेंगे तो.
trickery, and Foot's just well aware. They've got a pretty good read, and that shows to me they've done some of their
ये तो
homework.
मुझे
This
भी
is
पता है और
something
निखिल
Sense
भाई
has
को
started
पता है
to
हमारा
do,
रैंक
is leave a player behind, try to catch opponents off.
हम देखो,
Very, very ready.
हम एजेड लोगों का बहुत रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं, तो हम कभी मना नहीं करते एजेड लोगों को कुछ भी भाई, मतलब उनको
all over the place.
समझ रहे हो?
South, east, west.
आप समझ जाओ, समझदार को इशारा.
Chip Boy's trying to drum up some attention.
समझदार को इशारा.
Leviathan.
आज वो लाइव आए थे क्या? नहीं यार. आज मैं तो बोला था नहीं आऊंगा मैं, बट वो है कि मैं बोला था कि घर का भी काम करूंगा, मम्मी आ रही है वेडनेसडे को तो, बट घर का काम नहीं
Not enough of an opening though. You have two ultimates potentially trying to commit into this pool of thrifty of your own.
ये तो मैं क्या, ये तो मैं भी मार दूं, इतनी बड़ी का रिएक्शन दे रहा भाई. मेरा तो नहीं आता भाई वो शॉट के अंदर. जिस दिन सीनियर सिटीजन बंद कर दिए ना उस दिन.
They're gonna keep just kind of maneuvering around.
Nice shot, Ray.
He's gonna pull the blades again.
Just an immediate investment. Meanwhile, Kahlua going to be spotted there.
अबे ये कौन सा पिक्सल था
Angle
भाई?
around the smoke, so Sociable able to clean up the kill. Baseboard and Sop is failing it. He cannot find that fourth, not with the 4K.
ले सकता था लाला.
Comes away.
Don't tell me उल्टा प्रीमियम मारेगा.
Looking frantically for a weapon.
हो सकता है 1v2, 1v3, 1v2 sorry. हो सकता है. Doable. Let's go.
Clears the boom bot. Yeta J arriving on that north side, and Primi is gonna have to try to fight his way out of this one.
Oh!
Cannot hit a transfer. Close but no cigar.
बच गया यार. हो सकता था बे. हो अगर doable था.
Already a lead secured.
Anti.
Well, that was almost one of those Primi moments, but just came up short. Sop again. So sturdy. Just can't find that.
इसको डैश उधर नहीं मार रहा था ना, गलती से लग गया उसका. क्लोज. अरे यार.
Primi was ready for it, but everybody.
पहले मैं साइफर बहुत खेलता था भाई मैं. अब मेरे को समझ ही नहीं आता भाई मैं कहाँ ट्रैप क्या करता था कैसे. डुएबल था यही तो कहते हैं हम एवरी मैच. भाई प्रीमी है तो डुएबल था, वो इजी था, पर वो थोड़ा टाइमिंग हो गई उधर की. वो बहुत वेट किया रेस दे भाई उसके लिए. साइफर आ जाओ.
เราว่าอาเคดันแล้วฝั่งกูไม่มีแท็บอ่ะมันน่าเล่น2อาเคดเนี่ยมันดันมาเนี่ยเราไปจบได้แล้วเนี่ยเรารวบมันได้เนี่ย
ฆ่าเฮียเขตนะมีแท็บ
มันควันดับแล้วมันควันดับแล้วเนี่ยมันเล่น2เหมือนเดิมเลยมันเล่น
แท็บคือแท็บตรงไหนวะน่ะ
แท็บอาเคดเนี่ย
แท็บตรง
กูเล่นแย่นะกูไม่ไปรวม
ตอนเดิมวันอ่ะ
กูพาวเลอร์นะเชิง2
เช็ควันเดิมวัน
ยิงกล้องก่อนเดี๋ยวกูยิงกล้องให้กูเจอสป
พ
อ
อ
ร์ต
เลิกมาพอเลิกเคเมย์พอเลิกเคเมย์หรอก
ไม่เหลือปลาเอาเลยเอาบ้านเราไม่ต้องกลัวหรอกเนี่ย
1 2 3
คุณลิคอนบอลเลย
แล้วบอล
मारेगा जल्दी तो मारेगा. बोला ना मारेगा उधर. और यार टाइमिंग पकड़ा ना उधर.
Primi's able to find one Kahlua. One kill going to be traded back, but he eats an immense amount of damage. Zion will expire.
वो जाड़ी आ रहा उधर से.
It's lucky to get themselves even into a 2v3 it feels like.
ऐसा लग रहा है हमारे यहाँ जब मोमोज की लड़ाई होती है ना ब्लाइंड में सेम साउंड होती है मोमोज मोमोज की लड़ाई समझा नहीं मैं
He's moved back over.
It's 18 seconds. They're still checking for the spawn. This is going to be a base in.
अरे
Stolly just takes that every day.
अरे फ्लैश पिक भी ले सकता था यार उसके पास फ्लैश था
Every twist and turn. They're so ready for full sense players. You're not getting a lot of value out here out of the Phoenix as well.
समझा नहीं मैं
Yeah, sure, he's got some ults, but they're not really getting you that space.
अच्छा समझ गया
समझ गया give up a little bit of space, knowing when they could take some fights.
थोड़ा मेरा वो LED ट्यूबलाइट नहीं है ना वो पुराना वाला ट्यूबलाइट है वो स्टार्टर घुमाने का रहता थोड़ा समझ गया
They weren't all watching, I think, the places that they probably should have been. It was kind of a jumble of who should be watching the top of the rope and things like that, and they get cut apart because of it. Sop still going to have that op.
Prowler check the corner, but double face four round. It's going to be Zeus taken down, 2 for 2 so far. Quick little reposition, Sop of the repeaks, looking for that kill, but Cruz hits a belter of a shot, puts the jet down on the floor. It's full sense to try to rescue this 4th round. Orbital strike going to be called in. Cruz forced back over in towards main, now off the site. His own orbital going to be called in as well towards Canteen. The players are pushed forward in front of this one. Now Cruz is taken down. The spike is now isolated.
Look at these smokes.
Lost in the smokes, perhaps. The sociable will get dealt with, but now a 1v1. Spike still on the floor, and yet a J with a bold reposition.
क्या प्रीमी उसको नोटिस करेगा?
Through that underpass, Primi where
क्या प्रीमी को देखेगा?
Gets planted. He's got no util to speak
देख रहा
of. Time. He just has to win this out.
देख रहा रे?
With that phantom, he's watching the correct angle.
ओ भाई गेम है. अब उसको पता ही नहीं वो कहाँ है.
So yet a J, silent walk in towards tower. Primi to re-wrap back around, just checking the spawn. Peek out from that gen side, will have sight lines. But it doesn't even need it! Yeta walks out onto the site and takes him down! A 3K! And a 9-3 half with foot way out in front!
This is a beautiful play off the back of the orbital strike. I mean, Sociable dialing up a beauty here with his ult into these 2 smokes that allow them to scale forward. And full sense isn't even considering that.
Full sense.
पर मुझे समझा नहीं जब वो ब्रिम मरा तो दोनों ने फायर किया था ना उधर स्मोक में से अबे ये लोग का भी तो फर्स्ट टाइम ही है ना ये लोग का भी तो फर्स्ट टाइम है ना एफएस का भी फर्स्ट टाइम ही तो है कि पहले गई है नहीं ब्रिम ने मारा था बस अच्छा ब्रिम ने ही सिर्फ मारा अबे हाँ ये भी चालू हो रहा है ना अच्छा ये तो अभी है नवंबर में है ENC इधर और EWC में दोनों में जी गई है सिर्फ इधर ही गई है ना जी अरे क्या हो गया बे अरे जाना के ENC में नहीं गई अबे ये क्या बकचोदी है अरे इसलिए YouTube पे ही देखना पड़ेगा बहन जो ये ट्वीच पे कब से ऐड आने लगे इतने इधर गया वो
olarak da eğimi çok iyi birine ne yapabiliriz yani maksimum crosshair'ı kafasına koyup mouse 1'e basacağız yani. Bu kadar.
Honestly, his name came up like maybe 5 or 10% and I'm
यो आज सिर्फ ये Valorant नहीं नाइट बाय आज सिर्फ वॉच पार्टी ENC में इंडियन टीम जाएगी जिसमें इंडियन प्लेयर्स होंगे ओ ये सिस्टम है उधर हाँ ये कुछ क्रेजी है अरे मदरबोर्ड साली कब से तंग कर रही है देख रहा हूं मैं जो 4 घंटे हो गए
rounds. This needs to be a pistol win. This needs to be a snowball, a bonus conversion.
तो मतलब हम लोग सिर्फ EW तो ENC में इंडिया की तरफ से कौन सी गेम से कौन सी टीम गई है? अच्छा मैं आया था क्या? अच्छा मैं आया था, नोटिफिकेशन आया था अपनी स्ट्रीम का, पर फिर चला गया। हैं? आज दोपहर में? दोपहर में तो मैं लाइव ही नहीं आया।
Aim at their head and click mouse 1 and they were doing a hell of a lot of that in the first half. So keep it up and they should be
in
a good
50
position
in the
to take
second
their
half.
opponent's map pick away from them. We'll have to see. Maybe this is
मैं
one of those
ये तो
weird
Twitch
days
वाला
where
सिस्टम है, ये तो Twitch
Fracture
पे
is
है।
actually defender sided. I don't
नहीं अभी
feel like that's going to be the case.
अच्छा अभी आया था ना नोटिफिकेशन, तब तो ठीक है, मेरे को लगा नहीं आया, दोपहर में आया था।
Evacuate. No hope here. Oh boy, that was close.
Bro,
yeah, taking a risk, not tucking away into the corner canteen. Space has been given up, so Sight going to be taken here by Foot very quickly. I mean, curveball at the ready, sees not to get the grab. Drop back to Sock, going to be unspotted. Social will just push forward into that smoke, able to find a kill with that Zeus, gets Remy taken down. Only Social gone thus far, and Foot continue right where they left off at the end of that first half. It is another
pistol बहुत strong है भाई इनका
on display again.
क्या 2-0 है क्या?
So good.
लाइव का स्ट्रीम पे चले गया। अरे अभी लाइव आया नहीं होगा, सिर्फ वो नोटिफिकेशन आया होगा कि कुछ देर में आ रहा है ना वो वाला। कल करेंगे, कल वैलो करेंगे, कल वैलो माइट भी मैं किक पे करूंगा दोपहर में। मैच पर डिपेंड करता है यहाँ मैच कौन सा होने वाला है।
2 and 13 for
यार मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ अपना वो जो कैम है ना दूसरा वाला, वो कैम ना मैं वो वाले बालकनी में लगाऊं, पर उधर बस माइक का मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा, माइक जाता है कि नहीं वहां तक मेरा, और उधर कैम लगा के उधर बैठ जाओ बालकनी में और चैट पढ़ूं मोबाइल से, वहां जो बातें करें उधर किक पे। हाँ किक पर नहीं अरे किक पर प्रॉब्लम ये है ना लोरो भाई, उधर वॉच पार्टी लोग देख नहीं रहे हैं, और लोग देख रहे हैं तो वो इंग्लिश स्पेनिश जो कास्ट मतलब जो स्ट्रीमर्स है ना उन्हीं को देख रहे हैं, वो भी मतलब इक्का दुक्का ही होंगे वो, तो वहां करके मुझे वैसा लग रहा कि लाइक हाँ इंट्रो सॉन्ग चल रहा था। अच्छा जी का मैच कब है अभी बताएंगे ना, ये मैच के बाद पता चलेगा ना, अभी तो कुछ वो टू बी डिसाइडर है अभी, आज के सब मैच खत्म हो जाएंगे तब पता चलेगा कि कल किसका मैच है। ये क्या बकचोदी है, ये क्या बकचोदी है, ये क्या, इसलिए मैं YouTube पे नहीं देखता पता है, पिछले एक हफ्ते से ये दिक्कत हो रही है, एक हफ्ते से। ये तो गया वन साइड, एफएस के मैप पे ही 10-3 चल रहे हैं, उधर कुकिंग आरएल वाली स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूं, वही मैं सोच रहा हूं उधर ना।
Putting shots going wide allows them to scale a little bit more. The ball going to be sent out with the C's. Sop is able to find Premi on the repeat. A little bit more here, and once again, they're just going to be all lined up. But now 11-3, full sense. Very much falling out of this map.
उधर अगर फास्ट ग्रो करना है ना, आरएल या जस्टैटिक वाली स्ट्रीम की करना भाई, 1.5-2 लाख की वॉचिंग लेके भाई वो सेक्शन पड़ा रहता है, साला मुझे लगा मेरा नेट गया, नहीं अरे YouTube का दिक्कत है, मैं किसी की भी स्ट्रीम देखूं मेरे साथ यही होता है। अभी बफर होगा बोल दूंगा, अरे मैं दर बोर्ड कितनी बार करेगा भाई।
A cheeky setup from full sense where they send 2 up tree and 2 towards spawn, so you catch on a little bit of a timing to get a day.
आदि भाई क्या हाल चाल है, राम राम, आपकी पिकअप स्ट्रीम्स भाई मैंने पिकअप्स किए ही नहीं,
most of this map has been for foot. Boy is going to clear the harm.
मैंने पिकअप्स किए ही नहीं।
Under a lot of pressure, goodbye Leviathan.
Just dead off the rip. Just checking the main. Shit boys will be able to peel back some of the pressure as Zeus ends up falling. But the entry is still there. The site is still taken. Full sense still are going to have to try to go for this retake as the spike will get planted.
इतना पीछे हो रहा भाई मैं।
Spike planted. Back for the moment. There's that clear. Sop, his attention now going to be paid towards main. Cage popped, and that does allow him to just drift back.
इतना मस्त सेज बड़ी है टॉप 50 में। मेरे को गोट बड़ी मिल गया ना, मेरे लिए बहुत है। मेरे को दोनों गोल्ड बड़ी मिला है, गोल्ड वाला भी सिल्वर वाला भी। भाई हंस रहे साले।
And it's just looking so very easy for Foot. 12-3. The bonus bonus
मेरे
is
को वोट
converted
बड़ी
and
चाहिए था,
full
मेरे को मिल
sense
गया।
are completely and utterly out of options.
मैंने एनआरजी लेव जी वाइटलिटी
GG.
क्या टॉप 4?
So on point. Sop is disgusting right
अच्छा
now.
मतलब आज का और कल का बोल रहे हो?
Sociable holds down the line on the
Esports
backside.
player की आईडी पे सारी स्किन होती है ना वैलोरेंट में।
That's it.
नहीं, ये जो खेलते हैं ना, ये जो आईडीज होती हैं, ये वैलोरेंट की तरफ से प्रोवाइडेड होती हैं। इसमें आपको कुछ लाख 1.5 लाख वीपी डाल के मिलते हैं पहले से। तो आपको जो स्किन चाहिए आप ले सकते हो उसी टाइम जब खरीदना, मतलब परचेस कर सकते हो।
Very, very done at this point.
ये इनका खुद का आईडी नहीं होता, ये वैलोरेंट की तरफ से दिया हुआ आईडी होता है।
Got 4 players over in A main.
ऑन द स्पॉट बेंच पे ये लोग सिर्फ माउस पैड और अपने ईयरफोन्स लेके जाते हैं बस, और कुछ नहीं।
Crossfire is good.
Face in, Sociable won't pay the price. Stop at the same time, creating this pressure on B as the spike gets
Campaigns कैसे होता फिर?
It's just Leviathan.
Campaigns कैसे होता मतलब?
With that judge in hand. And he tears him apart again.
ब्रो बैन बोर्ड उसका हेड लगा उसका।
He's got it. Shit boy's dead. Leviathan done. Has fought
भाई वेल प्लेड, अच्छा खेला भैया, अच्छा खेला। अच्छा मुझे लगा इनकी आईडी पे सारी स्किन होती है। नहीं नहीं नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होता। ये लोग अपनी आईडी पे देख, उसमें मतलब अपनी आईडी ये लोग नहीं खेलते हैं, बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अपनी आईडी इसलिए भी नहीं खिलाते हैं। पहले तो चीज भाई वो कुछ अलग अलग लगा के रहे। दूसरी चीज कि क्या बोलते उसको, दूसरी चीज भाई वो जब गेम में इतनी बड़ी स्टेज पे और कुछ भुसबड़ी वाले रहते हैं ना फ्रेंड, इन गेम मैसेज करता है, अरे मैं अदर बोल से मेरी तरह भाई अच्छा खेला भाई उसने, सब मेरे जैसा खेलता, शर्म करो। हमने बोला ना कि इनकी आईडी नहीं होती तो चैम्प स्किन के हाँ खरीद सकते हो, उनमें जो वो आईडी देते हैं ना वो अनलॉक्ड रहती है सारी स्किन, मतलब अपने को नहीं दिखती ना, अपने पास वो पता है वो एक बार ही आएंगी, बट उसमें आप कुछ भी खरीद सकते हो। इनकी भाई अलग फीचर आईडी रहती है ना, वो आप उसमें कोई भी स्किन खरीद सकते हो जो वन टाइम है ना, जो लाइक प्रीमियम स्किन होती है आप वो तक खरीद सकते हो उसमें। वो सीन है। जी मैच वेन बस इसके बाद होगा। ऋषुभा जी क्या हाल है? राम राम, कैसे हो? इसके बाद होगा, एक और मैच होगा उसके बाद। अब देखते हैं सेकंड मैच वो फूट मार देगी, उनका खुद का पिक है। अभी ये कौन सा गेम है भाई? डिजिटल भी मतलब चाहे तो हमारे इसमें भी ला सकते हैं, बट देते नहीं है। हाँ देते नहीं है वो। अभी तुम लोग पता है कि नहीं पता नहीं, वैलोरेंट पार्टनर प्रोग्राम वाला जो सिस्टम है ना, तुमने किसी किसी के उस पर देखा होगा, वैलोरेंट पार्टनर प्रोग्राम करके वो लोग लगाते हैं। तो दे आर लाइक, मतलब वैलोरेंट एक बीटा वर्जन अभी चला रहा था पार्टनर प्रोग्राम का, तो उसमें जो जो पार्टनर प्रोग्राम में थे ना, इफ यू आर अ वैलोरेंट पार्टनर प्रोग्राम में एक बंदे हो तुम, लाइक अ क्रिएटर हो तुम, तो यू विल गेट 11,250 या 550 वीपी एज अ क्या बोलते हैं उसको, बिकमिंग अ पार्टनर ऐसा। रिशो मेंबरशिप किधर है? वही तो मैं पूछा था, मेंबरशिप किधर है? कल तो गिफ्टेड भी दिया, नहीं मिला, नसीब ही कुछ खराब है। उसमें फिर आपका ऐसा होता है कि आपको अगर आप रिपोर्ट करते हो या कोई मतलब कोई बग बता देते हो या कोई प्लेयर को रिपोर्ट करते हो, तो वो लोग पहले प्रायोरिटी उस रिपोर्ट्स को देते हैं। लाइक करो चैट, लाइक करो भाई लोग। मेरे को एक बात बताओ, रेगुलर ये टाइम पे स्ट्रीम करा करूं या वो सीनियर सिटीजन को चैट में लिमिटेड अल्फाबेट्स ही मिलने चाहिए? ये कीबोर्ड में रेड स्विचेस क्या है भाई? 1600 का न्यू कीबोर्ड ले रहा हूँ, उसमें ऑप्शन है ब्राउन, रेड और ब्लू स्विचेस। मेरे को देखो मेरे को इतना तो पता नहीं है आदि भाई, बट मेरे को इतना पता है कि शायद वो बटन के फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी पे, लाइक आपको आवाज चाहिए कितना और कितना वो होना चाहिए, लाइक क्या बोलते उसको, बटन दबाने पे कितना टाइट बटन होना चाहिए, मतलब कब रिस्पॉन्स करना, फट से या थोड़ी स्लाइटली या मीडियम पे ही, वैसा। इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग ऐसा ही कुछ है। कोई किसी को पता हो तो बता देना भाई। राम राम जीजी भाई, राम राम, क्या हाल चाल है, कैसे हो यार? 1600 का कौन सा कीबोर्ड ले रहे हो यार? आदि भाई थोड़ी थोड़ी मिनट रुक जाओ, अगर थोड़ी मिनट बोल रहा हूँ, कुछ दिन रुक जाओ, अगर और 1500 रुपए जमा कर सकते हो या 1500 या 2000, भाई एक यूआरएक्स का हॉल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड है, वो ले सकते हो भाई। भाई बजट फ्रेंडली कीबोर्ड है, बेस्ट कीबोर्ड है अभी। ब्लू फॉर टाइपिंग, ओ ब्लू फॉर टाइपिंग होती है क्या? तो ये वैलोरेंट ये सब के लिए कौन सी होती है क्या? वैलो के लिए कौन सा लो? वैलो के लिए आई थिंक सो रेड ही सही है, आई गेस। क्योंकि मेरे को जब मैंने क्रियो का लिया था ना, तो मेरे को क्रियो का भी वही था सीन, यूआरएक्स कीबोर्ड। ये देखो ये वाला, भाई 4000 में इससे अच्छी डील नहीं मिलेगी तुमको भाई। रैपिड ट्रिगर देखो 0.005, मतलब अपने को तो ये नहीं पड़ता, बट हाँ मतलब तुम एक उस पर उंगली रखोगे ना अगर हल्की सी, तो भी वो लेगा, इतना वो होती है सेंसिटिव। पैसे हैं बट मुझे 1500 1600 का नहीं लेना है, 1500 का ही लेना है, उससे ज्यादा का दिल नहीं भाई। वन टाइम इन्वेस्टमेंट है, ले लो भाई, मेरे पास तो पैसा आएगा तो मैं तो ये लेने वाला हूँ। मैं सोच के तो रखा हूँ मैं ये लूंगा, अगर मेरे बजट में ना, तो पर भैंस क्या, अगर 9 चला गया ना, तब तो जी जी। वन ऑफ द चीपेस्ट भाई हॉल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड है। मैं तो बोलूं भाई, जिसके पास पैसा है ले डालो भाई। तुमको भले बेचना है, किसी को बेच देना भाई, अगर 4 में खरीद रहे हो तो आराम से 3.5 तो 4 में भी बिक जाएगा भाई। हॉल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड भाई सेक्सी है भाई, मैं उसके लिए ही रुक रहा हूँ, पैसा आने के लिए बस। ये वाला खरीदूंगा, अरे 4.5 का नहीं, यही वाला खरीदूंगा, 4 का ही खरीदूंगा, भाड़ में जाए बहन जो नहीं खरीदना वो। वाइट क्रेजी लग रहा है अभी, पर गंदा जल्दी होएगा ना, साला वाइट दिखता बहुत एकदम तो बिल्ला दिखता है, गंदा भी होएगा। माउस कौन सा लेगा यार, अभी एक ही माउस है मेरे पास, वायरलेस गेमिंग माउस। अबे 2400 का ही है। ये सब महंगी बातचीत कर रहे हैं बड़े लोग, हम क्या बताएं इसमें। भाई महंगी बातचीत नहीं, लाइक बजट में है भाई, हॉल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड आप जाओगे, अगर आपको मैं बताऊं 60 HE, अबे 60 HE कीबोर्ड, 60 HE है 68 HE, कौन सा है? 8000 वाला कौन सा है यार? 1000 वाला एक है, क्या पकड़ू लिए। अब 1600 का ट्राई करता हूँ फिर, ये 3 मंथ बाद। अरे तो अरे कौन सा ले रहे हो 1600 का, मेरे को बताओ कौन सा ले रहे हो। अरे माँ क्या क्यों नहीं हो रहा? इसके प्रॉपर जो हॉल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड होते हैं ना, मेटलिन कहते था क्या, यही था शायद। भाई इतना क्या ये हो रहा भाई, ये इतना क्यों हो रहा है था? हाँ यही था शायद, मेडलिन 68 HE ऐसा कुछ करके था। प्रॉपर हॉल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड, मतलब वो जब स्टार्ट होते हैं ना, वो 8000 7000 से 8000 रुपीज में स्टार्ट हो रहे हैं। बट अगर आपको डील में मिल रहा है ना, मतलब कंपनी न्यू है बट अच्छी कंपनी है भाई, मेरे हिसाब से तो भाई हर कोई बोल रहा है, आज हैदराबाद भी बोले गो फॉर दिस, मैंने टोस्टी रोस्टी को देखा गो फॉर दिस, भाई मेरे हिसाब से तो यही ले लो। अभी समझो थोड़ा बाजी, अभी पैसे कहीं और खर्च करने हैं तो रुक जाओ ना, ऐसा घाई है लेने का, मतलब कीबोर्ड पूरा ही खराब हो गया है। मतलब मैं तो देखो यही बोल रहा हूँ कि आप जब 1600 डाल ही रहे हो तो रुक ही जाओ। अगर 2-3 महीना चल सकता है तो वापर लो उसको, चला लो एक ही साथ लो, क्योंकि अभी अगर 1600 लोगे, 3 महीने बाद 4000 लोगे, तो आपके तो 6500 ऐसे ही जा रहे हैं ना भाई, 5500। और क्या पता होता है 3 महीने बाद 4000 कर रहे ना रहे। मैं भी यही लूंगा फिर 1-2 मंथ बाद। हाँ ले लो भाई, ये तो सस्ता है। और अगर इसका अगर 9000 चला जाएगा ना, लाइक अगर ये कीबोर्ड जो अभी मैं दिखाया यूआरएक्स का, अगर ये 9000 का हो गया या 7000 का हो गया, तो मैं बता रहा हूँ तुम उस साइट पे जाना, बूटिंग 60 HE या 68 HE ऐसा कुछ करके है, वो 7000 या 8000 का कीबोर्ड है वो, ठीक है वो लेना, ये मत लेना फिर। विच वन मोस्ट अफोर्डेबल ऑल इफेक्ट कीबोर्ड इन मार्केट राइट नाउ? भाई ये है ना, अभी तो दिखाया ना आपको, URX, गो फॉर दिस चॉइस भाई, गो फॉर दिस कीबोर्ड लंदन। हाँ अभी वाली, क्या अभी वाला गया हुआ है कि इस काम ही नहीं कर रही बहुत, तो फिर ले लो फिर भाई, सबका अपना अपना जेब होता है, तो मैं कुछ नहीं बोल सकता भाई, पर मैं समझ जरूर सकता हूँ कि अभी नहीं ले सकते। बीच में मैकिस करके कर रहे थे लोग, हाँ मैकी, अरे मैकीज ही तो है वो, हाँ अच्छा हुआ याद है, मैकीज में दिखा था तुमको, अच्छा हुआ तुमने याद दिलाया। हाँ अरे ये क्या ऑप्शन बढ़िया, 68 HE करके था यार, ये 68, एक मिनट तो अभी मैं तुमको दिखाता हूँ, मैंने एक को लिंक भेजा था, तो थैंक्स, लव यू मेरे भाई, कभी भी मेरे भाई। क्या नाम था उनका? वो दिखाता हूँ, एक बढ़िया कीबोर्ड दिखाता हूँ मैं तुमको। अगर ये महंगा हो जाएगा ना तो वो ले लेना उसके बदले। जो वो बंदी का नाम क्या था, मैं भूल गया यार। जो आर्किडेस भाई के साथ आते थे। है जी। अभी बंदे का नाम ही गायब हो गया, जो आईडी गायब हो गई उसकी। क्या बकचोदी है भाई। अरे मेरे को मिल नहीं रहा है, मेरे को 68 एच करके कुछ है। अ, 68 HE, यही है क्या? हाँ शायद यही है। हाँ जब यही है, इसमें 68 HE। कौन सा वाला बोला था यार उसने? प्रो बोला था। पता नहीं, मतलब यही है 68 HE, यही सीरीज है, पर मैंने एग्जैक्ट नहीं पता। जब किसी को लेना होगा तो मेरे को बताना, मैं बता दूंगा। वो बंदे का नाम भूल गया यार, मैं उसको लिंक भेजा था बट मुझे अब याद नहीं आ रहा। वो अभी यूज कर रहे हैं। लाइक उन्होंने आउट ऑफ इंडिया से मंगाया, और उनका तो और अच्छा वाला है। मुझे गिफ्ट मिल रहा है, क्या बात कर रहा है नाइस यार, कांग्रेस कांग्रेस, कौन दे रहा था वैसे? भाई मैं तो एक ग्रुप में हूँ यार, मेरे को इतने क्रेजी क्रेजी डील्स आते हैं ना भाई, लाइक खरीदने का मन बहुत करता है बट पैसा नहीं होता जेब में।
Continue having this agent
आप
here. I think the chamber is really great on this map, but I think looking at Foot's composition,
वेरी नाइस जोक, वेरी नाइस जोक। अभी तो लाइव
getting
नहीं है,
into site, they don't really have a whole lot to be able to stop him here. And also we saw how great Sop was with the sniper on that fracture. On a
मेरा
map
खुद
like
का
this
भाई
as
मेरा
well, you're never
ईयरफोन
really
घूम
gonna
गया है
know
भाई।
where he's going to be positioned with that weapon.
Yeah, and the thing I love about Foot on this map,
6 महीना हो गया मिल नहीं रहा
I
अभी
think it's
तक
going to be the
पता
same.
नहीं
A
कहाँ
lot
रख
of
दिया
A main aggression. They love to use the whaler, use the jet, get up into
मैंने
full
सिर्फ
sense
एक दिन
space,
यूज किया है वो
hoping
स्ट्रीम
full
पे
sense
एक दिन
bring fight fire with fire this time around.
Yeah, that's right. We really want to see
पता
that
नहीं कहाँ
aggression
चला
come
गया
out from full sense. So let's see if they can
लाइव
bring it
उलूल
back, or if today Turkey reigns supreme.
सब्सक्राइब किया कि नहीं
Masters Achilles and paper thin.
सब्सक्राइब किया कि नहीं आयशु
Thank you very much. And yes, they need to
उस
have
दिन
a
शॉर्ट्स में
rebound
देखा तुम्हारा
offense.
रिएक्शन
Not looking like themselves at all, but Foot are looking right at home here in London. That was a dominant performance, and one that is going to be difficult to recover from if you are full sense.
For sure, and you're kind of running into similar problems with that jet still in Sop's hands. There's so much change of direction that Foot can implement with the Waylay and the jet. It's going to be tough, I think, for Premi to find value again with that Phoenix, with those curveballs like we saw on Fracture. I think this is still going to give them a lot of problems.
There's a Haunt, Yedajay just a tuck back. 3 rounds though, as Kristali nearby to try to keep this site protected.
2-0 2-0
Zeus is going to be on this approach to the sewer, and now they get
एक भी बंदा शॉट से नहीं आया
but then quickly gets sat down and Sop comes away with that kill. And it's just Cruz with the Bandit now in a 1v3. What a clutch this would be, but for now it does seem that Pistols will continue to elude this Thai squad. Haven't been able to find one yet. There's the realization.
क्या होता पर सब्सक्राइब कर अरे क्यों यार मैंने क्या बिगाड़ा
Yeah, I mean they're just
क्या बिगाड़ा इस भोले गरीब आदमी ने
in every regard. Not dropping pistols, and this time it's because of this late linger from Zeus. And Full Sense has no idea. Yedajay again doing a great job buying time and space for the rest of his team to get into position to strike. Saw it on Fracture, seeing it here again. Not overstepping his bounds, not overplaying his role.
तुम लोगों को क्या लगता है भाई लोग कौन जीतेगा भाई इस
Really
बार
solid effort.
मेरे को तो लग रहा
Forcing into this.
Oh yeah, Stingers.
या
Big
TH
gamble.
मुझे सब
Put off guard. Premi quickly taking space.
like TH को ऐसा सपोर्ट है
by that tripwire.
G2 strong है
Nothing going to be found. As Relay Bolt goes over towards backside. Swing in though. Sociable's going to be able to find one Leviathan dead over at long.
अबे लोग ने भाई क्या
He just tucked away. Tries to get the transfer. He cannot. Lua will be able to take him down, but into a 3v3 we go. Spike still not yet planted. We'll go for it now.
Spike planted.
Side plant to try to play away from this
मारेगा
angle.
मार दिया
Catch Zeus off guard. The Marshall
बच गया मुझे FS अरे मास्टर्स कौन जीतेगा ये मैच की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ पूरा मास्टर्स FS तो हारेगी FS तो हारेगी ये सीरीज मुझे लगता है जल्दी खत्म करें और क्या जल्दी खत्म करें और नेक्स्ट पे चले हाँ यार एक्चुअली वो मैच पहला होना चाहिए जो ऐसा मतलब क्या बोलते हैं एक्साइटिंग मैच है वही दूसरा रहता है एनआरजी
Really wants to get this one through. Really wants to take this to a map 3.
एनआरजी नहीं
We
है
haven't seen in quite
मुझे
some
नहीं
time
लगता
for Full Sense and a completely different look compared to what we saw on stage 1 at least.
भाई वो चाइना थी भाई चाइना के सामने
Leviathan on that chamber. This is one of the
obviously
change-ups that I'm
यूरोपियन
curious
टीम्स
about.
ये करेंगी वो
3 games total across his entire career.
डोमिनेट करेंगी मैं एनआरजी की पिक की
I want to see some impact from him. 0-2 start.
अच्छा पिके अच्छा तभी एनआरजी बोल
He's going to be clearing out a little.
अब पेपर नहीं चूज किया
looking for the check, but Chip Boys will just be dialed into the angle. ADS with the Bulldog finding that
भाई
kill.
देशद्रोही हो गए आदि भाई तो
Full Sense still going to be taking their time. They know that they cannot afford to have another Thrifty be given over to Foot. Patience to come in, Cam to be cleared out on the B site, and for now, Foot seeming to think that this is going to end up at C, but given Leviathan's position, he's just walked his way into the inside. He's just going to be calling the team over here, so we'll be able to find a solid post-plant situation here for Full Sense.
भाई कैसा दिमाग से खेल लिए
Slowly, steadily, make sure that they're just crossing all their T's and dotting all of their I's. Don't want to get caught off guard from sewage yet again.
Exactly. They have to be careful. They have already had a couple moments in
भाई
this
मैं
match
रहता तो टीआरएक्स ऑन टॉप जिताता भाई मैं पिकअप्स किया नहीं मैं तो जिताता ही टीआरएक्स
with the tucked in position of Yedajay up on the logs.
जब मेरे को गोट का बड़ी मिला था ना मेरा बस एक गलत हुआ था एक गलत वरना वो मेरे को वो भी मिल जाता कि बेस्ट वो टाइटल वाला जो था मेरे को वो भी मिल जाता टाइटल मैंने एक मैच गलत किया था वो टीआरएक्स हार गई थी मैच उधर
Rendezvous is going to be set up, and they want to try to fight this one forward. Kristali will be able to peel back a kill, stopping it from being a flawless, but Leviathan finding 3 is full 6 to 1.
Now you're starting to see some good macro ideas.
भाई PRX भी भाई हेलो
when we got
अरे जी जीतेगी ग्रम्पी बाजी वैसे मैच किसके साथ है लेवियाथान के साथ है भाई
Leviathan and
लेवियाथान
really active in the comms, really making some calls and ideas. So here this time Leviathan able to just find that open space.
जी जीत सकती है जी जीत सकती है
You are going to have some big
बट
guns
थोड़ा
coming through here for Foot. The
एक मैच देखने के बाद डिसाइड कर सकते हैं लाइक फर्स्ट हाफ
challenges
अब वो लोग ने गेम अपना कैसे सेट किया है मास्टर्स के लिए वो पता नहीं
for the chamber, but
उन्होंने कुछ ऊपर नीचे किया है सबसे पहली चीज अब वो लोग अगर लोटस लेंगे तो कौन सी एजेंट खेलेंगे मुझे तो वही देखनी है भाई कल चाइना ने 3 सेंटिनल खेला लोटस में 3 सेंटिनल भाई बंदों ने जीत गया 13-5 या 13-6 ऐसा जीते भाई 3 सेंटिनल लेने के बाद डेडलॉक से और कौन साइफर का मैंने जी लेव दोनों भी किए हैं एम आई कुक्ड
Will have been spotted.
G left?
Trying to get tucked a little bit further forward.
Like lower brackets and left.
To get rid of Sop. Flash does manage to connect. It's going to be Yenajay. Holding things from that garage side to shut down the ultimate.
ये ब्रॉक की बैंड की
Yenajay tries to re-swing in the garage.
साला सबको ओडिन सिखा दिया
Zeus is able to find one Sop with another as Jit Boys will get taken down. 3v3 with the Prowler spotting Sop. A quick little exit. Has to give up this space, so for now, Spike can be planted. Sees out sociable, catches them all. So very clutch for this Thai squad. Can he deliver on the biggest stage of his career thus far? Turns back, clears the
will be able to defend attack. क्या चीज का?
Yeah, Full Sense just so tunneled in on some of the wrong angles.
Defend क्या चीज का?
They're so convinced that Foot is going to be coming from the window. That Sociable is just catching them off guard, and he does this all the time in EMEA, but oh, that's a nice one from Sop. And they're just not ready. Primi tried to
मैंने एक ऐसा रेस को दिया
that angle, but it's too late.
3 सेंटी वाले मैच का
They do a great job holding the line.
अरे डिफेंस सेकंड हाफ अटैक था उनका सेकंड हाफ अटैक था
This time no outlaw to be concerned about. It's an op in the hands of Leviathan.
सेकंड हाफ ही अटैक था ना
on the same angles, but at the moment it seems like no, will just be a peek out.
हां शायद सेकंड हाफ ही
towards a long.
याद नहीं है बट भाई 3 सेंटिनल आप जी का भी कुछ भी हो डिफेंस हो या अटैक 3 सेंटिनल तो 3 जन उन्होंने भी लिया पर नहीं जीते भाई वो
This gives a lot of forward space for Foot.
3 बंदे ये लो ये पीक दिया और गया
As op shot from Sop
दे भर के पीक बाहर वाला
opportunity
पूरा
to
स्विंग
down out of garage, but ends up going a bit wide.
This is such a clever
अबे
setup.
एंगल अच्छा है बे
Leviathan is just going to be how
होल्डिंग
patient
एंगल है
is he going to wait this out? With Sociable right around that
देखो वो
corner.
फ्लैश लेके खड़ा है जैसे ही मिस किया सीधा
Be
फ्लैश
tricky for the chamber, but the reinforcements
पर टीवी मारेगा
they're going to be ready.
The face in. There's the paranoia, and Zeus is able to collect one. Now the conversion path's immediately going to be invested.
चारों बंदे लो
protected, and the stray spray from Zeus is able to find Jit Boys. Stalling out to open up, and they're just killing everyone. No vision necessary.
Oh man, that lack of map control absolutely crushes Full Sense. Cruz just gonna try to
मुझे एक चीज समझा नहीं नियॉन ने गो क्यों नहीं किया लाइक जब तक वो अल्ट लगती उसको शायद पार करके ये दोनों को मार सकता था एक को तो मार सकता था
Just around the corner at the top of sewers. Right, come checking down, and he does, and Cruz cannot find the headshot, so it's a flawless round for Foot to re-establish the lead.
Experience lack हो रहा है lack of experience.
Incredible game sense from them. Just waiting things out.
Huh?
Paranoia
Game lack हो रही है experience lack
and it hits everybody on Full Sense basically, and then it's just a firing squad.
मुझे लग रहा है एम अच्छा कर रहे हैं बट एक्सपीरियंस का
well ahead in every department, just like on Fracture. Sure, Full Sense has got a couple rounds in there off of that force buy up, but outside of that, they're looking very, very shaky.
Have the overdrive available, but it's going to be
अबे ये क्या लगाया अबे ट्रैप उसने सी पे
that passed over to Primi. Playing for an orb, trying to get that toward the force, but well, there goes the gun. Jit Boy's immediately dead as Zeus just walks out into mid.
भाई मस्त एजेंट है भाई, बस उसका वो थोड़ा टीपी वाला लंबा कर देना हल्का सा, मजा आ जाएगा।
He's posted up top site. He's able to find Premi. Now both duelists have been
वो
eliminated.
लोडिंग चला रहा हो बंदा तो अरे
at the same time, and now we'll be finished off. Continuing to walk forward, it's going to be back-to-back flawlesses. Foot once again find
जब
their
से ब्रॉक भाई ने ओडिन चलाई और चैंपियनशिप जीता है ना,
the download on how Full Sense wants to play. You know, this time Full Sense going to spread the map a little bit and
कल उसको कितना हेट मिल रहा था भाई चैट में,
covering
this ना that ना वो ना ये, bro doing only Odin. Please work, please write nerf the Odin, then we will see
with Full Sense
how will Brock play.
Sure. not quite sure what brought that one on, but it's going to be a timeout call now for Full Sense as they once again.
भाई ये मैच खत्म होगा मैं डिनर ले लूँ, ठीक है? डिनर लेकर बहुत खराब तो नहीं कर सकता। एक बात बताओ, मैंने हाँ नहीं होगा, मैंने लेट लंच किया ना आज। ओडिन चला सकते तो मैं भी खेल सकता टूर्नामेंट। अरे क्या चलाता है वो ओडिन भाई, क्या भयंकर चलाता है वो ओडिन भाई, लेके बैठ जाएगा, 2-3 बंदे आराम से खाता है भाई वो। क्रॉस टेली भाई, मैंने आज एक वो सीरीज खत्म की भाई, वो मर्डर माइंडफुल ऐसा कुछ तो भाई वाहियात भाई, मेरे को ऐसा लगा मेरे लाइफ के बहन से कुछ घंटे बर्बाद हो गए।
I mean, you need him to be firing as Full
भाई मतलब नेटफ्लिक्स पे इतनी गोबर सीरीज भी आती हैं, मुझे तो लगा सिर्फ नेटफ्लिक्स गोटेड सीरीज ही डालता है।
On the Phoenix on both maps has just not gotten the value that you look for. You are going to have the tour de force with Leviathan and Jit Boys all
मर्डर कर रहा ना, ये कर रहा ना, बैंच पूरी गैंग खुद चला रहा गांड। 11 देखे जी पे, अरे जी नहीं है यार मेरे पास, जी इतना बड़े कंप्यूटर क्या मारा भाई, अच्छा मारा यार वो,
an off angle.
भाई मतलब वो कूदते ही उधर देखा।
Go ahead, peek out and be able to connect with that so quickly. Sop is just operating on a completely different level.
एक मिनट, मैंने जी पे देखा था मैंने कुछ ना।
There it is, and Leviathan unable to find the flick, and he's going to be the one.
अरे जी होगा मेरे पास ब्लॉक भी।
Some through actually on his Corsalis. The wall bang does connect.
11 देखना।
While Jit Boys checking down in the sewers.
आप वो बोले मूवी है ना इसलिए मैं देख नहीं रहा हूँ यार, मेरे को मूवी देखना पसंद नहीं आता है।
Spike can be planted, but this is going to be a difficult hold for Full Sense. So the Nightfall's immediately going to be invested, but Sop just maintains that angle and he's able to find Leviathan. 3 players now to try to hold this line. It's the up and over. In doesn't matter with the paranoia. Sop just plays distraction while the rest of his team picks up the pieces, and it is another.
भाई coordination कितना flawless ले रहे भाई, 2 flawless लगातार
This is incredible. I mean, Sop on the jet. Absolutely love the movement. Absolutely love the confidence that he's bringing in. Doesn't matter if he's paranoid or not. He's getting in their faces. He's got shots. He is doing it all. Exactly what you want to see. And I mean, again, look at these POVs from the foot players. It's
भाई कल G2 वाला एक बंदा बोलता है, नाम भूल गया, बोलता है hey G, come up, we wanna play against you.
They're in a panic. They're in a daze.
It's perfect. Like we drew it. Like we drew it.
I mean, it's literally perfect in every single facet.
I agree.
मूवी कौन बोला, सीरीज है? सीरीज है क्या? अरे तब देख
On this map for Foot. They're sticking to the game plan, and Full Sense just can't break it. They can't find a way to shake up Foot right now.
And Foot right now, maybe giving them a little bit of an opportunity here, thinking that Full Sense was going to change directions in towards that C site, and it's going to be still an operator available for Leviathan. And he's going to take some control here, so Full Sense being a little bit more proactive over at A, but they were in the previous round, and it did not end up mattering because the retake and the shots were just too good.
Of course he's good for it. And he's going to stick around. Prowler doesn't scout him. And it's double shots to the back. The punish isn't there. He repeats. He finds Cruz. And then he overheats a little bit, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Crystali cleans it up. And this map is already looking rounds in.
I mean, he's just incredible. He's got the style. He's got the composure. He's got it all right now. This is stellar work on the jet.
भाई वो रिवर कैश मारा कि नोस को मार दूंगा ये
to clean up what Sop started.
I think he should have been playing Jet earlier. They might have won EMEA if he just walked over to it. His Neon's good, but this is looking immaculate.
I agree. This is so fun to watch right now.
भाई वो नियॉन बहुत दूर निकल गया था यार, कैसे मर गया वो?
Oh, he saw the head.
Okay, a rare whiff at this point.
मेरे को समझा नहीं। हेलो, क्या हाल चाल है लवी, कैसी हो?
Just continue to get into the head of Cruz here. Well, Yetche playing this pixel angle. Not going to be able to connect with those bullets, but still maintains control of this site. Full sense. Like it's fairly unassailable.
You got to find a way to set up Jip Boys with his ult here.
Pressure बोलते।
Big win condition.
Big people, how are you? मैं बढ़िया। क्या big people यार, मैं तो यहीं रहता हूँ, कहाँ जाऊँगा मैं? तुम भाई बड़े लोग हो भाई, दिखती नहीं हो आप।
Look at the discipline though.
क्या सीन है भाई?
Just give up that space.
पैसा क्या कमाने लग गई, भूल गई ना?
Protocols to be able to take going. So see how they do decide to pilot it. Plenty of noise being made, but for now, Leviathan playing this patiently. Jitboy's going to be taking down Leviathan. Does manage to catch one. Social will fall, but he can't find the follow-up as Yetche peeks out in the window and manages to strike him down. Primy's dead, Kahlua gone. And but again, it may not be flawless, but it's one casualty. They are catch capped, and they now have the lead secured 7-2.
वैलो कब खेलना हो गया, आते ही नहीं हो। मैं तो रोज दोपहर में वैलो खेलता हूँ।
Incredible work. You gotta as well.
मैं तो रोज दोपहर में खेलता हूँ। अभी थोड़ा रैंक पे थोड़ा ध्यान दे रहा हूँ, बट वो रैंक कम हो नहीं रहा है।
Love investing the Cypher ult there. It means that Killua is in a bad spot where he has to go for the big play to out of the smoke because he's going to be revealed in that position shortly.
भाई क्या क्लीन है भाई।
Wave to the camera.
कौन से फेस कैम है भाई?
We're doing well.
I mean, it just feels like playground bullying at this point.
It does. And Zeus has got another convergent pass here.
अबे नवी तुम तो शाम को आती हो ना? अरे बहन के साथ तो बहन के साथ नहीं खेल रहे तो कहाँ से होगा? बात कोई भी सही है। अबे तुम दोपहर में कब आती हो भाई खेलने?
Good at all. As now run it back, going through.
Dinner done? नहीं dinner done नहीं।
Just go ahead, tuck away on that long side, and maybe.
आज मैंने पुलाव ज्यादा बनाया हुआ है कि भाई मैं शाम में भी थोड़ा खा।
Yep, there's the
तू खाएगा उसने हेड मार दिया हूँ।
Crystalli finds another.
अरे! Oh my God! खा यार भाई। एक बंदा अगर इतना मारेगा तो कैसे जीतेंगे भाई?
It just feels like daylight robbery.
वो चेम्बर किसको देख रहा उधर?
Just a master class.
मैं खेल ही नहीं रही आज। क्यों क्या हो गया? Karun is saying that he is playing with senior citizen. हाँ हमारे साथ एक senior citizen। अरे लवी को पता है ज़रूर भाई।
A solid shot to take down Sop. How badly do Foot want to pursue for this kill? I mean, they've got plenty of money.
वो खुद भी तो excuse me.
Play this reserved, play this patiently.
हाँ तुम्हारे लिए senior citizen तुम बोल
themselves up one by one.
You are 14 years old. You.
Yeah,
14 years old with 5.3 inch height.
Just out maneuvering them, outsmarting them. I don't know any other way to say it because I feel like a broken record at this point.
5 feet
it's
3
just the little things that they're doing.
5 feet 3.
You know, Crystalli tucks in, and even though there seems to be some awareness from Jip Boys that he could be there, he just doesn't really react to it. And then I just tease up Crystalli, Leviathan.
Long
one. Quite split the difference there.
And nearly able to have it, will be able to retain that operator. But this is no closer to full sense, bringing things back 8-4. Best they can now hope for, and just given the trend, it just seems impossible at this point. They will be able to scrape together.
है कभी खेलने आओ साथ में बताती हूँ कौन है छोटा है जी तो तुम ही तो छोटी हो भाई 5-3 तो हो 5-4 हो शायद 5-4 या
So he does
Butkun
this round. This one's got to go for full sense, but
Butkun.
You feel like on Haven, another slightly attacker-sided map. This is potentially out of control. Again, it just feels like the
जो से रेड कप खेलना बताओ मैं तो कभी भी तैयार हूँ बताओ
kind of ignored, looking for maybe just a player to pop out of the smoke.
This off again. Finds Jit Boys and
कल के लिए शाम में 4 बजे डुओ बताओ फ्री हो
didn't hear a tailwind, so they know that he's widely going to be still tucked in that cubby. Does now burn it.
हो जाए भाई प्रोफले ने मैच से पहले बोला था प्रीमी को उसके रीजन में ही मारना आता है बस वही गेम में दिखाऊंगा मेरी टीम के साथ, मेरे सामने ही नहीं खेल पाएगा प्रेमी। भाई सच बोल दिया भाई उसने, एक्चुअली सच बोल दिया। लाइक भाई वो नहीं चल पा रहा भाई यहाँ। लाइक मैंने उसको
now starting to swing, and there's the catch. Crew's going to be taken down. Primi throwing out that curveball, is able to find one, but can't clean up both kills. Only able to get a J. Kahlua, however, coming away with the waylay.
मैंने उसको इतना लाइक जब वो जी के सामने खेला, मैंने मतलब लाइक पूरा पैसिफिक देखा हमने ना, बट मैंने उसको देखा नहीं इतना फिनिश खेलते हुए जितना उसने जेट खेला है। इसलिए बार बार देखो जब मारता है ना प्रेमी प्रेमी बोलता है और देखेगा भी। ओह ये ध्यान नहीं दिया।
Sprinting over towards C, Foot with every little bit of information they could possibly want. Aranabu set up in the garage as he tries to get this plant in play. A couple of seconds to spare, forced away from it. Now has to commit, and he's deep in backside, and the time is gone.
क्या खेला भाई उसके सेम रीड किया। Won't disturb you further, have fun Primi। अरे बोला तो मैं।
They're consistently being swept off their feet.
I just love the intelligence here being shown by Foot. I don't like Full Sense just falling for the same angle again from Sop, not doing anything to try to back him off that angle. But Sociable plays this so well. He knows he's got so much to play with. He uses TP to create that crossfire.
ये क्या मैसेज है ऊपर वाला? क्या है वो
मैसेज? Tries to go to the other side.
बैक करके 2 मैच पहले देखो जब उसने उसको दिखाते हैं राउंड एंड पे लिटरली बोलता है प्रीमी
I don't even have to shoot my gun. I just need to make you not be able to commit to the
हाँ सुना मैंने आपको मैसेज करती हूँ 4 बजे एनएच के 4 बजे एनएच के तो कब बताओ ना टाइम। अरे वही तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ टाइम तो बताओ, टाइम बताओ। 2 बजे होगी।
And the money's all over the place. A couple of ultimates to work.
अब मेरे को तुम्हारे ऑफिस का टाइम नहीं पता तो मैं कैसे बताऊं कि कब मेरे को तुम बताओ। मैं तो रहता ही पूरा
going to be enough because it hasn't been since round 3.
No, and to make matters worse, Sop's got his Bladestorm here for this round, and we know what he can do with that. So
पर ऐसा मत करना भाई, मैं आ रही हूँ ग्रम्पी भाई, मैं 2 ही गेम खेलूंगी फिर मैं जाऊँ। मैं बता रहा हूँ अभी ये जो तुम्हारा नाटक है ना, मैं जा रही हूँ, मैं आइसक्रीम खाने जाऊंगी ना, मैं इधर जाऊंगी ना, मैं उधर जाऊंगी ना, मैं आज बूटी का बाल खाऊंगी। भाई ये मस्ती नहीं चलेगी, पहले बता रहा हूँ।
If you want to see Full Sense be able to bring this back, they need this next round. They need your energy, so make some noise.
make some वो दो चल रहा है, सिर्फ ये फूट वाले आवाज कर रहा हूँ। एफएस वालों का तो बोलती ही बंद हो गया।
Will it just be devastation again?
हाँ भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ पहले।
Clear this angle, so Sop still able to get himself implanted in sewer, continuing to swing out wider and wider.
अरे बच गया।
It's a bit of damage. He does tailwind away.
अरे यार लाइट
Nightfall now going to be the that connects on the 3 players here on the site. Full Sense looking to try to up the pace. Sop, however, drawing out the blades just to close the gap. Is able to find one of the ball, and Zeus now getting involved. Is able to find Cruz to boot. Swing in, can't find the adjustment, but Sociable on high.
3 मारा उसने ऊपर खड़े हो गए।
It's 10-2.
It just doesn't matter. You hit 3 players with a Nightfall.
All the way for the stage, see you bro. That's been a bye, chicken. Good night.
High-low setup covering sewers. Sop does his job. He takes Primi out of the round, and after that, look at what he can do.
और उसको 2 मिलियन
So now an 8-round deficit. Full Sense need everything to be played perfect.
10-2 प्रिंट किया तो था अपने वाले में। चलो फिर पार्टी दो, चलो जल्दी लॉबी हो जाए। जी पे नंबर भेजो जल्दी। प्रेमी से पूछा मैच से पहले माइक लेकर कि आपका क्या कहना है क्रॉसप्ले के कमेंट पे, वी विल लूज। पैसिफिक वाले बजना नहीं छोड़ते, ये तो है। पर एक टीम है जो बचती है तो दिखाती भी है। पेपर एक्स नो मनी, ये कौन बोल रहा है यार, कौन बोल रहा है नो मनी? अभी मैं कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं, समझ जाओ। मतलब जिसके पास इतना पैसा है वो बोल रहा है नो मनी। जो सुबह वो क्या आइस लाटे मचा वॉटएवर जो भी है भाई, जो मैं मेरे को पता भी नहीं वो होता क्या है, वो सब पीते। मॉर्निंग उनकी वैसी होती है, रात में 2 बजे आइसक्रीम खाने जाते हैं। वो लोग बोल रहे हैं इतने अमीर लोग। ये लेवेन नाम का बंदा भी, हाँ लेवेन नाम का बंदा भी है। भाई कल एक बंदे का नाम था चाइना की टीम में लाइफ, ये कैसा नाम हुआ भाई लाइफ? किसकी लाटे? अरे कुछ तो लाटे, आइज लाटे, ऐसा कुछ तो लाटे। अबे कल कुछ तो परसों कुछ CSGO में हिस्ट्री हुई ना, कुछ 12-0 था एंड दे कम बैक ब्रो, लाइक 15-13 जीत गए वो, ऐसा कुछ हुआ। 12-0 था भाई फर्स्ट हाफ उनका, ऐसा कुछ था भाई, मेरे को एग्जैक्ट नहीं पता बट हाँ कुछ तो हिस्ट्री हुआ ऐसा, मैंने रील्स में देखा।
It's Zeus this time, topping the charts in that first half. 4 foot on the waylay.
He was doing very much the same. He and Zop always neck and neck on that fracture. The duel is just looking to be a massive cut above at the moment. I mean, 5-11, 4-11 for Premier Jit Boys. And it's the global rookie of Kahlua who's trying to keep them afloat. Leviathan as well, now going to be shifting over. We'll see if he can have a better performance from this defender side. But for now, Cruz immediately just hearing the footsteps pushing in towards the C site, and he just has to give the space. So Spike is going to be planted very quickly by Foot.
Look at Yedajay, he stuck all the way.
भाई ये लोग जो 1 सेकंड का हॉल्ट लेते हैं, मतलब 0.1 सेकंड
red at all.
इनको कोई मारता नहीं है
The
सर।
corners has not really been
भाई ये क्या है भाई, वो साइफर
a big positive for Full Sense so far in this series. Yedajay will just be able to have the catch.
भाई इतना रीड
Put down Leviathan.
Bro.
Down decently here, so some damage can be found, but push out of the smoke, and Zeus just has him.
Oh, don't want to.
Very
Very
you again in this
Very
pistol, because that's what they need. Cruz now on the arrival. Picks him up at the time and starting to bleed down. Looking for that defuse, the paranoia. Not going to be connecting. Remy looking to try to hold it, and okay. Gets himself a 4K. One charge away from having the ult online. Full Sense will find their first necessary pistol.
Nice.
It felt labored. I mean,
I
really like the idea.
I like it.
Got the Cypher lingering, but oh man, Primi hits 2 quick headshots.
ये थोड़ी सी कुछ टाइम पहले मार देते भाई प्रीमी भाई, थोड़ा सा फॉर्म में आते।
And a lot of confidence there. Nice to have
क्या पता अभी हम
still
10
alive to set up with the smokes, even with that deep post plan.
अरे आ जा रे भाई।
Couldn't really disrupt it. Just
भाई क्या बकचोदी है यार।
Theory here. It's gonna be no buy up really, just Yedajay with the bandit. Chip Boy's actually with the shotgun. Haven't seen too much judge this event just yet.
Yeah, what is it going to look like?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, you can't do much about that one. He's just watching Sop on the entry, but Primi will be able to find that kill. At the same time, though, Cruz dead, but the weapon will be left on the floor as Primi arrives on the C site fast enough to find that punish. ADS in, Primi maybe starting to come alive, gets himself a 3K. As it's now just going to be make this a little bit more costly.
Cypher?
Do have the trademark over here in
तब भी गेम हो सकता था ना।
going the other way, so probably.
बट उसका एंगल अच्छा होल्ड किया था, ओमन को ज्यादा ही ऐसा अच्छा ब्रेन लगा।
Think about challenging it.
कि भाई मैं पूरा वाइड जाके एकदम एज पे प्लांट करती हूँ।
Find any more value.
Well, will not. Facing forward, Leviathan. Second shot will connect. And okay, Full Sense. 2 in a row.
साला ऐसा उबलता है
Get themselves up to 4, but it's going to take a hell of a lot more than this to really start convincing us. Bonus conversion might just do the trick.
Yeah, it's almost a necessary bonus
मैंने पर मैं यहाँ एक चीज देखी है यार, लाइक यहाँ
from Primi able to get in there and bail out. Could have maybe been a tie.
यहाँ के घरों में जो लाइक जो बालकनीज देते हैं ना, पहली चीज तो बिल्डर हर घर में आपको बालकनी देगा, और दूसरी चीज भाई जो इतने अक्खा भाई जो दरवाजा ही शीशे का, भाई अक्खा दरवाजा शीशे का बना देते भाई ये लोग। गर्मी में कितना दिक्कत होता है भिंडी वो शीशा ऑब्वियसली भाई क्या ये पत्ता वाला स्ट्रेटजी अच्छा है भाई, इधर से पत्ता उधर, फिर उधर एंगल होल्ड करके बैठो, एक मारो नीचे कुछ लगाया था अच्छा।
He already realizes he's in trouble.
Dripping away, and Rendezvous won't take him out to safety, so quickly backpedal away. Meanwhile, Tripwire going to be noting this entry in the window.
Entry मिल गया भाई उसको, 4 बंदे ये खेल
can be planted. 5v5 for the post plant.
नहीं 2 मिड थे शायद। हाँ,
but looking decently favored for now.
पूरा सिटी लेने के बाद टीम पे टीम
Lewis
जाएंगे
cleared a trip at long.
भाई शिगा
Immediately, and it's going to be Leviathan dead. The ult nullified. Cruz still trying to work his way over here. The time is starting to bleed down. Premier spot on the one. The cam's going to be sent in. Jitboys is just sprinting forward onto the side, but he's just not moving
अरे
fast enough.
जिटबॉस किधर था किधर भाग रहा है भाई
To close the gaps. The cleanup looking good here as Cruz now to try to find a little bit more damage, but he cannot. Some armor rebuys with 3 players still staying alive. Put now just 2 rounds away from taking the series.
Yeah, I mean, Full Sense here caught up in some of Yedijay's utility, so they can't really get some flanks going. And then just has the confidence to kind of understand, okay, the
चेंबर का बैट लगता भाई
let's get ahead of that ult. Let's make sure it can't find any value. Throw the
इसके मर
paranoia,
गया
push
भाई
out, shut down the
अगर एफएस हारा तो बाहर क्या नहीं एक चांस और मिलेगा
again. So this is just
जो भी टीम अभी हार रही है ना आज या कल में जो भी टीम हारे उनको एक चांस और मिलेगा
wants to try to bring to the table. Looked a little bit dicey there for a second for Jitboys. He's going to peel back. This looks like a full-on B hit.
इतना बढ़िया सब जगह सैंडविच किया तो रीग्रुप भी हो गया वही मुझे भी नहीं समझा था
Sociable still from behind is able to find a kill on a Kalu, and Cruz tries to hold this line. Final bullet does connect. Gets himself into a 1v2. The spike here at his feet. Sociable on that reposition, but Cruz is focused forward, finding out in towards mid. Just trying to isolate these picks. He's in, re-swings out. Considers the ult for a reposition. Just slots back over to the connector side. Spike at the same time does get grabbed, and with 50 seconds to play, Yedijay could go anywhere, but Cruz on his heels. But he pumps the brakes. He doesn't go swinging out.
Bhai, don't tell me
he does not have the sights trained on this side.
Nice one, nice one.
Will find himself a monstrous Red Bull clutch.
भाई मुझे लगा वो ये तुझे मार देगा भाई घूम के जी को कितना चांस है जी को भी एक ही चांस है लोअर स्टार है ना वो मतलब लोअर ब्रैकेट मतलब कि #3 है ना भाई वो समझ रहे हो
Tide turner. Let's see. It is still going to be.
अगर पैसिफिक में जीत जाती ना तो भाई आज पेपर है जैसा आराम करती ये लोग इधर भिड़ते रहते वो लोग आराम करते वो लोग एकदम उधर ग्रुप स्टेज के बाद आते
Pressure from this point. They still have a very healthy 6-round lead, but they would rather just end this.
ये मैच अभी खत्म हुआ तो जल्दी स्टार्ट हो जाएगा होगा क्या मैच हाँ ऐसा नहीं है उधर की अगर 9:30 बजे दिया तो 9:30 बजे स्टार्ट होगा डिपेंड्स ऑन ये कब खत्म हो रहा है मुझे लगता है कि एक मैच अगर एक सीरीज का मैच चल रहा है लाइक बेस्ट ऑफ 3 चल रहा है तो एक मैच खत्म होता है उसके बाद 15 मिनट की ब्रेक होती है ठीक है 15 मिनट की ब्रेक के बाद दूसरा मैच होता है जब वो पूरी एक सीरीज खत्म हो जाती है तो शायद आधे घंटे का पूरा ब्रेक होती है हाँ आई गेस आधे घंटे का पूरा ब्रेक होती है और फिर चालू होता है दूसरा लाइक जी और लेविएथन मेरा लगता नहीं है मेरा चलेगा मेरा पीसी बंद हो जाएगा पूरी लाइट चली जाएगी ये मैच के बाद 30 मिनट ब्रेक फिर रैंक गेम हाँ फिर जी का गेम लगेगा
just you know that round's one bullet away from being theirs really
also have this ult cycle
पीस नो है भाई जी पीस नो स्टोला नो तो भाई क्या मार रहे हैं भाई तुमको कल का एक्चुअली एनर्जी कल अच्छा खेला होगा सेकंड में सेकंड में अच्छा खेला वो जो आदि भाई बता रहा था आदि भाई हो क्या खाने में क्या दे रहा था मैंने दोपहर में वो पुलाव बनाया था 2 बजे वही थोड़ा बचा कर रखा वही खाऊंगा जी आज जीतेगा चांसेस है क्योंकि लेव अपने रीजन से इतनी स्ट्रांग नहीं है बट कंपेयर टू पैसिफिक ओ माय गॉड उसके मुंह पे चला गया भाई कंपेयर टू पैसिफिक स्ट्रांग
now has been I believe tripped off as well.
Yep. हाँ मैं वो बोल रहा था वो जो मैं आपको मैच बता रहा था ना 3 सेंटी वाला वही लोग डीआरजी ने हार गए माय बैड डीआरजी जो भी थी एक्सेल जीती शायद हाँ एक्सेल जीती वो लोग हारे थे हाँ 2-0 था ना कल का मैच उसमें एक ही बंदा वो था कीको भाई 35 फकिंग किल्स भाई एक मैच ओमन खेल के
You have the Blade Storm, of course.
Lotus.
Pivotal. Sociable watching that backside. Again, he has been so good today, just with the awareness.
One more, baby. Come on.
Good to know, Bambino. He knows
भाई
his
बहुत
maps.
चिल्ला भाई इसका गला वाला बैठता नहीं है क्या
Way better than
हर
his
मैच में ऐसा चिल्लाता मेरे को भाई डर लग रहा है निखिल भाई कि मेरा खाना वो खराब ना हो गया दोपहर का बनाया हुआ गर्मी का टाइम है मेरे को आइडिया नहीं है
Clearly suspicious of this, but has to give away the space. But now he's going to be trapped in the site and top.
GG.
Will collect the elimination. Sociable still here. Now flushed out.
अरे
Python brings it back.
स्मोक नहीं दिया टीपी मार दिया ऊपर
On a back pop, the tuck into the corner. Premi has not checked this one at all, but he's still able to find Cristal.
अरे
Getting
प्रीवी
taken down. Backs over to connect.
प्रीवी नहीं रखा अरे तभी गर्म था और मैं
Concern
उसके
if
बाद
you are full sense.
रखना भूल गया रात को भी नहीं वही खाओगे हाँ वही
With the drop down, and Premi is able to find both duelists, Sop and Zeus. Knocked out of the park, and now it is down to Yedajay. The ping reveal, but Chit Boys playing forward. Catches him off guard in full sense. Could be sticking around at least for a little
क्या क्या डाला था
longer.
चावल में अरे चावल में कांदा डाला आलू डाला मटर डाला मिर्ची डाली और जो मसाले रहता है वो डाला अदरक लहसुन नहीं डाला
Premi going absolutely crazy.
कब बनाया था 2 बजे बनाया था मैंने
Yedajay throws behind the run it back at the A-Link exit. It doesn't end up amounting to much, but I love the fury. But because Premi just re-wraps up and
नहीं
drops
कुछ खराब
down
नहीं
and
होगा
drops 3,
नहीं होगा नहीं होना चाहिए यार
that gives full sense another lifeline, but they need 6
भाई मेरे को
more in a
चावल
row.
अभी मम्मी आएगी तो मम्मी के साथ चावल खरीदने जाना है भाई प्रॉब्लम क्या पता है यहाँ स्टीम कोलम राइस नहीं मिलता और मेरे को आदत वही है मतलब हम मुंबई में वही खाते हैं और यहाँ का चावल भैंचो कितना भी उसको सीटी मारो भाई वो गीला का गीला ही रहता है भाई 10-10 सीटी मारता हूँ भैंचो वो नहीं होता नॉर्मल
And that's going to be duelist down again.
All good, चिल्ला ठीक है वो
Shifts over, reads his lurk forward.
डन है फिर तो इतना जल्दी थोड़ी खराब होता है
Now it's just Sociable and Cristalli to try
नहीं
and
मम्मी
see if they
बोलती
can somehow
गर्मी शायद मैं 12 बजे बनाता तो शायद अभी तक शायद खराब
full
होता
sense trying to get within 5.
अभी ये गेम के बाद जाऊंगा ना ब्रो यू नो कौन इज अनहेल्दी
Field on the horn, but Cristalli is boxed in. The spike
भाई
is
मेरे
now
को तो
down.
मजा आ गया था यार
Sociable. Well, he's got a minute and 5
इधर कौन
seconds
लोकल
and
नहीं
wants to
मिलता
hold
मेरे
on
को
to this
ब्लिंकिट से
weapon.
मंगाना पड़ता वरना मैं रोज वही खाऊंगा तीसरी बार हो रहा है ये लगातार 3 राउंड में अलग भलता ही पकड़ा जा रहा है एडी बाजी क्या हाल चाल है राम राम कैसे हो
5 more to go and 4 ultimates to try to utilize to continue this run back.
वो बंदे को क्या भर दिया था
I
सब
feel like full sense is giving themselves a shout, but some of these rounds where their
अरे वो बहुत
aim is
पुराने
starting to come
बंदे यार
off,
वो
the
पॉइजन में
coordination
पहले
now
बहुत
starting to come through just took way
Like,
too long.
he was the first person like मेरे को आज तक का सबसे बड़ा सुपर चैट उन्होंने ही किया था सबसे बड़ा भाई मेरे को 1000 रुपया का 2000 का ऐसा कुछ तो था आज तक का मेरे चैनल में सबसे बड़ा सुपर चैट उनका है
Ripped for Leviathan behind the rifle. Just feels like might as well use it now. Might get another one if we can keep stringing them together anyway.
Have the money for an off the back of this as well.
True.
Just trying to get that healthy weapon cycle started here. Is it drone? Not going to be spotting out much of anything.
खत्म करो यार जी ले चलो भाई
Unable to scale forward, held back by that trademark for now, and it looks like Foot wants to try to explore a different part of the map. Premi at the same time, he's got himself tucked all the way up.
आज मैं हीमैन देख के आया हीमैन क्या
Here's the thing. Sociable
पिक्चर है
is going to clear.
ये तो जो बोले वो सही है
Face out, and the 50 shot takes down. Cristalli does manage to peel back one as Jit Boys will fall. Get Kahlua tagged to 40.
नहीं वो अनहेल्दी तो मेरे को नहीं समझा भाई वो
Space was
अनहेल्दी
taken because A had been completely
और
abandoned.
अगर चीज भी कुछ आप क्वांटिटी में खाओ तो वो भी अनहेल्दी नहीं है अगर मैं कॉर्न में चीज भी डालता तो जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है लाइक अगर कुछ ग्राम लो तो मुझे नहीं लगता वो चीज अनहेल्दी होगा
Incredible map movement right now from Foot. They are just making full sense guess.
He knows that Yedajay is going to be lurking around this site, but he doesn't know that he's already gotten himself deeply entrenched inside of it. Now Premi considering a double back, but with the spike planted, he has to play forward. He has to play towards the site itself. The shot goes wide. Leviathan unable to find the enemy Sova. Now Premi needing to continue do incredible work, but it's just a firing squad
उसको पीक लेके भी पहले पीछा ना मार रहा है
would have to pull off a miracle here and now.
अबे किसको देख रहा है भाई ये
Shock Dart takes him down to 19. And it just feels like this one is already over. The nightfall to be committed.
मेरा भाई गए थे साथ में कितने का टिकट पड़ा अगर गलती से मैं जाकर निकाल दी ना किसी जी फाड़ दूंगा आपकी
Since
सीट
we've
में।
seen them on the global stage, but they have clearly been
नहीं यार पॉसिबल नहीं था, मेरे को तो नहीं लग रहा था जीतेगी। अरे भाई लाइट आ जा यार, इतना इतना लेट।
Start to finish, it felt like they were in full control. Everything from the pistols, the macro, the micro.
साइफर को ढूंढ रहा था वो।
Style, Sop on the jet, incredible.
अच्छा साइफर को ढूंढ रहा, मैं बोला बैंचो कब से देख रहा है, कौन है भाई। जी हार गई इस बार तो बाहर, नहीं नहीं चांस मिलेगा उसको, कल मैचेस होंगे शायद उनके, कल या परसों, आज ही पता चल जाएगा कब होंगे मैचेस। रुको मैं थंबनेल चेंज कर दूं।
them come alive. We saw Primi. I mean, the fact that he rebounded and ended up basically tying Sop in kills, considering how this map started, is incredible in its own right. But it was far too late in both of these maps to make a go of it. But just had the advantage at every twist and turn. So congratulations to these guys. They are looking
जीतना कंपलसरी है नहीं,
anybody that's going to be in that 1-0 bracket.
जीतना कंपलसरी। हाँ अगर ऐसा बोलो तो भाई जीतना कंपलसरी, ऑब्वियसली आपको फिर अगर आप जीत गए तो आपको हारने के बाद आपको एक चांस और मिले, समझ रहे हो, वरना तो अभी अगर हार गए तो आपको बस एक मिलेगा और फिर गिर गए, खत्म। ऐसा दो चांस मिलेंगे ना फिर, समझे, आपने ये जीता फिर आप अगला हारे फिर एक और चांस, लाइक एक तरह से आप अपर रैकेट जाके फिर लोअर रैकेट आए। क्या देखने जा रहे थे, वीएलआर।
I played like how I play and we beat them. Yeah, it was fine.
It was quite simple. It literally was a very speedy 2-0. For you, we saw some changes. We're used to seeing you play the Neon on every map. Does this mean we're going to see the Jet on every map from now on?
Yeah, I mean, I can play anything. I don't really mind the Neon nerf. I can play Neon also. So, yeah, that's
अबे हाँ,
So
कोई
actually,
Neon
maybe
नहीं खेला।
we will see some Neon in London?
You'll see.
We will see, because
कल
from
बाड़ा
that
भी नहीं खेला
performance,
Neon।
you could make a very deep run here. What did you learn from EMEA and want to change coming into Masters?
I mean, I didn't really learn anything. I just play.
You just play. Well, this is the thing. It's amazing how this team, you're not the only one making their international debut. It's 4 of you. But you guys look tighter than ever as a team. What's the difference maker?
I mean, everyone is full locked in right now, and we are performing better than EMEA, and probably that's why we dominate them.
And we're going to see some more op going forward too?
Of course.
अबे कौन कौन आई है, टीएच ये, अच्छा वाइटलिटी आई है, थर्ड वाइटलिटी आई है। ये देखो ना, ये अगर मैच हार गई ना तो यहाँ जो होगा ना, ये मुझे लगता है ये लोअर ब्रैकेट, मतलब जो कल हारी होगी और जो आज हारेगी, ये उनका मैचेस होंगे यहाँ, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। ये इतना ब्राउजर स्लो क्यों चलता है मेरा, जो क्या सिस्टम है भाई, ये मुझे समझ नहीं आता भाई ये। एक मिनट, राउंड 2 1-0 स्विच स्टेज, हाँ तो यही होगा ना फिर, ये जो जीते होंगे वही होगा, हाँ ये होगा, और ये जो हारेंगे ये उसका है। हमारा 9 तारीख को होगा मैच पे, यप हमारा 9 तारीख को, तो आई गेस कल होगा एनआरजी वर्सेस वाइटलिटी, दैट वो मैच मजा आ जाएगा, अगर हुआ तो। आ गई लाइट, अरे बीच मेरी गांड फट गई, मेरी गांड फट गई चारों की। कैसे एनर्जी वर्सेस, हाँ एनर्जी वर्सेस वाइटलिटी होगा, क्योंकि एक ही रीजन की 2 टीम तो नहीं हो सकती। और अगली साल से मैंने सुना, ये वैनम बता रहा था मेरे को, अगली साल से जी अगर क्वालिफाई की, लाइक वैलोरेंट का कुछ तो रूल आ रहा है कि अगर आप इंडियन टीम हो या कोई भी रीजन की टीम हो तो आपको वो रीजन का एक प्लेयर रखना कंपलसरी है। ये मैंने सुना, मतलब मेरे को सिर्फ बताया गया, मुझे एग्जैक्टली नहीं पता। अब हमने पे छठा बंदा भी है, छठा भी खेल रहा है क्या? और कितने बंदे भाई, अच्छा स्टाफ है, स्टाफ नट कुछ सिस्टम। वो हमसे 5 के साथ हम एक भी एक्स्ट्रा नहीं रखे हैं कुछ ऐसा। ये लाइक करो, चैट लाइक करो यार। ये क्या हो रहा है भाई ये? एक मिनट। अरे बराबर तो है, तो कल के लिए बिटरेट मांग रहा है ये इतना? 10 कर दो क्या? है भाई। क्या बोल रहा था तुम लोग? कुछ बताने जा रहा था। हाँ किक बोल रहा था, किक देखने, किक पे देखने जा रहा था कि कितनी ऑडियंस भरी है, कुछ कोई देख भी रहा है कि नहीं। हाँ बिंग भाई इधर ही कर रहे हैं। भाई एक्चुअली भाई लाइक इतनी भी वॉचिंग आ रही है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। प्लीज वॉचिंग ये प्लेटफॉर्म पे। इधर क्या वैलोरेंट, वैलोरेंट को 10,500 की वॉचिंग आती है। वो 007 को तो 600 की वॉचिंग आ रही है। कौन देख रहा है? सिर्फ बिंग देख रहे हैं अभी। लेटर बिंग्स देख रहा है, ये भी है मैन आर्ट आर्म्स। ओ ये, अरे ये तो वो है, ये तो वो तमिल तेलुगु किधर का है, क्या बोलते हैं, कौन सी लैंग्वेज है बता दो। वो है,
അത് കൊള്ളാം അത് കൊള്ളാം ഇത് ഓട് ഓട്
इसका मैंने एक बार थंबनेल चुरा था चैट, पता है। और उसको पता है वो थंबनेल हट रही हो। मैं बोला क्या हो गया भाई? तो फिर यही आया ब्रो, मेरा थंबनेल मत यूज कर। मैं बोला अरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, मेरे को पता नहीं था भाई, मेरे को मिला तो मैंने ले लिया, मेरे को क्या पता बैच इधर का ही है। ओ ये कौन है कॉम्बैट रे? 1,500 की 2,000 की वॉचिंग है भाई बंदे को।
Valorant kesitleri değil ya. Mesela şu içeriği
Google
oraya
mu?
atıyor.
ये कौन सा भाषा है बे? टर्किश।
Ana kanala atacağım içerikler birazcık daha öğretici. Şu tarz. Radinal Showers'ta bir oyuncu var. Onu beklerken Sky kurdu geliyor ve beni sarsacağından ötürü
3 देख रहे हैं ना, 3 देख रहे हैं, ये भी देख रहा है। 2x 600 की वॉचिंग 4। अबे है बे लोग, कल क्यों बोल रहा था वो नहीं है? अच्छे खासे वॉच पार्टी। ये कौन है? श्री राम गेम।
Let's go 3 then.
Let's move on to the next one.
I'm trying to fix this.
यूट्यूब क्या भाई की? देखो मैं यूट्यूब इसका कैसे दिखता है?
Is this okay?
अरे कैसे दिखता है चैट ये?
It's perfect right now. Yeah.
ये भी उधर का ही है शायद, तमिलो में का ही है शायद।
It's okay, bro. It's perfect right now.
क्रिट फैमिली।
I'm going to a different dimension because of the screaming. You know?
कहाँ से आवाज आ रहा है ये?
Happiness in my voice.
I can feel your happiness. So that.
Back from vacation, background on your hours.
Yes.
That guy was pretty handsome, so I think putting him in a
VCT Masters। अरे देख रहे हैं, कर सकते हैं हम यहाँ पे। People are watching bro, people are watching, but people watching this so far by 2 लाख की वॉचिंग चली गई। तो आयरन की कितनी? 50,000।
Sometimes it's
ये कल ये आज तो 80,000 थी भाई, इतनी कम हो गई रात होते ही। भाई तुम लोगों को मैं वो बंदा दिखाऊं? अरे बैटरी बैटरी करके कोई बंदा था यार, बैडी लगी है। फोर बैडीज, फोर। What the la
I'm so sorry, bro. Jetu J, I'm so sorry. Jetu, where is the camera? Number 2? Jetu, you're the goat of screaming. I'm so sorry for putting you on number 4. I'm sorry, bro. I love you, but that guy is, it's like whenever you're studying for screaming, Like you're in the PhD, you know, your teacher is teaching you about Jet to J how to scream.
भाई रुको मैं डिनर लेके आ जाता
I
हूँ.
can't let that guy beat my ass,
No,
bro.
Damn.
Hey,
It's all
okay
good, it's all
because
good.
you're gonna get the chance in Masters London
To
to
beat
be
him
the
in
best
scream.
screamer, okay? All right. Hope you guys have fun on stage and let's scream our way out, okay? Ready?
You gotta practice at night in the
Yeah,
hotel.
you can scream bye. You can scream bye.
Oh shit.
And then we'll just
Goodbye!
bye-bye.
Bye guys.
Hello, Sato, and welcome back to Masters London. We'll be going to match 2 of day 2. I'm Victoria, joined by Billy and Minnie. And leading into this, I want to ask you guys, do you have a favorite player scream? How would you rank that?
Yatuj, I have to admit.
Yeah?
Like, they got kind of so dirty that they left him last there. But yeah, he is definitely the GOAT of screaming.
I think it was on purpose that they put Yetujay in last. Like we saw in that first match the amount of screaming that was going on. So yeah, I think it has to be Yetu.
Well, maybe Sato can do something today. But we can't help but be hyped about Lev. They came into London looking like one of the most exciting teams in the world after blazing their way to a second place finish in Americas. We got 4 real. This is the youngest roster we have in
Yeah, the youngest roster, and I think the roster with the best firepower at this tournament, only rivaled by PaperX. There is firepower from head to toe, and that's what you want from a young team like Lev.
Yeah, I think you would describe this team as king and his cracked zoomers, right? And I think that when you think back to their time in Americas to be able to make it here, like you mentioned, they come in as that second seed. They had a rough group stage though. They were in that group stage that had that tiebreaker situation with NRG and MIBR and G2. Like it was a tough group for them. But they come into the event as the second seed after losing to G2 in that grand final. Of course, they kind of went through that in an upper bracket run, which was actually pretty nice for them to be able to build up that confidence and get that BO5 experience before coming into London as well.
Yeah, and this roster's only in its infancy. This is the early days for this roster. I expect to be seeing this roster time and time again, and I'm honored to be watching them at their first tournament here. I think that we might be looking back at this roster in years to come and thinking, how on earth did they manage to bring these players into one team? That's how good I think they are.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a special moment today with all the teams, especially Lev. Now, one player, that we definitely have to talk about, their young star, Neon. He's looking like candidate for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, we take your pick with this roster, honestly, but Neon to me has been the shining light. He's been the best rated players in America, and it's the Chamber here that has been the highlight. Lev, all-inning on the double Judas and the Chamber, identifying the strength in this meta of just shooting people a lot more, but they have that strategic edge as well. Forcing teams
बंदे का नाम ही Neon है.
into this Neon. It's so confusing. Into this player Neon, into his Chamber op, he is frying right now.
Yeah, he's been doing absolutely incredible. He's also been doing a little bit of fragging on the Brimstone. I know that we're seeing a couple of Chamber clips here in the Julius, as you mentioned, Minnie, but I think what's so nice about Neon coming into this roster now is the fact that Lev picked him up ages ago in the academy, right? They have been nurturing this talent for years before he was able to join this roster.
Yeah, he's one of the best offers from Americas. They've described him as the Messi of Valorant. So this is it's kind of a big deal.
Jesus,
That's
yeah.
the statement. Yeah.
And one of the things too, even though he's inexperienced, I think he does a lot of that defense side calling, which makes a lot of sense as the Chamber, being able to go organize what he wants his team to do. Such a young player, that's impressive. And I'm here to watch them improve over time, but I'm just excited to see what they've got now.
अबे ये लोग को walking क्यों नहीं हुआ stage पे?
Coach owner, like bringing a lot of discipline to this young firepower here. Now let's hear from the prodigy himself, as Jen Lee had a chance to speak with him earlier today.
Jen here with Neon of Lev and Arthur for some translation. Now, Neon, you've been building a strong experience when it comes to big games since your debut in EMEA. Now you're here at your first global event. Are you feeling pressured or ready?
Você vem construindo uma sólida experiência desde a sua estreia. Agora, prestes a entrar num palco global, você sente algum tipo de pressão ou você acha que está pronto?
Mano, eu acho que eu sou uma pessoa que só vai vivendo eu como partido a partido. Não sinto como uma pressão porque eu sou simplesmente eu, não faço nada mais. E por mais que seja um campo internacional, para mim...
अबे मास्टर कौन सा इमोजी यूज कर रहा है? मेरे को दिख ही नहीं रहा ये इमोजी. मेरे को ऐसा बॉक्स दिख क्या रहा है?
que todos os deportistas sentem, tentar lidar com isso, se acontece e se não acontece, vai estar igual.
I would rather say that I tend to be a person that I deal with it like a match after match. I don't like think much more over that. But like as every like esports player feels, we may have some like points of pressure whenever we are inside. But
नया emoji है
like I'm gonna
हैं?
to deal with that. I tend to only like do my game and focus on my game, and I will be able to focus on that. And
iPhone का इसके लिए तो नहीं
much, regardless.
हो सकता है
Global stage.
Okay, well, can't wait to see you perform on that big stage. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, Leon's looking a little modest, a little humble coming into his first global appearance.
Well, one thing I like there is just admitting that there is some pressure. I think sometimes players like to pretend that there isn't. Yeah, it's going to be easy, it's going to be fine. And I love it when a player shows some maturity and admits, yeah, there might be some pressure, but I'm going to deal with it. So a lovely attitude there from Neon.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that, yeah, a lot of the players on this roster will be feeling that pressure, right? When we consider all of the rookies that we've already kind of touched on, they will be looking towards King as that more experienced member to hopefully be able to bring that confidence and help them get used to this global stage.
Well, I am curious what their opponents are thinking because it's also the first time they're on the stage. Global Esports have finally gone global and made it to a global event, becoming the very first Indian org to come here.
अरे वो दोपहर में पुलाव बनाया था वही खा रहा
There are a lot of memes about this org.
लाइक वो पुलाव बनाने गया था पर वो तैयारी बन गई बट मेरे को कोई दिक्कत नहीं और मजा आ गया
Not only do they make it to playoffs, they made it to the finals event over in Vietnam on the roadshow, and now they're here in Masters London. A lot of these guys on this roster have a lot to prove.
Yeah, I
You
have
on
to
top
agree.
of it,
I
bhai,
think that after
always,
that kickoff
bhai.
performance as well, they kind of came into stage one having those expectations on their shoulders, especially when you look at the names on this roster. We're looking
Time,
at
bro.
we're looking at Patman
Time
bringing in
changes
that
everything.
experience for the rest of the team. And like you mentioned as well,
4 साल से
to be able to go
मास्टर्स
through
के
that
लिए शायद
round
कर रहे हैं
final
लोग 4
that
साल तो हो
experience
गया
as a
मेरे
best
को
of five for the very first time within this roster would have been really great.
नहीं हो रहा था
And yeah,
इस
maybe
साल
they did
ऐसा
end up
हुआ कि
losing
बहन
that
जो
rematch
EWC में भी
against
मिल गया
PRX
इनको
when it got
स्लॉट
to
बताओ
that. But mate, the fact that they were able to go on such a run and get themselves into this position to be able to make it to
क्या
this
बनाया
global event is such a
तहरी
success
तहरी
for
अरे
them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of
मतलब होता वो पुलाव जैसा ही है बट वो थोड़ा लिक्विड फॉर्म में होता हल्का सा लिक्विड फॉर्म में तो जब वो गर्म था ना तब वो ऐसा थोड़ा हल्का मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि बहन जो पूरा पानी पानी दिख रहा हो पर हल्का सा लिक्विड फॉर्म में था तो उसको तहरी बोलते हैं हमारे यहाँ और कुछ नहीं वो पूरा सूखा होता तो पुलाव बनता और अबे खिचड़ी सिर्फ दाल चावल और हल्दी होती है भाई तहरी लाइक सब्जी के साथ चावल उसके साथ सब मसाले मैंने तो ऑरिगेनो चिली फ्लेक्स भी डाल दिया मैं दाल चावल जैसा नहीं अरे मतलब जो चावल अपन पुलाव वाला खाते हैं ना वो एकदम ऐसा रहता है ना लाइक तक जैसा थोड़ा लिक्विड फॉर्म रहेगा हल्का तो मैं कैसे समझाऊं अभी तो सूख गया वरना बता रहा था दोपहर का बनाया ना ऑब्वियसली सूख गया था
bit on that Paper X run, and I would describe him back then as a player with some insecurity issues, some confidence issues, and if that is the kind of thing that he's working on, then he is a beast. He has looked like a completely different player on Global Esports. He knows how good he is, and he is not a support bot, he's not throwing colors out for his team, he is the one fighting off his utility.
And it's not only that, it's the amount of flexing that he's been having to do, which is what is allowing Frost to implement all of these
सोयाबीन पड़ा थोड़ी
allowing them to play
इतनी सी
all
मकाई
these
पड़ी
crazy
है
different
सब डाल के
compositions
बना
that they
देता
have
हूँ
been
मैं
running in their region.
It's wild. He's
कुछ तो
actually
बन ही जाए
breaking records in Pacific against Paper X, funnily enough.
बस 2 दिन की बात है भाई परसों तक झेलना है मेरे को उसके बाद तो मम्मी आ जा रही है
Brand new team. So here he is speaking with Jen Lee just earlier.
Jen here with Pat.
भाई शायद मैं ट्यूसडे को स्ट्रीम ना करूँगा
You've gone extremely far in your past global events. I mean, you won Masters Toronto, but in Pacific, there were moments.
और 99% मैं वेडनेसडे भी स्ट्रीम ना
still kind of developing under pressure. So with the amount of experience that you have when it comes to the big stage and the global stage, how much responsibility are you planning to take on to make sure that the team stays composed?
आज इसको मारना पड़ेगा ब्रो
they're big boys already, so I don't think.
क्या हाल चाल है ब्लेंडी भाई? राम राम।
I know.
कहाँ रहते हो यार ब्लेंडी बाजी?
Is that the way it was when you were on Paper X?
No.
Oh, but you're okay. Right, they need to be stronger for the bigger
क्या बोला
stage.
मैंने
All right,
तुम्हें?
thank you so much, Femin, and good luck today.
Oh man, I have to say, well, being on Paper X is very different than being on Global Esports, and the coaches are also very different. Now, Minnie, some might say you're one of the greatest coaches in this game. So is his former coach over on Paper X, Alex. But there's also an argument for Owner and Frost to be two of the best and most intense coaches also in VCT.
Yeah, I think for my money right now, Frost and Owner are extremely good. I think Owner has been consistently making these global events when he's had the opportunity to do so, and Frost, time and time again, lifting up the teams. The interesting thing to me is the styles that they bring, though, completely different. Lev have a very set strats, a little bit readable, some people may say, and on the flip side, you have Frost with the weird comps and lots of game plans. And the question of this game is, are they
Lev's
structure and set strats?
And one of the bigger questions, I think, overall, when we consider the length of this event is, are those playstyles going to be able to hold up? It's not the same as being in regular season where you have week to week to have these set strats planned out, but then also for Global Esports, to be able to come in with those very specific anti-strats, you're going to be having to do things overnight. You can't just be cooking up wacky compositions that we see from them time and time again to go ahead and anti-strat these kind of teams. So I want to see how they kind of adapt and feel in that process.
Yeah, my preference here is the left side. When you've got such a young team, I prefer to have a little bit more structure, a little bit with the set things, not having to flex too much, not having to make big decisions in the moment. I prefer my players to not have to think too much. So coming into this stage, I quite like Lev's approach.
All right, well, let's see what the map veto is, because there's one thing Frost is very confident about is this map draft.
Hello and welcome. Let's do the map veto real quick. So today Leviathan is the higher seed, so they're picking their side. So please go ahead and choose your side.
We're gonna be Team B.
Team B. Alright, that means GE is on the A side and banning first.
We ban Ascent.
Alright, Ascent is banned. And now your turn.
To ban Breeze.
Breeze is banned and GE is picking the first map.
We pick Pearl.
Pearl is picked, and the side for Pearl, please.
Defense.
Defense. Alright, then your map pick, please.
Same one again. The big fracture.
Fracture. Side for Fracture.
We pick Attack.
Attack. Alright, then we have Haven, Lotus, and Split left. Global Esports banning first.
We ban Haven.
Haven is banned. Last two maps are Lotus and Split.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus is banned, the decider is Split, and GE is picking the side.
Attack.
Attack. Alright, let me give you a quick recap. We start with Pearl, Leviathan defense, then we have Fracture, GE attacks, then if we have Split, GE attacks again. Everything correct? Alright, thank you, good luck guys.
Frost has said GE needs to take down Lev to prove that they deserve to be here. Those are some fighting words, but will that be enough against all that? GE and Lev to the stage.
स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ, नहीं अभी हो रहा है.
Please welcome Global Esports.
खाना खा लिया? हाँ. थोड़ा सा आलू भुजिया लिया. आलू भुजिया पता है जोरो भाई क्या है? भाई वन ऑफ माय फेवरेट लाइक. मेरे को ब्रेड और भुजिया दे दो, मैं डिनर भी नहीं करूंगा ऐसा. रोज खाना भी अच्छा नहीं है, इसलिए मैं बहुत टाइम बाद खा रहा हूँ. #G winning.
Yeah, it should be a banger here. I think this is my favorite matchup of the tournament so far, and the map feature is very interesting. GE picking that pro, not surprising to me, but Lev going to that Fracture. Another series where we're seeing a
भाई लेव ने ब्रीज ही बैन कर दिया भाई. उनको स्टेज का बैन वो चाहिए ही नहीं.
GE could take this in too with this map veto.
Oh, okay. I like what you're putting down here.
जीत सकती है भाई, जीत
For me,
सकती है.
it's interesting that Lois was floated when we consider that being Lev's insta-ban all throughout their time in Americas here. I think as well for GE, I'm intrigued to see what they pull out, man. The amount of comp changes that they have from week to week to week. Let's see what they're cooking.
Now, a lot of us are talking about the two coaching styles from Owner and Frost, the Annie Stratter and the guy who always has set strats. But Minnie, what do you make of that? Is that really the thing that we should be looking at here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Lev, it's how much time have they had to go away and add some layer to their set strats, because over time they usually get a little bit readable. Sometimes I'm still doing a lot of the same stuff. So
वैसे तो पांचों को चलना है और हावी ये तीन को
every
चलना
time I
ही
hear
चलना
the
है.
comms, Pat is immediately saying stuff. Like it looks like he is part of that anti-strat system, making a lot of those reads. So I absolutely think that is the narrative strategically for this game today.
And Billy, earlier you were talking about GE's style here. The thing is, they often
भाई ये
boast
क्या
that they
audio
have
है?
multiple comms per map prepared. So
ये क्या है भाई इतना बड़ा ऑडियो वाला वो?
Listen, let's see if they can do it on the global stage. That's what I'm saying. In a regular season, when you have week to week, 100% do your thing. Anti-strat specific compositions for specific teams on certain maps. But coming into this stage where you're playing back-to-back days, it's a completely different game. I will be very impressed if they're able to have that kind of turnaround at a global tournament.
Let's see what agents they will be bringing out today. But whatever for either team, we can see a new legacy being developed from this very moment.
अभी तो जैसे दीदी वो इधर पॉपिंस मिलता था, दीदी बोली जब मुंबई जाऊंगी लेते जाऊंगी भाई 5 पॉपिंस खरीदी 5 का 5 यही छोड़ोगी.
Just a very kind of standard composition on the left side, the double Judas in the chamber.
मैं उसको कभी-कभार खाते रहता हूँ.
Starting on the defense side, that is where it's going to be a little bit stronger with that chamber getting some picks.
Yeah, and we're going to see a Neon head-to-head here on both sides. An agent that we said that we potentially expect to see a bit of a decline on, but I guess with it being Pearl, this is okay. This is all good. I think Neon being on that.
I am a 7%. I don't like खीर. अभी मम्मी आएगी ना बनवाऊंगा यार खीर पूड़ी और कोई भी सब्जी चलेगी भाई, आलू हो या चना हो. आगा हूँ मैं.
With that B long control, the chamber can avoid some of those Prados and Eyes. So big question for me, Global Esports on this attack side, how do they deal with Neon's chamber?
Yeah, that is definitely the question of today. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out, but whatever it is, the fans are absolutely excited to see these two teams go head-to-head. All right, to take us through this electric face-off, we got Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you, Victoria. An electric face-off indeed, Tom. Certainly a lot to be excited about, but I got to say the biggest surprise, we're getting Neon on both sides. We're used to seeing that, but things have changed here at Masters, but evidently not in this matchup.
Yeah, clearly both teams feeling comfortable still running the Neon. Of course, a lot of those rotations will be a little bit slower. The jumping might not be quite as much, and I don't think you're going to see shotguns there quite as often, but we'll get to see if it's going to work out for both of these squads.
That we will, and we'll get to see it as we get into the game. Let's kick off Leviathan versus GE before we start the London. Are you
ये भी होता है क्या?
Certainly feels like they are.
भाई मुझे तो एक ही पता है इतने लंबे होती है वही.
Already numbers towards B for both teams.
Immediate fight for those orbs, of course. We expect to see that quite often with the Phoenix in play, but patiently waiting. 3 players on this side, that double duelist that we've spoken about a lot throughout this series. Sato waiting on that cross. With King alongside him, they're just going to run this straight in onto the fight.
अरे नाइस रे उड़ो, अरे नाइस वन.
They're alongside him. In fact, it's going swimmingly.
W baby, W.
All 3 players taken out.
मार के दिखाओ, सालो मार के दिखाओ.
Yeah, a nice attempt to flash back by Sato, but he gets shut down. GE flooding the site, and now blows in Neon, having a fight back from spawn.
Yes, हाँ वही. इतनी लंबी आती है ना. वही वाली. और कौन से थे मेरे को नहीं पता.
C1, C2, but then all of the remaining players fall to give GE
एक casualty
to 0 start here on Pearl.
Yeah,
W start
something that was touched on by the desk as well when building into this matchup, where it's like, I think at the beginning of the day, you were asking me who was favored in this matchup. I'd slightly give it over to Leviathan. I think they've been a very strong squad, almost taking down G2 in Americas the second time around. But the fact is, after the veto, I'd now maybe go the other way. I think the fact that obviously G floated Fracture was almost like a ball to a red flag, but I think this first map also favors GE, so it really could be an opportunity for them to 2-0.
Pacific's number 3 certainly seems to have a leg up, not just in the veto, but even starting this map. That said, Leviathan, they pushed up A as well.
एक शॉट पे भाग जाना था, रुका भी पता नहीं वो 2-3 शॉट उधर मारने लगा वो.
And as a result, there's not really much of a choice but to finish this B hit. The good thing is, though, nobody is here. The site GE will have themselves a post plan. And now those pistols, with GE having the option to play a bit further back, hold those chokes.
ये सब यहीं हैं भाई, ये लोग तो
find it very
अबे
difficult to find value.
बैकस्टेप जाते मार सकते थे ये लोग.
Major danger in this moment, or maybe not. Blows already finding one. Making this seem dangerous. Patman under pressure as well. The shot's not quite landing, but his teammates are there to support. Even still, it comes down to one. Yudotan to try.
Nice one, ऊपर. Oh, shit, one.
Can't quite close him out. Any other gun would have denied the Red Bull clutch. But Yudotan just about keeps them alive. But that's it, Tom. Staying alive in a round that should have been an opportunity to thrive. A Red Bull clutch needed, a 1v2, and a well-placed shot from that headhunter or a right-click landing would have changed the story of the start of this map entirely. GE with a lifeline early.
भाई गोटी मुंह में आ गई थी, मारेगा मरेगा.
But for Leviathan, that tells them that when it comes to pound-for-pound brawls, they might be in with a chance.
Well, yeah, look at the purchase that comes up. You normally expect a little bit.
ये लोग बाइक नहीं आ दोनों पे.
It's the 3 rifles invested into 2 pistols have to be brought through, so it definitely gives the defenders a great opportunity. And with already aggressive ground picked up on the B site, they can start to gamble back. They're pushing in towards Art though, and those fights haven't gone their way. It's Crystal to pick up 2 and leave. The lone defender, his teammates sprinting to try and save him, but there is no one to be saved. In fact, the only thing that can be saved, Mitch, is those guns. They have to bow out.
What a crazy switch up between the rounds, Tom. The last one, it looks like
भाई वो अच्छा कर रहे हैं भाई.
They're getting wrecked by
वो देखा नियॉन ने उधर डगआउट पीक नहीं दिया बाहर सिटी की तरफ. उसने प्रॉलर जाने दिया. ना भाई करेगा तो किधर से आएगा भाई.
To make the elevation not as much of an issue when you've got players down below. I loved it. And then they got run down in this round. Crystal's got 2. He's out looking for more, farming up those orbs, and he might have a chance to take another weapon out of the hands of these Lev players. They'll clear the spawn. I think he'll have enough time to walk right into this fight. Neon only needs to land 1 shot, and then a headshot clean as can be. You'd think at this point those weapons would be held onto, and it looks like they will.
A very good start. I think also the people may be thinking Neon, and I mean the agent, is dead, might start to question things with the start that Yudotan has had. Just sliding into the angle. Absolutely doming. But that was Crystal's round. A huge couple of openers for him in that moment, and putting them into a 3-0 start. Of course, this is their map choice, but I think that is the big talking point, is we're going to look at both these squads and
भाई मेरे को लगता है मैं सबका हेड पोस्टर देखता हूं. मेरे को लगता है मनी एक अजीब खेलता है.
either of them. And if we can see GE get off to a
strong
start on their own choice, which they are favored on. It almost feels like a 50-50 second map. This, though, is an aggressive.
दो बंदे डिटेक्ट हो गए.
Much information already found out.
क्या टाइमिंग को उसका वो आया.
Utility being put into play, but Spike has managed to do well.
क्या टाइमिंग था भाई फ्लैश और रिवील का.
Sato still needs to get out of there. Just about falls back to the B side. Okay, safe as can be. It was a little spooky at the start. Obviously, Chamber can get out for free once challenged, but not revealed behind the wall. And it looked like we could have had a much worse fight on their hands. Leviathan keeping trades like this early on is perfect. Control of the rifle, and now the Death Squad goes looking for a push out on mid.
Oh, दिख गया पड़ा उसको.
Gonna give them a flank on this A play, but not an opportunity to catch any kills just yet.
Turret will deny any push up, and I actually quite like this. I was going to question whether they'll use But run it back in this
मार
round.
नाइस
That just allows them to clear the site, at least mostly for free. The defenders have already
अबे
gone for the swing back through. Of course, for Neon, he's now out of headhunter bullets, so his danger should be reduced. It should be reduced, but he still manages to land one with the classic. The low buy rounds are quite damaging for the side of GE, but when you win the last buy round so clean, it doesn't matter as much.
Well, that's it.
Let's go.
Done a really good job in the tough rounds, but much more difficult job in what should be easier, more of a level playing field. For Leviathan, that's the one thing that the takeaway so far is those eco rounds have been very well structured. Even here, the drone going out, you know that that's going to draw a lot of eyes, probably from the Phoenix as well, but it's combined with that art re-aggression. So everybody's looking towards the spawn, and you can overwhelm with the numbers. Worked out for a couple of kills, but Leviathan chipping away isn't going to work as G.
भाई ये लोग को केजे बहुत ब्यूटी दे रहा है हाँ
The shots don't land right away.
ये लोग को केजे ही ब्यूटी देगा देखो बोला ना भाई केजे हर बार ब्यूटी देगा इनको अब वो सवार नियॉन फंस गए वहाँ नहीं दिखा तीन बंदे आ गए सिर्फ फिनिश को कवर देते दो बंदे उधर आए और मां कसम
Can you tuck with you? You do. You got ulti for you. You got watch behind you, okay? They probably saved off, boys. You are divided. CT Sova.
I think they're right. It might just have to be the saving of that operator. Bring it through into the next round, and for GE, this is a worldly of a start. And that's the thing, like, you play these slower rounds, you give players like Neon an opportunity to catch these fast pace hits into the A side like that, and they have to react fast enough to try and deny you. 5-0 start on the attack side for GE. They are flying.
The question is, when do we see a timeout now? I mean, it's apparent that when it comes to buy rounds,
we don't want timeout.
Are really holding the reins with both hands, and they are holding on tightly. Leviathan need to wrestle control away from them, and you're dead right. Timer paused, and I assume that's going to be Leviathan taking a moment to reassess the game plan so far. This is, of course, GE's map pick, so it's not the end of the world for the series overall, but like you said, Tom, with how this veto has panned out, GE having this strong of a start is definitely worrying, because then you don't feel like Fracture is going to be an easy win.
पूरा राउंड के लिए खेल रहे हैं अल्ट वर्ल्ड हाँ ना पूरा सिक्योर करने के लिए खेल रहे थे इसलिए शायद उसने अल्ट ये मार दी कि भाई रिस्क नहीं लेना 4v3 है तो क्या हुआ क्या पता निकल जाए वो लोग ले लेना हो सकता है ये चीज नेक्स्ट केजे का अल्ट है शायद केजे मारा भाई केजे ने मजा भाई वो अच्छा लग किया भाई उसने भाई बाकी लोग कोई नहीं है क्या चैट में सिर्फ अकेले जोरो भाई बात कर रहे क्या सीन है
Slow start for the entirety of the team. Sato as well, 1-5, someone who has lit the world on fire since being in this roster. And I think for Owner, this is the moment to go, okay, maybe it's not even about like.
अरे जोरो भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ एक गीगाबाइट का मैंने आज हैदराबाद की स्ट्रीम पे देखा वो गीगाबाइट का कोई एक 260 हर्ट्ज का मॉनिटर यूज कर रहे हैं
moments where he's usually so reliable. He'll go a couple rounds without a kill, but when they come to his side of the map, he farms, and that's not been the case so far. A couple of missed shots, pressure applied by GE, and there hasn't been a response from Leviathan. That should change as the pause concludes. The barriers go up once more, and hopefully we'll see a better face from Leviathan. Still with there will be a shotgun in play on spikes in.
भाई मैं जादू दूसरा अकाउंट से आया हूँ वो बग हो गया अकाउंट क्या चले जादू भाई कैसे वो बग हो गया मतलब
He's on the other side of the map.
राम राम भाई जी क्या वर्ड अच्छी है कंपनी अरे बट वो मुझे मॉनिटर मिल नहीं रहा है वो मॉनिटर मिलता तो मैं मंगाता अपना सेकंड मॉनिटर भेज भाई टूटेगा
They are not committed
घंटा
to this
टूटेगा
just yet. Maybe even
इससे टूटता है
some of the rotations. In
Bro!
fact, in on them from behind, catch them where they know they've pushed. A good stun though will at least slow things down a little bit. The overdrive used to try and just pad some of that damage, but even still, that opening kill has gone in the other direction. However, spikes in.
This is pressure on the Crystal. It has to go the way of Leviathan. So they had that advantage, at least avoiding it. No punish. But Crystal has the option to take that space a little bit later. Heard the Neon running away. Knows the B side is now much more open, but there's going to be a fake from Autumn attempting to mislead this defensive side, and it has worked perfectly. He hasn't even made noise just yet. Clearing the A side completely. The spike still doesn't know which side would be the easier to hit, but finally settled on B, and Autumn is going to go and join them if he can slip away.
Oh!
GE with a big leg up now.
Well, yeah, that was doubt from Autumn.
अरे क्या दिमाग का था भाई?
Well, there's actually no one on A.
They're not here, they're not there.
So they must be somewhere else.
भाई कौन सा राउंड है? कौन सा राउंड है मतलब 6th राउंड है.
Looking to try and group up.
क्या चले शरण भाई राम राम आप तो लोगे 240 हर्ट्ज का ज्यादा लो.
Completely unaware. They are playing them like a fiddle.
मतलब क्या 300 हर्ट्ज लो?
Known for these set strats, these setups, even in their retakes, are not being allowed
Bro,
to
इनका
do
ये
so
सिर्फ गेम प्लान
because
देखना.
GE are just playing with their minds.
भाई क्रेजी भाई क्रेजी खेल रही है भाई. ये हमारी जी नहीं है, ये किधर से इंपोर्ट हुई है पता नहीं. ये हमारी जी तो नहीं.
If I was in Leviathan's coach booth, you call a timeout and the game plan.
मतलब हम मिस्टेक्स ना करें कैसे हो सकता है?
Towards the double doors gets Neon to walk up in art. You lose
भाई
your
उसने सी लॉन्ग अल्ट मारा कि बंदे मिड डोर जाएंगे, मिड डोर से फेड अल्ट मार रहा कि सुन नहीं पाए. जो बस वो उसने मुट्ठी ने रोक दिया, वरना तो जीजी था भाई उधर फिनिक्स और नियॉन का. कौन सा मैच? अरे जी वर्सेस लेफ्ट दिख तो रहा है.
Now even facing an eco as well, or at least a low buy. There are some pieces here.
ना लाडले.
Oh dear lord. The unit on Neon when it's been needed, which hasn't been the whole time, but he is
flawless baby, flawless. हाँ 240 तो नॉर्मल है, 300 आ गया है, नॉर्मल 20k तक आ जाएगा. अरे 11,000 में जब 260 रहा तो मेरे को तो वैलो के लिए चाहिए में आ जाता. ऊपर पे लेना ही नहीं है मेरे को, इसलिए मैं 2k के लिए भी नहीं जा रहा. तो अगर अपग्रेड करना भी है तो मैं तो सिर्फ उतना ही जाऊंगा 240. हर कोई 240 यूज कर रहा भाई आज.
Those elements of confidence that have to be in play, but I love seeing a team that's ahead playing like they're behind. That's exactly why you can see players sometimes having chances pulled out of thin air, and a few more shots in the back, and that could have been the round. But King 5 HP now. He surely has to go for the save. A nice try, but I don't think
to the blaze.
फर्स्ट है सेकंड है कौन सा? क्या मैच? ये पहला मैच है, पहला. मतलब दिन का सेकंड मैच है बट जी का पहला मैच.
Trying to pull them back in. I like it.
टूट गए अब वो पुश करेंगे.
अब
पैसा ही नहीं उन पे तो करेंगे वो.
Well past the point of damage. The credits booming. You're going to have multiple players buying back up with credits on the side of GE. And it feels like for Leviathan, they need that swing round. They need something to enlighten the flame of the squad, because that's what we've talked about when watching them in Americas, is that flair, that level of aggression, individual brilliance. I think Neon and Sato especially have been highlighted a lot.
मेरा सिल्वर 2 का रैंक अप हुआ पर एक ओवर डुअल आ गया मेरे में. अरे वेक्टर भाई पूरा लगा है. वेक्टर भाई क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम.
Before he even knew it was coming, he
turned
Phoenix Flash. Before he even knew it was coming, they're pushing the right spot. They're pulling the right rotation.
ओ भाई मैं इसको वो कर दूं सुपर चैट वाला अपना.
This attack side looking clean, and that's the orb Autumn was looking for in that last fight of the previous round. He's now got the run it back online again, making what has been an easy attack side that much easier in this round.
मैं बढ़िया आप बताओ एकदम बढ़िया जी. नियॉन हंट से मरा होगा.
There is an implant in play. Neon has pushed out mid. But instead, it seems like they found the gap again. There's only one player towards this A side of the map. Blow's just having to sit all the way back, and he's calling for those rotations. You can see it immediately. They know that this is going to have some direction to it. The run back.
केजे का खौफ देखो, अस्त्रा छोड़ ही नहीं रहा भाई वहाँ.
Uncheck, and there's nobody in it anyway.
भाई केजे का खौफ भाई.
But a player following it up. Good drone though. They've at least spotted it, but Yudatan is falling back. He wants to fight this.
It looks like he's having fun as well, but now the ults from Leviathan end up playing against them.
Don't mess with G. I am telling you again. Don't mess.
3v3 once again, but all hope is not lost for Leviathan just yet. They still have 3 to fight. They still have the off posted, the headhunter to fall back to, and the advantage now in their hands. A chance to push this further with just one standing in their way, and not for long.
Anti. भाई बैटमैन ज्यादा हिट हो गया भाई उसमें. What happened during brief? चेतन भाई, we are winning 7-1. बहुत अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेशन हम खेल रहे हैं. वेरी नाइस. ये राउंड थोड़ा बीटी हो गया, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, बट एट द एंड बहुत सही उसमें चल रहा है कोऑर्डिनेशन. बैठे रहे बकचोदी नहीं. अभी तू देख. ये जो मोली होता तो हो जाता.
is in terms of the ult economy, G actually don't have too much to play with. They used some of them in the last couple of rounds.
smoke आते हैं क्या कि 2 आते हैं बताना?
Hunter's Fury and Tour de Force.
इस तरह का smokes कितना आते हैं? First match हाँ पहला में.
The game plan for Leviathan.
चेतन भाई क्या चाल है राम राम?
Already up in top mid, looking for the fight on the Crystal, who gets dropped by the Hunter's Fury. But it ends up being an immediate trade and still pushing up Asado. Headshot immediately delivered, and he will be bailing out of there, taking a little heal from his wall as he goes. But all aggression
अरे तो ये
sent the other way by GE, at least to start this round.
भाई इसके लिए लोग इसमें स्ट्रॉ लेते हैं क्या?
I think there's a very
वो
real
तब तो फिर
chance they
ये
come out
अटैक
of that
अच्छा
with
है
a
भाई
much
इसमें
bigger
3
deficit. I
स्मोक
like
लेके
the fact
घुस
that
के
Leviathan are also not just shying away from
नहीं,
these
दो.
fights, considering the scoreline. Sato, of course, has been able to heal up
दो
a little
स्मोक्स ही हैं.
bit. Luton is going to try and fight this. The flash, it's good, but even again, it's just
Nice
immediate
trade, कोई
trade.
दिक्कत नहीं, nice
Happened
trade.
so quick with it, and they're still putting pressure on other parts of the map.
ऑटम भाई वो थोड़ा सा देख लेते.
He knows there's a man around this corner. He was reloading. That's the man advantage in favor of Leviathan.
आवाज दे दी इसने.
And now for the remaining members of GE, they have to go on a long rotation back towards the B site.
ये हमारी जी है, मैं नहीं मानता. अच्छी खेल रही है भाई. टच शूट भाई नजर ना लगे.
Run straight into the site. You're still seeing Leviathan have players across the map, as you said, on double
अच्छा खेल रही है
doors.
भाई.
King found
बस
that kill.
फॉर्म में रहे
And
ऐसे ही.
Neon stood up here and
ये भी doable round है
with the
2v3.
smoke. There's an angle and the shot lands clean as can be. Patman, man who was doubted, and I'll doubt him again. This 1v3 looking to be near impossible now that Leviathan have woken up.
Batman है.
Will be on his shoulders to put them back to sleep.
Anything is possible when Batman is alive.
Doesn't go swinging before his teammates arrive. They were waiting for the dart to come back online, and now they know exactly where their opponent is. He's even
reveal हो गया.
as well. That'll make it all too easy.
Reveal हो गया यार.
That one round just seems to have immediately
Trade है भाई,
flipped the
1v3
switch. You
करेंगे
see
वो.
how confident that they actually played in those moments. And that's more of what we expect to see from this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And just calming the nerves after what was a really rough start to the half. But there's still time for this to go.
बहुत उतरा रहे तू.
7-5 coming out of here. A damn sight better than what it looked like. And the most important thing for me, Tom, is from that first round win, you can see Leviathan on their feet. The energy's not gone anywhere. They're not counting themselves out of this.
We saw the content piece earlier with Jen. Sado said he's gone in for that #1. I think, you know, it's always going to be difficult to beat Yetaje. That is one thing he definitely does better than anyone else. And again, we're going to have this early contact. Operator Sado King's done well. The spam finding Autumn. He has been a nuisance for them so far. But there is a second layer as well. That looked dead on, but it didn't land.
He mustn't have been fully planted his feet on the ground at that point. Yudotan in danger. The utility finds himself.
Nice one.
Starts to crumble. The numbers right back to level. Spikes in so slow and patient.
You should run.
Maybe a little bit too slow now. The lockdown comes.
अरे W
Have
ult
to challenge this very early.
Plant थोड़ा
indeed.
दिक्कत वाला है वरना तो W ult है.
I think the play is going to have to be concede the site. Let that clock run down a little bit further and retake after.
I like this from Patman. You think that maybe they won't be this
Nice
close
one.
because of that. He's reclaimed the space. Immediate trade.
अरे
From Spicy.
nice one.
It's going to come down to
गल्ले हाथ में गल्ले.
Crystal. Just waiting patiently. He expects his opponent to swing already.
Oh, nice one.
But it's Crystal once again. They're not going to allow their opponents to bring this back to 5. As he'll take it 8-2.
It was a tough start to this match for Crystal. Round 2, he got ran down by a classic.
Nice one, Ray. Nice one.
I think immediately after that, it was a 2K. He started to look confident, and now he's had 2 big rounds under his belt. Hammering Leviathan
I
into
never
the
lose
8-2
clutch.
now. And a big gap between these teams.
Confidence
The
है
half
भाई
not
इस बार.
settled just yet. Ults start to come online in favor of
Light
Leviathan.
गई.
It made a difference last time, albeit that Sado ended up throwing his life away with the ult. G punished it right away.
Oh, contact play, but look.
We
spoke about this. The Death spoke about it. It is the team with the set plays.
Like करो यार, like करो. Can we hit 3,130 subscribers, please?
Neon doesn't go anywhere. He keeps that space. Yudoton gone. And a man advantage for Leviathan once again.
A much more passive stance as well. Right afterwards, King's being spotted, immediately just falls back.
Neon
looking
अभी
for
भी
that
रुका है, कोई
contact, but
mid
you've
door
only
आएगा.
seen one player. It's not going to get the rotates out of you just yet. GE close in the distance. Prowler, he'll draw the rotate in from Spike Scene, but he is gone. Nice shot from Pac-Man.
Nice one.
As well. Followed up. That's utility from Javi finding a huge mark in this round.
भाई क्या खेल रहे हो? क्या हो गया रे भाई? क्या हो गया भाई? हेलो?
Neon's left alone and
अरे क्या मार रही है भाई ये?
He's got no choice. No way.
Man,
he's
to
ever getting back into
disadvantage
that
में
round.
पूरी
And again,
fight थे
you
हम.
just see some of the individual brilliance and flair from these GE players. It's something that
Hashtag कैसे
I
use
love
करते
the
हैं?
fact
मुझे
that
तो
we're
आज
hearing
तक नहीं
it from
समझ आया
Pac-Man
भाई.
himself in those interviews, that when you go
भाई
back
मैं
to
खेलता ही
some
नहीं
of the
हूँ इस तरह.
moments in the last team, he had to be more supplementary in pace.
मैं जब उसमें बैठता हूँ ना, वो जब वो ऐसा गोला वोला डालती है, मैं बाहर ही नहीं आ पाता
the
उससे.
manic craziness. Now in this team, he can be more aggressive. He can take more space. He can almost be that superstar when they need him. And this round, it was just him walking in, hitting a crazy shot and getting the opener into the site for Neon. Oh! That's what we expect to see. Unfortunately, too late in the round, and he won't be able to hold on to the gun. GE are not going to care about the personnel losses. They can
बीसी 10 सेकंड के लिए बारिश आई.
Whereas that operator, okay, there's
Who is Indian in GE? The owner.
It won't be an operator alongside it.
The owner is Indian in GE.
And a rifle drop to a teammate. It's
The manager is Indian in GE. The staff is Indian in GE.
One round left to play.
The Indians who supporting GE is Indian in GE.
GE at the halftime. Lovia
W guy.
certainly
W.
come in here with a high bar. After that performance in
Low?
Americas, they could be coming out as number one.
क्लिप करो चैट. ये तो क्लिपेबल है. ये तो है भाई, रील है. आएगा कुछ तो व्यूज आएगा.
They've fallen so far behind what seemed to be playoffs that they were destined for.
Well, GE rising to the occasion. No doubt about that. Neon already forced back.
You are divided.
It definitely seems
Autumn?
like they've caused him a lot of
ये
issues
क्या
throughout this
title दिया
game.
अभी
Not just
इसको?
able to sit on these aggressive angles and find players. Sado, again, only going to get one. The trading from G has been perfect, and every time it seems like he's posted on an aggro
बच
angle,
गया.
there is somebody
बच गया.
ready
उसके
to
पे
put
जूते
utility
पे लगा
into
भाई
his
वो बुलेट.
face, making that superstar look null and
Oh!
void. Unatan, he wanted to try and catch him before he could flee. In fact, they're all getting
भाई को इतना
aggressive,
deep गया रे.
pushing into the hands of Neon and leaving it all to Autumn. This round will be claimed by Leviathan, but they are still very, very
कोई
far
नहीं, कोई
behind.
Oh, there
Who is
is
Indian
a
in GE?
lot
साला ऑटम
to
आ
do
लिख रहा है.
when it
गांडू.
comes to the second half, but we
कहाँ
saw
से
some
ऑटम
spots
आया भाई?
towards the end of this one, some decent rounds from Leviathan. But GE with a big lead at halftime. We'll see if Leviathan can bounce back.
मैंने 10 मिनट की बारिश आई है, तेरे थार में घुस गई है क्या बारिश? हाँ?
Live, he's hunting down that title.
हाँ भाई जी, नहीं 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 भाई, एक ठीक है. थोड़ा हीटअप होके हमने राउंड दिया, और कुछ नहीं है भाई. थोड़ा ज्यादा हम हो गए एग्रेसिव. देखो पहला राउंड भी हमारा कब निकला, जब उड़ो तो अंदर चला गया फ्लावर्स में. पहला राउंड हमने उधर हार गया. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई, ठीक है. एक आध राउंड तो जीतेगी भाई. ऐसा 0 तो 3 थोड़ी होता. एक आध राउंड तो ऑब्वियसली तो कर दीजिए तुम. हाँ कोई दिक्कत नहीं, 1-2 राउंड हो सकता है. नो प्रॉब्लम. विटनेस न्यू राइवलरी लाइव इन रियाद. भाई तो 8 नवंबर को, तो अभी से क्यों कर रहे हो भाई? अब ये सब चीज उधर ही क्यों होती है, मेरे को समझ नहीं आता. ईडब्ल्यूसी भी उधर ही हुआ था ना? क्या सीन है? मतलब फाउंडर उधर से ही है क्या? हर चीज वहीं से होती है ये. Escape the system, the game. अगला क्या है? स्ट्रक्चर. अब ये लोग 3 में है क्या?
Tough half for Leviathan, but now they move to the attack side. You have to hope that something's going to change, Tom. This veto
हमने आज तक F1 देखा है
as well. It seems like people are leaning heavily in GE's favor, and after this strong of a start, I think it's time to start worrying for Leviathan in this series.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, and especially with Fracture being such an unknown. I will say, obviously, with it being left open, we have the expectation that GE will have changed stuff, but there can be the same expectation on the other side for them to have picked it. So it might not be a death sentence, it's just worrying, because you're basically going to be seeing the first officials of those two teams making their changes in the next, and if they've got it wrong, that could be a huge problem. For now, at least, though, a pistol round a necessity. And the defensive side very proactive. Of course, there is a trap. So the information will be garnered, and the problem on the other side is Crystal is going to have to delay an awful long time.
Utility blocking off R. It's only going to be a nano, and I don't think Spike Scene could get straight.
जी बैठी जी भी नहीं.
But it won't buy that much
मेरे दोस्तों को नहीं पता क्या मजा आता है देखने में.
delay a little bit longer as the flank comes in, but take a look at the position of King here.
मुझे गुस्सा वो आता है ना. Like F1 ऐसे क्रिएटर्स को इनवाइट करता है F1 में कुछ क्रिएटर्स हैं मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा बट जिनको उस चीज का नॉलेज भी नहीं है. Like मुझे भी नॉलेज नहीं है. मैं वो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ बट मुझे मैं वो क्रिएटर को पहले फॉलो करता था. मुझे पता है भाई उनको भी नॉलेज नहीं है बट कहाँ से इनवाइट करता मुझे समझ नहीं आता. Like कुछ क्राइटेरिया होती है क्या? दिल्ली में ब्लैकआउट नॉर्मल. हाँ इनकी भी नॉर्मल. Oh Crystal, what the fuck was that right click, bro? What the fuck was that right click, bro?
They really didn't need that.
Yeah, crazy.
I think King was waiting for the signal to go on that flank, and it just didn't come in on time. GE's pace caught them off guard, flooding straight back in. Crystal finding two that quickly, got rid of the players who were supposed to stop them from getting near that spike. And then everyone else is too far away from the play. It's a disaster for Leviathan. This pistol could have given them a leg up, but now they are so far behind. And the climb back is steep and near impossible if GE keep this up.
अरे तो गेमर है मैं उनकी बात नहीं
कर रहा. Again coming in from the
आप गेमर बता
this time running into all of the Leviathan players.
Like गेमिंग क्रिएटर बता रहा हूँ मैं नॉर्मल क्रिएटर हूँ. पॉसिबल नहीं है ब्रो. जी आज अलग फॉर्म में है भाई. वो देखो किंग को देखो उधर.
But you could just see the confidence that this team is playing with. Spike under their control, and wow.
भी पूरा केजे पे छोड़ दिया तू देख.
The best case for King is he drops a gun. That's the absolute best case, but they are now starting to realize, well, that was probably one of the worst case because now you have and you have a running back going into the next one for Autumn, who's also been having a fantastic series. I want to say as well, he's someone I'm very happy to see back on the international stage. I remember him in MPX being one of my favorite players to watch on that squad. Moving over to GE seemed like a wonderful pickup, and it has been.
It's fair to say.
किसी ने एक चीज नोटिस की भाई लोग. एक चीज नोटिस की. किसी ने कुछ नोटिस किया ये गेम में.
Them coming in here, the questions that
जी का भाई देखो कोई रिस्क ही नहीं लेना.
Do we just give the paper X the trophy now?
भाई जीत रहे तो क्यों ले रहा है भाई रिस्क?
We need to.
Obviously, bro.
This is the region diff. I think we're in trouble.
Like if we win today, मुझे लगता है हम वाइटलिटी के सामने खेलेंगे. शायद. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है हम वाइटलिटी के सामने खेलेंगे कल. और that will be a banger. Like इससे भी खतरनाक मैच और डिफिकल्टी भी होगा. अबे ये एनए की टीम में कौन सा भाषा बोल रही है भाई ये?
Até grafite também. Tamo já. Volta pressão, tá? Vamos essa pressão, tá? Terminar.
बहुत बुरा लगा था यार कि उन्होंने गोल नहीं लिया था.
They've had the players in the right place. So this time Leviathan throw in a little bit of a fake. Even find Patman to start it off. And now look to switch to the other direction. Cutting off
उनका कुछ और था इसलिए इस बार लोटस नहीं लिया ना.
Utility down. Leaves Javi in a spot where his back is open. So he pushes forward.
Trade bait सब ले ले. पीछे देख.
Yudotan has managed to move to the back of the side. They're going to try and cover each other off, but there is that backstab from Neon, and they clear Yudotan at the same time. Solid work from Leviathan.
Bro, I am still confused. वो नियॉन क्यों नहीं देख रहा था सिटी? नियॉन उसका लॉन्ग क्यों देख रहा था और वो सिटी के लिए साइड पे देख रहा था? क्यों भाई ये? अब 10:30 चालू होने वाला था ना वो दफा। अरे तो पहला वाला 2-0 खत्म हो गया ना, वन साइडेड गया बिरयानी भाई।
It's for the greater good.
हमने नोटिस की ये मैच आप अपनी छोटी सी उच्च के साथ बहुत खेल रहे हो। उच्च?
This has to be the start of something
मूंछ के
special
साथ?
to put that win back in their sails.
अरे नहीं।
You know the funny thing is for GE.
तुमने इसमें एक चीज नोटिस की, नियॉन इज नर्फ, देन टू दे आर प्लेइंग नियॉन। समझ रहे हो? तो आइंदा से कोई भी बोले ना नियॉन नर्फ हो गया है, लाउडे का, जब कॉम्पिटिटिव में इतने बड़े लेवल पे लोग खेल रहे हैं तो भाई बहाने क्यों दे रहे हो? इन 11 भाई क्रेजी खेल रही है भाई, बिरयानी क्रेजी।
I think the one layer that was nice was having
भाई 3v4 4v5 है, तो राउंड निकाल रही है भाई।
They all go in the other direction through mid. There's a very good chance they end up losing that round, but that backstab onto Harvey also just put Yudotan in a really awkward position. 11-4. Even just getting a few rounds here for the Americas #2 might be enough to just build up that confidence a little bit, show some of that flair. I think getting back into the match, I'm going to need quite a few more before I start to believe in that.
Without a doubt, the gap is far too big. Even a lucky round can push GE across the line to at least an OT. It seems like Lev spreading the net early, looking to punish some aggression. Pressure on A, waiting on B long, waiting outside mid, but nothing comes in when they expect it to. And as soon as they abandon the spots, then GE push up. Look at Yudotan's position right now. He's taken full
Actually, अगर ये वापस उधर भागे तो उड़ो तो मारेगा, दो तो मारेगा।
And that's exactly where Leviathan are heading towards.
तीन दिखे? नहीं दिखे, इधर ही आ रहे हैं।
They're going to get a Phoenix fight off, but already so much damage done to that.
अजी मेरा घंटा, अजी मेरा घंटा, तुम्हारा और इतना डैमेज दे दिया उसकी अल्टो में भाई। ये भगवान। हाईलाइट देख लूंगा पहले का। देख भाई।
That position that's being held by Yudotan, which could be a problem if they do. The pick from Neon though makes things interesting. 30 seconds left. They are committed to this A site now. And with no rotation seen, that will mean that GE can gamble 3 players here as well.
भाई वो बैकस्टेप कर सकता है आराम से उड़ सकता है। कर ले भाई, गो गो गो। कर ले भाई, गो गो गो। क्या हो रहा है? क्या हो रहा है? क्या ट्रेड हो रहा है? कहाँ से मार रहा है? टीम की एक ही बंदा खा रहा है। अरे गन ले ले भाई। नाइस वन, 1v1 हो जाए।
Versus Neon, I suppose. Yudotan taps the spike and tries to bait his opponent into the fight, lands a shot, leaves him on a sliver. Neon's still alive on the other side, still
nice one,
no longer. GE with no mercy.
भाई क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई? उसका पीओवी दिखाओ मेरे को, क्रिस्टल का देखिए। साला 3 मारा पीछे से।
He's been the entry for the majority of the game. We've seen him play impressively.
भाई ऑब्जर्व कंफ्यूज हो गया भाई, इतना ट्रेड हुआ कि किसको दिखाऊं मैं?
Neon in that moment TP'd away. He hit him in the 140. Like the headshot was so fast,
even
the TP wasn't quick enough to get away from it. This is one of the best looks we've seen from Global Esports. A team that had a curse against them about
ये फॉर्म पूरे टूर्नामेंट चला तो जिंग नहीं करूंगा भाई, मजा आ जाएगा पूरा टूर्नामेंट चला। ए महादेव,
they're beginning to look like maybe favorites to make it to the playoffs in London. They have been so impressive, and a pace change coming through. A more brute force strategy, and just look at the defense.
भाई इसको ओपन ही नहीं होने दे रहे भाई, वो
Spike
स्पाइक
they've had
जो
the
भी
good
है
read
उसका
almost
नाम।
every time, Mitch. This is one of the first times they were wrong.
It's an exception, but Crystal's
आवाज
been
दी
so
आवाज
reliable
दी
when they
इसने।
push his side. This time they're playing it more passive, knowing that they've got that lockdown to work with. The fall back on Hunter's Fury going to be thrown through here, and that causes an issue. Lockdown gone, and aggression from Leviathan punishes what should have been the flood on the back end put on him. Has found another. Crystal once again shows up, and GE. They continue their push towards the site. Their push towards a 1-0 advantage. Shock darts could do a lot here. Javi so low, but they've made it to the spike, and now the tap comes in. Leviathan having to swing in under.
अरे मार देगा भाई, मार सकता है उधर। क्या खेला भाई, क्या खेला क्रिस्टल ने भाई। मैच अभी बनेगा ना वो। Oh my God, bro.
This to be a close match, a close series. It was obliteration. Let's see if things change
Deserving
after
that
the break.
क्या यूटिल यूज कर रहे हो इसी मजा। अबे क्या
Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy. Oy, oy, oy. Hey, I never lose clutch, but la 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 la. Come on, boys.
ये किसका मैप था? अपना मैप था, अपना मैप था ये। अभी दूसरा मैप क्या है? फ्रैक्चर, फ्रैक्चर और स्प्लिट है। कोई नहीं, फ्रैक्चर फ्रैक्चर कैसे खेलते मुझे तो पता ही नहीं भाई, याद ही नहीं आ रहा मुझे। हैशटैग जी विनिंग बोल, जी विनिंग बोल। अरे मैंने रील अपलोड नहीं किया आज, शॉर्ट्स अपलोड कर दिया, रील अपलोड नहीं की। यार मैं भूल जाता हूँ यार, रोज शॉर्ट्स अपलोड करता हूँ, उधर अपलोड करना ही दिमाग से उतर जाता है। 30 फ्रैक्चर देखना पड़ेगा। फ्रैक्चर में मेरे को बस वो एक बीटी लगता है भाई, वो लाइक वो डिश वाला और आर्केड वाला सिस्टम बहुत स्लो गेम लगता है भाई मेरे को वहां। लाइक है मतलब तुम दो जगह से कैप्चर कर सकते हो, है वो चीज भाई। बिंग्स भाई की थंबनेल देखो क्रेजी बने, वो है चीज, बट या आई डोंट लाइक दैट। इसको मैं कल इतना अच्छा बताया पर इसने कुछ दिमाग नहीं लगाया, सिर्फ प्रॉम्प्ट छोड़ दिया इसको इतना अच्छा पता था। गांडू है भाई, गांडू। ये क्या कर रहा रे? वर्ल्ड टैलेंट शो लाइव ना हो। वाह, वो दोनों भाई मिलके कर रहे हैं। क्या शेफ्ट है जी, कुकिंग होना लगा नहीं था इतना डोमिनेंट। एक्चुअली ना मन भाई, भाई मेरे को भी डाउट था कि भाई मतलब वो बोलते हैं ना कि अंडर परफॉर्म हो जाएगी, वो अंडर परफॉर्मेंस हो जाएगी उनकी कि भाई कैसे खेलेंगे ये वो। और मैच कुछ अलग ही खेल रही भाई, कुछ अलग ही खेल रही, क्रेजी खेल रही। मेरे को पता नहीं भाई, बिना फेस कैम के अब मजा नहीं आता है देखने गेम्स किसी की भी। यार लेव के शूटर्स के सामने इतना अच्छा एक्सपोर्ट भाई। मेरे को मेन चीज क्या लगी पता है? वो केजे ने उनका इतना माइंड डाइवर्ट किया कि भाई वो एक बंदा उनके लिए इतना लेट लर्न कर रहा था कि भाई जो अब आएगा केजे, अब आएगा केजे। और दूसरी चीज वो स्पाइक जिन, वो जो भी है उनका जो डुअलिस्ट था भाई, उसको ओपन ही नहीं होने दिया, ओपन ही नहीं होने दिया। वोटिंग में कितने लोगों ने? 3 लोगों ने ही पिक किया था सिर्फ जी। एक अकिलियोस था और 2 मेरे को याद नहीं है कौन। यूट्यूब प्रीमियर अमीर वीसी, अरे अगले महीने खत्म हो रहा है ना अमीर। मैं यूट्यूब ज्यादा यूज करता हूँ तो मैं भाई ऑब्वियसली मैं ये ले लेता हूँ। नेक्स्ट में क्या बोल रहे हो? खैर हमारा मैप नहीं था, हमारा मैप था पल, बेस्ट मैप हमारा। अरे वैसे तो ब्रीज भी था बट उन्होंने बैन कर दिया ना वो। नेक्स्ट मैप अगर ऐसे ही डोमिनेट जीते तो प्लेऑफ जा सकते हैं पक्का फिर। हाँ हो सकता है, हो सकता है, यस। हाँ भाई मेरे को तो वही है, मेरे को मैं वो रील हर बार सोचता हूँ जब भी मैं अखिलेश को देखता हूँ ना, वो रील सोचता हूँ जो उसने जी का मजाक उड़ाया था। फिर ऐसा लगता है कि क्या ड्रास्टिक चेंज आया बंदे में, अब जी को सपोर्ट कर रहा है भाई। पर आज फुल सेंस नहीं खेल पाई भाई, आज
मतलब बहुत बुरा लगा भाई मेरे को फुलसेंस का गेम देख के, बहुत ही बीटी लगा। वो प्रीमी चल नहीं रहा, जिट बॉयज चल नहीं रहा।
Esports, Frost, I know you don't really hand out compliments easily, but you've got to be generous with positive energy and compliments. After what happened on that map, I feel like you guys are playing your best this year. Just, yeah, look at your performance here on big stage. So tell me about what went well on Pro.
I think a lot went well. I think Crystal did exactly what I expected him to do today. I actually really thought he was going to have the game of his life because not only has he been clutching everything, he's just been playing so intelligently. He really helped us this game. I think Autumn stepped up big time. I think Platoon had a couple defaults which worked so well, which I was very surprised that they were confused by. But overall, I am pretty happy. The series really hasn't started yet, though. Because they're well,
bro,
their map pick is up next, right? So, yeah.
So you have a trick or two up your sleeve for fracture. Okay. I'm gonna let you go, but thank you.
I love that guy about BKL, बहुत हेट देता जी को। हाँ, बहुत हेट देता, वही तो है भाई, वही है। You have to prove people wrong with actually one भाई, actually agreed। ये फ्रॉस्ट इंडियन है क्या? नहीं इंडियन नहीं। आज 30 days में 2595 views in 6 days। Nice रे, nice।
Saving it for the
30
London
days
stage.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of players on GE today
टोटल
that seem to step up.
अभी तो आपने कुछ दिन पहले तो आईडी बनाया था, 1 महीना हो गया वो आईडी को।
It was really nice to watch, and I think as you kind of mentioned there, Crystal coming out on top.
मैं कुछ हाँ, वो जो तुमने जी का वो देखा ना भाई, लाइक मेरे पास कोई दूसरी जर्सी नहीं है, बट उनका जो जर्सी पे जो ब्रोच है ना भाई, वो ब्रोच बहुत ही मतलब ऐसा स्टिच किया है कि आप उसको कितना भी घिस लो भाई, वो खुलता नहीं है। अच्छा, बहुत क्रेजी वो ये किया है यार। नहीं, 1 महीना कल कंप्लीट हो गया, 1 महीना हो गया वो बात। और सारा हमारा पांडु नसीब हमारा 130 नहीं हो रहा अब तक। अबे बन भाई, आज स्ट्रीम किया क्या आपने? क्या मारा भाई जी ने? भाई ऑब्वियसली भाई। अरमान बाजी क्या हाल चाल है? राम राम, कैसे हो? अरमान भाई किधर थे यार? फर्स्ट मैच आए नहीं। अगला मैच होगा फूट से, वो भी काफी इमर टाइप है। फूट तो क्रेजी है भाई, मुश्किल होगा नॉट गोना लाइक, क्रेजी है भाई। क्रिस्टल का खेला है एक्चुअली। हाँ, 6 में को स्टार्ट किया था। अच्छा, आज करूंगा ग्रुप में अभी बस 1 घंटे में। मैं क्या बता रहा हूँ, आप दोनों स्ट्रीम करो ना। लाइक देखो, मैंने आपको वो चैनल देखा, आपने अभी वो चैनल नया बनाया। लाइक मेरे हिसाब से आपको दोनों स्ट्रीम कर लो। मैं तो बोलता हूँ दोनों स्ट्रीम इन द सेंस वर्टिकल हॉरिजॉन्टल की बात कर रहा हूँ। मैं सोचता हूँ रोज की दोनों स्ट्रीम करूं, बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि करूं नहीं करूं, मैं उसमें ही अटक जाता हूँ। अरे भाई, मैं टीवी पर देख रहा हूँ हर्ष भाई की वॉच पार्टी। ठीक है भाई, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। आज हम दूसरे नंबर पे आ गए ना, को कर दूंगा। आज मैं 2 बजे तक पिएगा पान।
Group of misfits, a group of rejects, and that's because Udotan, he's one of those Korean players that no Korean org has been picking up, and all of us have been scratching our head. Why? Because he's so talented, and he really showed up for the team as well today.
Yeah, I think he really passes the eye test. Maybe sometimes the stats don't quite show
अब
it.
क्या तो गलत नहीं रहे हो, बट आई हेट शॉर्ट कंटेंट इन जनरल, लाइक नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम की बेस्ट है। शॉर्ट्स की ऑडियंस मुझे एक देने की नहीं लगती। हाँ, लाइक एक्चुअली सही है, और अगर अपने को एज अ क्रिएटर लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए सोचना है तो शॉर्ट्स, लाइक शॉर्ट स्ट्रीम पे आप अगर 5 लाख व्यूज ला रहे हो और लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम पे आप अगर 1 लाख व्यूज ला रहे हो, तो आपको स्पॉन्सर्स नहीं मिलेंगे। लाइक 50,000 व्यूज 1 लाख, तो आपको स्पॉन्सर नहीं मिलेंगे, आप कितना भी ला दो, आपका बस रिकमेंड होगा। चलो, प्रॉब्लम ये है। हाँ, शॉर्ट, बट मैं इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि वो चैनल ग्रो शायद जल्दी हो जाए उससे। लाइक एक माइलस्टोन तक आप जो सेट किए रहो वो दिमाग में, वो शायद जल्दी हो जाए। बस बॉट्स की तरह होती है वो चैट। उस दिन मैंने एक शॉर्ट लाइव आया था फील्ड में, वही ना। हाँ समझ रहा हूँ, हाँ समझ रहा हूँ मैं, समझ, इसलिए मैं भी नहीं करता, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि भाई वो 30 बंदे 25 बंदे 20 बंदे लाइक बैठते हैं पर बात नहीं करते हैं, वो मेरे को भी थोड़ा खटकता है। अरे वो ऐसा नहीं है, हर्ष भाई के रिएक्शन क्रेजी क्रेजी क्लर्च भाई भी है ना, तुमको वॉच टाइम दे देता हूँ फोन पर चालू करके, चालू रहेगी तुम।
Self Mini, you know owner pretty well. How do you read that?
कोई
Yeah, I think
नहीं।
he has a pretty gentle approach.
अरमान भाई,
He can get very emotive.
मैं तो वही हो गया बैंचों की, बैंच खाया पिया कुछ नहीं, गिलास तोड़ा मारा नहीं। बराबर होने थे, ये कहावत सूट हुई इस पे। शॉर्ट टाइम में पता है क्या था, क्या 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 था, गेस करो। सो रहा था कोई, एक बार बताओ, फीमेल थे या मेल था, फीमेल था या मेल था शॉर्ट में, ये बताओ।
The series hasn't really started because of course we are going to Lev's map pick now, and we kind of
नेक्स्ट गेम प्रेडिक्शन दो चलो।
team and how they're going to be able to do that against a team like Lev.
इस गेम के हिसाब से अगर देखूं तो 8-13।
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he has cooking.
Yeah, Fracture is going to be pretty
दोनों
messy
थे।
in my opinion. Again, we've set this up as the map of the tournament where teams are
ये
quite
तुम्हारी
comfortable.
टीम
Yeah,
और
and I would argue that both these
अरे
teams
कोई नहीं यार,
are
मैं मस्ती कर रहा था।
If the map goes to 3, I would start to favor Lev once
किसी
again.
को कोई
But on
दिक्कत नहीं,
Fracture,
आप मेरे
I have
स्ट्रीम
no
पे आए
idea
ना,
what to
बहुत बड़ी
expect.
बात है वो।
Yeah, that's definitely
थर्ड मैप नहीं जाना चाहिए था, वरना जी हाँ वो थोड़ा दिक्कत वाला। थर्ड मैप गया तो थोड़ा हार्ट बीट तेज हो जाएगी। ये मींस 13-10 माय प्रेडिक्शन।
Huge comp changes it looks like.
मैं पहले 10-13 ही बोलने वाला था, बट मैं बोला कि नहीं,
almost giving Lev
इतना
a
तो
little
नहीं
bit of a
करूँगा।
taste of their own medicine. I love that style. I hope that Lev go for the set. Nope, they don't.
Nope, they don't. What is King hovering actually? We can't quite see it yet. I think he was playing the breach though previously, so hopefully that's it's gonna be on the guts. We got your favorite Masters London.
गैस करो दोनों मेल एंड फीमेल।
I wish Lev just played
तो
GE's.
कडल करके कुछ हो रही
Neon
थी।
is one of the best chambers of the event. They clearly understand.
क्रेजी रिएक्शन देना चला दी तुम्हारी स्ट्रीम पे। लव यू मेरे भाई। क्रेजी रिएक्शन इधर आओ।
Get this
इधर
agent out
आओ
of the
यार।
game. It's not very good in my opinion. I think it's going to be quite easy for. I think global esports with this composition. I think they have the advantage.
बताओ
here.
ये
But as
रिएक्शन
long as they're
W
not
था।
walking into these breach stuns, I think they're going to be hugely favored, and I'm very curious about this chamber.
दिल में लग रहा है कि अब हक ना नहीं हक यार। नहीं हक। बहुत फनी है, जब बताऊंगा सुनो सुनो सुनो।
rubbing his hands at that.
आए हाय दूर रहे भाई।
Predictions at the top of this match.
यार अरमान भाई कहता तुम लोग को आंख बंद करने का था ब्रो।
Winning this game.
Okay.
Not anymore.
How about you, Billy? I think we both had Lev winning this game. I had Lev as the dark horse for me personally coming into this event. I am hoping that it is just a bit of first game nerves that they're experiencing going up on that stage when you consider the new players at a global event. So yeah, let's hope that they can be able to bring it back to
Batman और मेरे भाई जब
map. I want to see a third map series.
I would love to see a
कुछ
third
गलत
map.
दिख रहा है
I
स्ट्रीम
think
में।
G is fighting. What do you
एक
think,
बार
Tom
देखो
and
क्या
Mitch?
दिख रहा है, क्या दिख रहा है स्ट्रीम पे, सही तो दिख
they
रहा
were
है।
fighting in that first map. They were slaying every given opportunity taken, and some with ease. But for GE,
पर्सनल चैट पर कर दो।
the
नहीं,
series now they have to convert.
मैं खुले
to the
आम प्यार
opponent's
करता हूँ,
mapping.
मुझे
You
कोई
heard it
शर्म
from
नहीं है अपने
Pearl.
भाइयों
The
से।
boys were a bit nervous. It's a young team down on that stage, but we've seen these flip-flops from one-sided maps. A great success in the
साला
next.
क्या है ये, वो बैलेंस
The
भी
defensive fracture
चक्कू
is
क्या
what
है
will
भाई।
be tested.
I don't know what they
मेरे को
expected
कैची
coming
लगता है
in.
भाई
I don't know
नाइट
if they
का।
expected a Pac-Man waylay, but I'm excited
Oh
to
my!
see that it's gone. Immediately, Sado has picked him out of the sky. They're going to go running back, but they've been locked in.
मार 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 मार
Spike
उधर मार।
Zenith watching from behind. Sato already with a much better start to this
अरे
map
ना
than what we
पोकर
saw
हो
in the
रहे हैं
last.
सर।
This attack side having to run all the way back, maybe trying
भाई
to
इसका
bait them into
POV
the
चाहिए,
hands of
वो
Autumn.
लगता है या
Just
वो
holding
प्रॉपर
on to this
मारा भाई।
space. Nothing being spotted.
क्या मारा रे भाई।
But that backstab
सुबह
would
सीख
need
कर
to be
लिया है
incredibly
वोंट
impressive
चैट
if it
गेम
ends up
खत्म
as a
होने तक
backstab.
डन सीन है
Is he gonna
मैं
sprawl,
इतना
but there's
कंफ्यूज हो
no
गया
one
और
hit,
बाद
and
में
they got
5
back
मिनट
on
हंसा
front
कि ये मैंने
That's
क्या
exactly
देख
what was
लिया
happening. They
है
left him behind so he could hear the
Huh?
rotates if they started to flee the site.
ऐसा क्या हो रहा था भाई वो भी
Spike will
YouTube
go
पे
back in that
शॉट्स
direction. This was what worked for G on the last map. They
अब
were
तो मुझे नहीं
selling
समझ आ रहा
fakes so well,
Sato's
always
watching.
enticing Leviathan in. Crystal's chance to strike. He had such
अरे
an
अरे अरे अरे
impressive map previously.
Nice done.
They'll at least get one out of this.
पीछे
Good
किधर है
start to shut him down, but a plant and a 2v4
Meanwhile,
is
no
better
backup.
than it looked like it would be.
It's still incredibly difficult. Lev decided to just group up, play it together. The stun catches Harvey, but he will be better.
देखेंगे यार देखेंगे उसको देखेंगे
As they look to try and round this corner, will they check these more deep angles? They will, and it's Sato once again.
Full HP
A
में
great
एक body
round from
कैसे
him individually, and now Autumn has
Bro,
to try and
possible?
take over versus 4 players. Good flash!
अरे?
Caught almost everybody, but 13 health. Time ticking against him. And eventually he's going to need to swing out and get one of these kills.
अरे
It's
NT यार
absolutely
NT
nothing. A pistol round from Sato.
अस्त्रा
Even
फुल
gonna
एचपी
get
तो था
the
हाफ एचपी था
That will be Lev.
हाफ एचपी था वो
101.
Yeah, that will be Lev. in
भाई
for the first
मटका
time in
मटका
this series.
मटका
What a way to do
what
it
the
as well
fuck
for
bro
Sato,
what the
picking up a
fuck
4K focus there, very much on Patman, playing that waylay. A bit of a surprise element, certainly for
100%.
Leviathan.
bro
The waylay
luck
on the
is
other
in the
side is
favor
the
of
one
Sato
opening up this map. A strong start to the defense for Leviathan. They get sold a fake, but react perfectly, punish on that side of the map. In the opening,
ठीक है बैटमैन जब बाय राउंड होगा तो ये हाफ शील्ड पे खेलेगा
they get their reward. It's going to be a
Ai,
decent
bhai.
buy into this round. You know, for GE, win condition, or, well, not even win condition, but success condition, is just a couple of kills. It will make it somewhat costly for Leviathan if they can meet that goal. But as you can see, they're not very well armed.
वो देख लिया स्लो चुटकी मारने पहले
Orb collection.
With the Phoenix, always.
We're going to try and get as many of them as you can. They were initially challenging for that A main control, but you can see the defenders are doing exactly
thanks so much for the 8-month membership यार ब्लड वेल लव यू मेरे भाई
Sato only being
हाँ
one
फुल
away
एचपी
after
था
he
वो नहीं
claims
था
this orb.
नहीं था क्या सॉरी मेरा गलती
Or just to make sure, as you sort of said, don't allow that
Patty on
Phoenix to
Dolly,
build
that's
up
bad.
anywhere near.
हाँ
as
यार मैंने
much.
कभी देखा नहीं इसको इतना
For
डूब
now, though,
इसके इतना क्या कभी नहीं
tentative
देखा
in
मैंने
their
तो
play. Everybody's gained at least a little, but the fights will seem quite one-sided when they come to
खेला होगा
blows.
ये लोग ने
Well, if you're
Screams
trading
game से
up those
खेला होगा
orbs, finding them early, that's fine. GE, as you said, steps closer to the Phoenix ult, but this is where things
oh
should
my
take a turn
god भाई
for the worse for GE.
क्या
That good
शॉट
impact
दिया
to
भाई
start the round. They've got their orbs. They've even got a kill. The plant being attempted but pushed back by salvos. Sight taken. It's definitely a bit spooky. But the Leviathan have the upper hand in almost every fight. And now
Yeah, they cleared the top site, and then anybody trying to claim any weaponry is being picked off as they go. Another four being attempted.
यार एक भी नहीं गिरा है पे और
A great
फाइट जा मैं अभी बता रहा हूँ
and I think it is very important. Like, sure, it can happen. You're on your opponent's map choice, but we looked at this map of Fracture and went, this is not one of your greatest picks. It feels like
यार ऐसे पहले
you
duelist
picked
ही
it
खेलता
as a
था
counter to
वो
your opponents because they were not
हाँ
good
क्या
at it.
मैंने कभी नहीं देखा भाई
But with the start that they've had,
मैं पीआरएस के पहले नहीं जानता था भाई बैटमैन कौन है
the main part of the match.
पीआरएस में
First
तब से
purchase
जानने
coming up
लगा
for
हूँ
GE, and what will still be a pretty decent buy coming up for Leviathan given the circumstances.
मैसेज देखो तो कौन सा मैसेज
Well, yeah, 4 players carrying those
कौन
weapons.
सा
Too. I
मैसेज
think
देखो
they only lost a stinger.
पैटी ऑन डोलिश दैट्स बैड
Gonna be pretty happy with that on the defensive side. Coming through with a convergence path as well with that strong start. Orb was given over to King, so obviously
कोई नहीं
some
जानता था हाँ
value
एक्चुअली
put towards that rolling thunder in the minds of Leviathan, and you can see early aggression is already lined up. They popped the flash, and that's not even going to deter them as the reveal went up behind it. Leviathan keep pushing. It's a full south side crunch to start the opening
भाई
bit.
जीजी है
And
भाई
they get out scot-free. Crystal and hold the line on the other side, though.
Oh!
Leviathan will be forced back in a 4v2. A nice attempt to make use of those weaker weapons, but GE seemed more than ready for that.
It seemed like maybe they thought the convergence part of it.
लड़की वाला रुको मेरे को दिख नहीं
I
रहा
think maybe only caught the one, or by the time they got there, it worn off. But it meant that there were spams going through those smokes, and G again, something they did well in the.
मेरे को वही नहीं समझ आता जब मैं अपने मेन आईडी से देखता हूँ ना जिससे स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ वो अकाउंट से लाइक स्टूडियो में जब चैट पढ़ता हूँ तो मुझे वो शो हाइड वाला नहीं दिखता मुझे मॉड वाली
They didn't have the
अकाउंट से
phantoms,
देखनी
no
पड़ती है
operator just yet. The question becomes, how much damage can the remaining couple of players do? And I wonder if this will just become trying to catch them on the exit.
Yeah, that is probably where the most value sits. As time ticks on, it becomes more apparent. That is the play. Volley towards main. I like this idea.
ये क्या बकचोदी थी? रिंगा रोजेस वाला
wants to make this as
Top
costly
chat
as
वो
possible.
अरे
As
all
they
chat
run
पे ही
in
है वो all
through
chat
it,
पे
he
ही है
gets a shot on them. And Crystal
all chat
already
पे ही है
falling. Decent bit of damage done. I think that is going to be where it ends. Holding on to the Guardian.
आठ ट्रोमा काउंट मतलब अब क्या करते हो इतना काउंट का?
He's going to keep pushing.
अरे ये पहले का
extra
काउंट है
kill,
वो
and in the
बिजनेस वाला
end,
काउंट है
I suppose he
एक
gets an
ऑफिस
order.
वाला है एक मेरे
Yeah,
दूसरा
maybe having the
कोलैब
additional
रेड
value
वाला
into
है
his
ये
own
है
ultimate
मेन
versus the
वाला
ones
है
on the other side. I guess as well, when you look and there's already the Nightfall and the Run It Back online, you
Krypton
go,
bike है
okay, it doesn't really matter if I go down. Patman's too far away. Yudatan is yet to get onto the board. So neither of those ultimates are particularly close. But this is where we see that first fall by. Can Leviathan start off strong?
भाई जीत सकते हैं इनके पास फील्ड नहीं है
RG going to be climbing right back level again.
Keep in mind the run it back is online for GE.
सब पे आधी शील्ड है हम पे अच्छी शील्ड है भाई उड़दन ने शील्ड ही भाई नहीं की अबे क्या बकचोदी हेलो
But Yudotan seems to be making a good dent in this defense. He's taking ground on the other side. He's taking blows, but blows answers even more. Having alone with 3 to take down, he has at least got the spike, but he hasn't got a chance.
That was fantastic.
ऑन हो गई
These are
भाई
the sort of
टर्न ऑन हो
rounds that
गई
make you really excited about a team like Lev.
ये एक्स्ट्रा के स्मोक से वापस कैसे आते हैं
They've clearly just practiced these
पता
sort of
है
plays.
पता नहीं भाई मैं तो बटन स्पैम करते रहता हूँ
dive
बाहर आ
over
जाता
the
हूँ
top of it, stun into the corner as well.
Oh.
Then the salvos come in. Like, that is timing of gods. Like, that's exactly what you want to see from them on this defensive side. This isn't a team that has just picked a weakness of an opponent. This is a team that has preparation in place, and that's always been.
जी वालों मारो रे
this
मेरे को
squad
चाहिए
has
ये
been the
बंदा
most
बैठ के रह
exciting.
के उठ ही ना सारा मारो रे भाई
Now Lev looking much more comfortable, much more like themselves. In that previous round, especially considering that was the full buy, they had to run it back. It was a big danger for Leviathan to face off against, and they have dealt with it wonderfully. They were behind in the ult economy, but by the time
नियॉन स्टन उसका स्लो भी तो था
for GE, they should very much be catching up. And those dangers of the early half dealt with beautifully. Neon inside the smoke. He shouldn't be pushing just yet. Look at the south side of the map. So many players
ये क्या
on
टाइमिंग
the
थी भाई
defensive side are flooding in through it, and they'll even have a chance to stop this spike plant if GE were to take. Well, yeah, if they're to keep taking this long.
Maybe trying to bait players in.
Bait the salvos.
Instead, maybe planning a switch up through the spawn, but the problem
Where is
is
the
that flank has
flash?
now come through. They're making
No
the realization of, okay, we need to take some ground, and that forces their hand in towards King, who's just been waiting. That's what he's been doing the entirety of the round, just sitting there. And this is perfection from Lev.
कोई नहीं
They slowly surround them. GE takes just that little bit
यार
too
उनका
long
पीके
to
ये
get
भी है
this
थोड़ा
back
स्ट्रांग मैप है
down.
भाई उनके लिए
And they're going to come out of this one
ये भी तो
squeaky clean.
साला
Yeah, I
तुम
think
लोग
it's
तो
something
बजना
GE weren't expecting to have such a heavy flank
Back
behind them
Pinocchio?
that quickly. You can see they were trying to bait the salvos out, thinking that there would be a retake attempt from Leviathan from the spawn. And also, considering the round that just happened, they primed themselves for an attack, got dumpstered by utility ultimates and full-on aggression. Of course, they expected the faster retake. But
भाई कितना बड़ा आते हैं भाई उसका
and running the clock down just allowed that flank to come all the way through. So far, it very much feels like the shoe on the other foot. In the last map, GE, they played the map better. But now,
भाई कुछ अलग लग रहा है रे पैटमैन भाई नहीं लेना था रे खेलता दूसरे पे नॉर्मल जो खेलता है वो
This Leviathan squad it's the team that has the setup versus the team that has the counter. It
कोई
doesn't look
अपना
right
नहीं
now
गेम
like
खेल
GE
पा रहा
have the
देखो
counter. They've
दो
swapped their
एक
composition
एक
a
दो
lot. They've
दो
even put players onto
हाय राम
uncharacteristic roles. Of course, Patman's normally someone that we see on like the initiator or controller. Like that's where he's been kind of flexing.
बराबर बोल रहा है ब्रो
They put him into this, and so far it hasn't looked great. But I feel like that's because Lev have had a lot of really cool trap plays, and at least with against the low buy, they weren't taking too much.
ये लोग साला मुझे लगता है लास्ट में जब ये लोग जब अपने होटल रूम से निकलते होंगे तो उनका कुछ अलग स्ट्रैट होगा अलग कॉम्प होगा जब इधर सीट पे आके बैठते हैं ये लोग अपने हिसाब से कॉम्प बदल देते हैं मुझे ऐसा लगता है खेला था पहले भी वो बाइट पे, अरे घंटा
In a moment to chat with Frost, and it looked like he
Mir
was in
ko to yaad hi
God
nahi.
mode there. Certainly a lot of notes to hand out.
ये क्या है 2211 क्या मेरा मोबाइल नंबर
They
बोल
now
रहे हैं?
start to chip away at that lead. Leviathan have claimed their first time in the lead in the series, and they're not looking to let go of it.
फिर से बॉम्बो होगी.
Not early stun. I love this north side crunch, and they're doing it again from either side.
भाई उनकी गांडी मार दो बहन जो वो बचे ही ना.
Spawn area, spike scene pushing.
भाग गया वो.
They're just trying to survive, and the salvos again are causing so many issues. Unaton just
hold
on, and he's done very well from that position.
Short by even Steven.
Is he was in control of the spike?
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem. You take a look at Autumn right now towards the B site. Maybe he has a chance to run it back, but no one to defend it. Will likely be a death sentence. On Dish, well, you're going to have to walk into the op of Shadow, which is not going to be a fun fight to take for anybody. The Cosmic Divide, this is where it starts. I do think we're going to see that run it back put into play, but they're already a man down, and in fact, no chance to pop that ult. Neon's ahead of the fight. And Javi be forced into a save at this point. The credit's not looking good. Across the board, carrying this rifle forward isn't exactly going to help
बहुत यूटिल भाई कितना
that much, but it's probably
उसको
better than
कैसा
throwing it
चोक
away.
कर दिया भाई पेड़ को वहीं.
I'd have to just give plaudits over to.
पर वो बाहर
Leviathan
निकल
there.
सकता था यार,
Sort of
उसकी
crunch
नियॉन की
plays
बहुत थी वहाँ.
towards that north side of the map. It seems like even
अरे
from the two
नियॉन
players
नहीं,
that were there, they
इसकी
knew it was
बहुत थी.
coming. They knew that that
हाँ,
would be a
नियॉन की थी
possibility.
शायद.
And I wonder if there will have to be the switch up from G to almost have a bit of pack mentality, or even just be patient a little bit further back in the first few seconds of the round. The problem though is you look at where those players died. They are so far into their own spawn area that you almost feel like, well, they were left with nowhere to stand, and it's those reactive salvos coming out from blows going like, okay, there's players here, we know where they are. Let's
पता नहीं यार, मैं तो
force
देखा ही
them
नहीं
into
उनके
awkward
मैच.
positions. Communication needing to be on point, but also just those set plays out from Lev working once again.
You know, one of the reasons that I was happy to see him try to save that in Javi's front was because they were one away from the orbital strike, but Neon's gone and found an orb in the meantime. There's plenty of them on offer here.
Enemy remaining.
ये बहुत गलता रीड था भाई.
Orbital strike online for the next. This is a big advantage for Leviathan in scoreline and ult economy, and so far it feels like they're miles ahead in terms of controlling the map. And even after the pause, nothing to write home about for G. The same problem there. The crunches from Leviathan working well. You said the north side crunch, it's where they've been more impressive, but they've been very proactive even on that south side. Every round it feels like they have space that they need to take a mission objective.
Not possible.
And so far, G cannot deny those objectives. Yeah, Batman's going to have to drop out of there.
That's only a small amount of damage.
Teammate.
Thankfully, yeah.
Teammate Molly, so.
Teammate.
Spike planted.
Utility causing him a couple of issues. Of course, look at the weaponry, but Udaton, there it is. Tour de force activated. They realized that there is an opportunity for them to take this one away.
Nice one! Nice one, भाई! Nice one!
Certainly not slacking in this round either, but
nice one, उड़ान भाई क्या खेले भाई? मजा आ गया. Let's go.
5-2.
एक-एक करके.
I thought G would come out with.
Yeah, MasterCard Thrifty that will give them a huge boost. Because that was the thing. This was just one of those opportunities where you see that site.
Let's go. आ रहा है. धीरे-धीरे आ रहा है.
They managed to avoid a lot of that early aggression, and when they get into the post bar, you have Udaton with that free operator in hand.
अरे भाई मैंने आज तक एको यूज होते हुए नहीं देखा है.
All the way through.
उससे प्लांटिंग इजी होता है, फिर भी कोई लेता नहीं है क्योंकि वो ज्यादा इजी देता है ना. लाइक उसकी सब यूटिल पहले तो ब्रेकेबल और इनको के लिए कुछ नहीं है भाई. गैप को आपको देखना था तो पीआरएक्स को 2-3 साल पहले देखना चाहिए था जब उसमें क्या था उसका नाम चैट एसआरजीआरएस सीजीआरएस खेलता था. मेरे को तो बहुत यूज हुआ है पर
First shot fired when he falls back.
That
doesn't work for the bait play.
Like वो information नहीं दे. Oh, sexy shot भाई. Crazy shot. मजा आ गया.
Questionable. Maybe a little bit of impatience there for Leviathan, and well, the punish is massive, faking out that A side as well. This is what we said the last map worked so often.
को स्टार्ट में यूज हुआ था तो ठीक था.
Enticed Leviathan in, and then
अभी तो सब चीज अरे स्टार्ट में तो वो भी था ना यार, वो तुरंत ही
तुरंत ही थूकता था भाई वो ई दबाते ही। इतना हागार है नियॉन।
Down to 45.
भाई गुड गोबर किया भाई नियॉन ने।
Credits are also not in the greatest of positions, so with
तो
Neon
फ्लैश
not
भी
being able
इजी है
to
डॉज
fight
डॉज
those
करना।
picks, you have to try and give this one up. A good
जी
resurgence
प्लस डज नॉट गेन
from the side of
इनको नहीं
G
है
over the
उसका।
last couple of rounds.
और अब तो उसका अल्ट भी नर्फ हो गया तो और जीजी है भाई उसका। लाइक वो तो 2 गोली में फट जाता है भाई।
But pause comes in. The operator as well for Yudotan has definitely been a difference maker, but also just pushing that south A side of the map has been far more
अभी लोग फेड क्यों
victorious.
लेते बता भाई फेड
And the
तो
risks
4 यूटिल
being taken. You can understand it. They've been so confident in how they played in the last few
लाइक अगर
rounds.
आपको
That's why
समझ लो
Levitan
कि आप
forced that issue,
1v1 हो
but then
और
it
आपको
really
एक
does
एंगल
put
क्लियर
Spikes
करनी
in
है
a
और
spot
आपके
where
पास
he kind of
प्रॉब्लम
has to
नहीं
go
है रिव्यू
ham there
नहीं
or they
है।
lose the round.
आपको अपना क्यू यूटिल डाल के देख सकते हो दूर से कि भाई जो फंसा है तो बंदा है, नहीं फंसा तो बंदा नहीं। समझ लो ये चीज मकसूद है भाई। इसलिए फेड पे पिक रेट बहुत ज्यादा और अल्ट तो भाई सबको ही पता है। दो में नहीं पड़ता। अरे मतलब 2 इन द सेंस अरे कुछ ही गोलियों में पहले तो बहुत मिनट लगती है ना वो बोल रहा हूँ।
The round crumbles as a result, and that's a good adaptation
Combo
from
with
G to
Gecko.
play that much more patiently
हाँ,
on this attack
अब तो
side.
डैमेज भी नहीं
Wait
पड़
for
रहा है
Leviatan
इतना।
to make the mistake, because so far they had
मैंने
given you
4-5 मैच
fights.
खेले।
This time G take them on favorable
टीम में तो फेड ही खेल कर दिया।
It's
फेड अच्छा है जब
going to be this push.
ब्लाइंड फिल्म पाल दे दिया।
I'm pretty sure he got blinded there, and more 2 players spotted. Are they going to opt to try and?
पता है ये हो सकता था, ये फीनिक्स फंस गया उसमें। अपना ऑटम फंस गया इसकी अल्ट में।
Yudotan has been sublime, by the way. I think that's the 3rd round in a row that he has found an easy pick. Oh, I say easy. He was full blind and just hit the shot. But easy for him. Stun will force them back. Nightfall. Patman has gone down in response. They have the ult ready to try and trap them, but they've avoided it.
भागो 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 भागो।
This is a much slower turn
अरे
back
वो
to the other
झाड़ियाँ आ
direction
जाएगा
though from
यार।
G. Might start to think that yes, this worked before, right?
ये
Going
सिर्फ
to
आवाज
the
दे
A
रहा
side.
क्या?
Look where the spike is. It might not be what's happening.
जब ये सिर्फ आवाज दे रहा।
They faked one side, then pushed
Nice
the other
one,
this time.
nice
Prowler goes
one.
towards A. Leviathan think that the play has switched up, but they find out that it hasn't. Now a man lowered down, and the blaze covers across the side.
अरे भाई जब रोटेशन का आवाज नहीं आया तो भाग क्यों रहा है डब्लू दबा के?
It's given them somewhere to fight from, but then the double to triple fake becomes the quadruple. They're back to the A
30
side.
seconds left.
I don't know how GE keep doing this, but the ruse is sold every time, no matter how many times they say
भाई नाइस वन है।
Feels
पीछे तक
like
पीछे पीछे
somebody is waiting
पीछे स्पॉन आ
for
रहा
just
है।
an
वो देख रहा
over
देख रहा
peek.
देख रहा।
Like you can understand it.
देख रहा
You're
देख रहा।
trying to figure out where they're going. You're trying
देखते
to
रहे बाबे,
work out the
देखते रहे
position
बाबे
of these
प्लीज,
players, and
देखते रहे
every
बाबे।
time
नाइस रे उड़ो।
Yudotan is just
भाई है भाई है।
his 3rd operator pick.
इनको हीलर नहीं चाहिए
Where
क्या?
somebody has just
इनको
tried to jiggle the angle, and he hasn't been missing. 12 and 5, by the way, while they are currently still behind in the map. He's been a huge part of this turning around.
आपने देखा है क्या लोग लेते हैं नहीं लेते भाई VCT में तो ऑब्वियसली कोई हीलर पे डिपेंड ही नहीं रहता। लाइक कोई स्काई पे डिपेंड नहीं रहता। हीलर तो प्रॉपर छोड़ ही दो, लाइक मिक्स तो नहीं लेते।
Plays being made by G. I think Harvey needs to be given a lot of credit here, because I'm sure there's helpful players feeding him information, but somebody is having in those mid rounds to make those calls. And over the last couple of rounds,
देख के मजा आ गया।
he's often been the one walking into that empty space. And what's
ये
impressive
लोग
about
जो
it is I can't
खेलते हैं
really
ये सिर्फ
recall him
एम
getting
और
punished
गेम
for it that often.
इस
His
पे रहता
success
है।
rate is huge, either in just avoiding the unfavorable fights.
there you go.
कुछ भी मारा भाई वो बंदा
Certainly an unlucky start. If ever I've seen one, but from there, G do remarkably well to pull this back together. And it makes me grateful that we changed our setups. Back in the old days, we used to have the coach on the stage as well. I think the only thing I'd hate more than playing against Frost's team would be having to look up and see Frost. Just that big smile on his face.
हाँ बेसिकली भाई ये भी तो बात है भाई। बंदा मतलब 100 प्लेयर में से कोई एक बंदा वो भी 0.1% बेंच अपने हिस्ट्री में हफ्ता होगा इतना हीलर की जरूरत पड़ी।
It's difficult as well, because again, like talking of that Coinbase.
भाई इतने टाइम बाद तो मैंने एनवी को देखा था भाई, एनवी में रेना खेलते हुए, वो D11 खेल रहा था उसमें रेना। इतने टाइम बाद में देखा भाई कि कोई रेना खेल रहा भाई।
They have the same set play to try and go for
सोचो
that
रेना तक नहीं लेते वो।
presence, and you get domed by a full blinded
गेम और
guy
गेम्स में
who's just
यही
holding
रहते
the
हैं
angle
और
with an
होता क्या है
operator.
इस
So
गेम में
it's
वही
a
होता
rough
होता
one to try and go
हाँ,
out of a pause
अरे क्या है बे?
because you kind of sit there and go, was it the wrong play? No, not really. But Yudotan has been turning this game.
गांड पड़ती है, डर गए।
12 and 5. I mean, his impact has been.
टीम का डाउनफॉल
The second he got the arm, that was it. That's where things turned around.
But I mean, even on the last map as well, like he's had some crazy
rounds, but
seeing him run away with it like this for Leviathan's got to be spooky. And that timeout, no doubt, not necessarily about you to Tom, more about how he's given those opportunities to catch those rotates in the late round. How the map is being pushed and pulled out of their hands. This time, Leviathan
रेना की यूटिल पे कोई पीछे नहीं भागेगा, उल्टा उसको कोई तोड़ के खेलेगा।
So they can react quite quickly to this more direct play from GE.
समझे मैं क्या बोलना चाह रहा? रेना कोई चांस ही नहीं जी, तो टाइम पास गेम। अरे but then to भाई रेना खेलना मैंने कभी देखा नहीं भाई इतना टाइम।
It's every round. The Harvey is just
जेट भी नहीं लेता कोई, जेट तो लेते हैं यार, जेट लोग लेते हैं।
to the tower, but now realizing how far back they are playing,
जेट लोग मोस्टली लेते हैं।
divide is just a general irritation. They can get into a post plant. The backstab is going to be so far behind, by the way. So if they're too slow, Harvey might just kill all of them.
That's the plan. They have
पांच के पांच हैं। एक फ्लैश दे, एक फ्लैश दे, एक फ्लैश दे ऑटम, अरे ऑटम।
Pick up the pace towards the
side,
but a familiar foe. Crystal and Uniton stand in the way. Now just the one. Uniton's got the angle, but not the shot. Sato, the one with the pressure, though. He has to move to the site, has to start that defuse. Swaps out for a rifle now, and the ult. It's caught him, but he's actually out wide. Uniton's dodged it. Now,
टाइम के साथ खेल गया भाई, क्या रीड है भाई, क्या रीड है भाई साहब, चुप डब्लू भाई, भाई टाइमिंग के साथ खेल गया वो।
I'll be honest, I think that
एक्चुअली भाई मुझे लगा मार देगा वो।
Avoid the fight, slow him down. You probably at least get it to half by
Oh my god भाई,
maybe go in for the kill. Instead, Yudotan just runs past the ultimate, and he knows he's hitting.
भाई मुझे क्या लगा पता है, उधर उसका ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन नहीं होएगा भाई, वो डब्बे पे जब पहुंचा ना तो दे देगा पी। भाई बंदा बैठ गया भाई।
G have climbed back to potentially take the lead, but they have finally killed their demon, and maybe they've angered Sato in the process.
अरे एंटी लाइन ऑफ फायर हो सकता था। क्लच अब क्या क्लच किया यार लेन भाई।
Batman and Javi all the remains. What a great start for Leviathan. The lead may be back in their hands momentarily.
5-5 भाई, not bad भाई, बहुत अच्छा है
for his trouble. Doing a thing. Leviathan play this nice and safe. Passive on B, ready to play the retake, knowing the numbers are by their side, and it means GE are the ones that have to take a risk. That risk means running into the numbers. Dropped, and now his attempt to make this difficult situation that bit more manageable has left Javi in one that I think we all know the conclusion to. Leviathan have found their sixth and taken back the lead.
हर साल एक स्टार प्लेयर आता है, बट एक बंदा 2021 से परमानेंट स्लॉट बैठा है डुलिस्ट का आसपास, द गोट। अरे दे दे भाई ताली ओए।
Come on now, don't you can't do this to him.
अच्छा है तेरा।
Someone say something.
Have we frozen in time?
अरे भाई।
Maybe the loudest cheer of the day.
I think that one.
अरे वो खड़ा था भाई, कब से दे दे भाई।
What a round from Sato though.
अरे यार।
That was one where it genuinely felt like they made him angry. Like it needed something to ignite them after
ये बढ़िया था, ये बढ़िया था भाई,
in
ये
a
बढ़िया
row.
था।
But there's still plenty in the purchase. An operator handed over to Patman. Of course, they've got the credits to spend. The tour de force available.
अरे इतना अच्छा उड़ता चला
as well.
रहा।
As if he wasn't already quick enough. This time, Sato has looked to try and claim B main control instead. On towards their south
G
side.
wins W wheel. अपने कर रो। क्या बात है बहन चोटी भाई।
This is it. What won them the last round
दिख
was
गया
the
उसको?
opening shot
अरे
the opening.
दिखा नहीं लगा
goes
उसको
to
उतनी
GE.
बीच में।
That it will be a battle between these two. I suppose it's fitting. B main control taken by Sato, but Yudotan walks up right behind
आप करो, मैं नॉन मेंबर्स को भाव नहीं देता।
A waiting game. Perhaps the smoke up though allows you
मेंबर्स के लिए तो प्राइवेट शो होती है व्हाट्सएप।
He's human. Decision. That shot didn't land.
Bro,
right past Sato, and now
कैसा
he knows
दिया रे
exactly
भाई।
where to look.
Even still,
Spike planted.
Post plant available on Patman. Looking to try and get aggressive again. It's Sato to win the battle.
वो क्यों एंगल
Of
होल्ड
those
किया वो?
operator players, give them that man advantage.
अच्छा
Give them an opportunity to at least go in with a
Hey,
lead
yo,
after the
really
start
bubbly,
they
yeah.
had, but Harvey's having none of it. Already clearing one, but he's stunned up. Trade immediately from Patman. As they look to walk in together, the shot's not quite landing though.
Nice one,
Still,
nice one, nice one. Flash आ गया.
just one.
चुटकी आ गई उसमें चुटकी आ गई.
Blows making his way to the site, needs to bait someone into a fight, and Autumn just isn't giving anything away. He knows his teammate will swing first, and Patman still just sitting in the corner, will go down.
Araujo!
Not quite landing, and Autumn knows.
Nice one.
To racks at this point.
Nice one by 5066. Crazy bro, crazy.
Of a game, but
Crazy one.
not out of the woods just yet. A solid half. Let's see if
Oh,
they can
क्या
keep it
मस्त
up.
मारा था यार वो. पर उसके बाद क्या हुआ भाई? भाई क्रेजी मारा, अच्छा खेला भाई. Team needs a carry. भाई मुझे पहले लगता था भाई रेड बुल इज लाइक कुछ अच्छा होगा पीने में. मीठी वो खांसी वाली दवाई लगती है भाई. जब हम पहले नहीं पीते थे वो क्या नाम है, बचपन में वो जब सर्दी खांसी होती थी तो.
The reason Patman's on that stage, you bought him his first PC?
Yes, yes.
So what's it like watching him do such an incredible job with his team? Because you've been there his entire gaming career.
I actually feel very teary-eyed, and I'm very proud to see him on stage, live and in person.
Is it quite nerve-wracking though?
Yes, but actually my heart rate is like 120 right now. Watching him play.
But this man, he's been a world champion. But what's it like seeing him play with global esports?
Well, it's a new team for him, but I think he's done well making it to international again.
He definitely has. And actually, he does you proud in other ways. He's also been an incredible basketball player too.
Yes, he loves basketball.
So talk to me then about Patman settling into this team. What was your reaction when he told you he was joining global esports?
बेनिडल हाँ अब भाई उसकी मम्मी आई है, मैं नहीं मानता जी. याद है मम्मी नहीं आंटी है, उसकी आंट है जिसने पैटमैन को फर्स्ट पीसी दिलाया था.
Well, Elizabeth, I think you being
अच्छी
here
तो है भाई
is
रेड
so
बुल, अच्छी है नो डाउट,
so much for talking to me.
मुझे लगा कुछ अलग फील होता होगा. भाई क्यूट थी बे, क्यूट थी आंटी. जीत गए भाई G20.
Well, it didn't look like they needed much look in that first map, but this half a bit more of a challenge. Leviathan certainly woke up, but GE caught up in the end. We are neck and neck going into the next half, Tom.
Let's go, let's
Where does
go.
your allegiance lie?
It's just difficult at this point. And I think the fact that we at least saw some life in Leviathan towards the end of the half was a good sign. I think Sato especially is going to be a huge talking point, as we know that setup is going to be around him.
आंटी क्यूट, अरे क्यूट दिख रही थी यार.
The question though is,
कार्टून भाई को प्रूव कर रहा है आज आंटी को जिता के देख ली.
that he's going to have the same
Actually,
opportunities
भाई
with how aggressive this composition can be. But it is a lot to ask, because let's be real, they would not have 6 rounds on the board if he wasn't playing the way he is.
That is very true indeed. And has been a hero performance in the first half, but now we move to the second. We have a time to chat with the coaches, and we've certainly seen the coach waffle. 13 kicks off with GE on the defensive side, and Leviathan, although they cleared a lot of space towards B and then put a lot of numbers there.
Production, hello?
There will be the A site that is the ultimate target. Wrap back in, comes in just as GE flee the B site and put numbers back on the ground here.
And
Leviathan go the other direction. On, you know, I'd even expect this to be about orbs, but
इसने थोड़ा गड़बड़ नहीं लगाया जो पत्ता लगाया इसने.
Well, they're walking into.
आपकी जैसे क्यूट है ना.
They were probably trying to avoid.
ना चिल्ला रहा है भाई वो.
Short भाई. Spike Zine is gone. Okay, they're going to remove all of his utility, stun him. They're sending everything to try and clear.
Oh, एक और ले जाता था यार.
Removed. Look at all the assists that came through onto Yudaton. The Patman, he's trying to be cheeky and he's caught for it. King trades him out. Advantage firmly garnered by King.
Smokes जाने देना.
Now Crystal, 14 HP.
3
to find. All of them healthier than him, but that Sheriff is going to be deadly.
तीनों एक एचपी है, निकाल सकता है, बट खुद भी एक एचपी
hits that shot. In the end, it's Sato to close. Leviathan
अरे बैटमैन भाई खेल लेते यार अंदर.
Look at Sato trying to hype up the
तेरी माँ की आँख अगर तू उठा.
I'm sure as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, when you're having a game like him, you want to be the one trying to inject that energy into the rest, and no doubt King's feeling pretty happy after this pistol.
अच्छा ये यहाँ से पीक दिया और
him and for Leviathan as they find their way back into the lead. Strange attack side there. It looked like they expected some aggression out of G in that pistol, looking for it on B, going under, walking back to A main, clearing it out. But in the end, they found the easier side to push into.
single-handedly carry कर रहा है
very nicely.
बस 16-8 भाई वो बंदा.
In the half should follow. Should get even stronger as they're now up against Classics.
Again, we're going to see the same from Global Esports. They want to try and get as many orbs for Autumn as possible.
Oh my god.
North side A taken. And on the other side of the map, they've just left. Yudoton. He's already hearing the steps. He's already spotted. They're going to try and pincer on the remaining holdings. But Neon and Sato have done a fantastic job. Now it leaves just one. Spike not going to be planted just yet. Counter flash will leave him completely blind, and in the end, it's actually the flank from Sato that clears him. Orbs collected for the duelist, a few for the other side. The lead
जब फिनिक्स पे अल्ट था तो हमारे दो बंदे बिना फ्लैश के कैसे पीक दिए भाई बाप. मुझे लॉजिक समझाओ ए मेन में.
Heard two players go towards B because the immediate call there is for those guys in A main to just run it down, start the early play, take those fights, and they had the numbers.
फ्लैश है तब भी हुआ है.
A big round from Sato as well to give them a 7, put him 17-8 now tied up with
भाई लोग 13 people are watching यार. कोई तो नया होगा भाई. प्लीज कर दो यार प्लीज सब्सक्राइब. आज 3130 हो सकते हैं हमारे.
Very strong bonus round for this attacking side. They've got a lot of rifles to work with. And of course, pack mentality prevails even with SMGs.
Nice,
great pick up by Crystal though.
And they're ready for the player to try and swing out.
Nice.
It's going to be Autumn.
चल लड़ ले चल.
Fight with his ultimate. They know him.
चल लड़ ले दिख
This
गया.
round clean will be.
अरविंद दिखा उसको.
With King.
मतलब
one of the weaker weapons. Unless blows.
अजी मेरा टर्न मारे तू. अजी मेरा टर्न मारे
going to be spotting him.
मेरा टर्न मारे.
He is currently completely isolated. In fact,
आप दिखा छोड़ रहे.
taken by Leviathan here would.
हाँ जी क्या हुई?
That might be the easiest kill he's had so far today. A flank, leaving it down to just one, and in the end, Global Esports will comfortably make it through that bonus.
Don't mess with my voice.
Yeah, considering what they were up against, it's almost comfortably making it through a bye round. It's a very nice one from Global Esports. As we said, for Leviathan, on this attack side, pack mentality can work, but when you lose Spike Scene right away, and Sato coming up through heaven is caught like that. They have early flanks as well. It really exposes a lot of issues with that round, but it also gives you a lot to learn from. They made a
फिर से ये मैं ये राउंड जीत सकते हैं. हाफ शील्ड है सब पे हाफ शील्ड है.
Be something they look to exploit, but for now,
We
it looks
can
like again, pack
5 के 5
mentality
पे हाफ
right
शील्ड
in
है.
this stun setup. We will have a pacey attempt. Whether this is for the orb, I'm not even sure because with no presence elsewhere on the map,
Regen में नहीं,
half
half proper
straight
half.
up hit.
Gonna force.
अरे टूट जा रे भाई. हाँ दो मार.
Diving into a stacked up site. The read again from GE is nigh on perfect. And for the remaining two, they're trying their best to fight back into the round, but this is apparently clear of the south side, and now they go running in towards Neon. Be careful. This guy has proven time and time again that on the skill scale, he's almost ticking off it. But a 1v5.
Got the spike.
I think you'd be crazy to believe.
One down already. 2 away from an orbital strike. Big mistakes would be needed to even give him a chance. And you can see right away.
यार वो हेलिक्स पैंट अब होना यार
He's falling back. He'll take an orb. Set himself
बहुत
up to
crazy
just
फैंटम है
catch
भाई.
the info and TP right out. There is no escape for Neon at this stage. The only way is forward, and with 20 seconds left, if he doesn't decide to move, saving won't really be an option either. Yudoton has boxed him in complete. Well, okay, saving will be an option, but not what he's going for. That's 3 kills, 8 seconds left, needs to get the plant in. Okay, maybe waited a little too long to get that one going, but I'll be honest.
भाई टाइम होता ना जीजी हो जाता भाई.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for having just sat in the site, I would have been sweating for them. But even still, it's a lot of damage, considering how clean everything was at the beginning. But this was also just pretty much setting up in that 1-4 for the three players pushing that south side of the map, and when Harvey spots everything and all the way through in towards the spawn, they go, okay, well, there's no one on this south side. They have to be on the north, and everybody rotates in ready.
And also Uniton is holding Northside Arcade, sees nothing. It becomes pretty obvious where they may be. The wall's closing in quicker than expected on Leviathan in that previous round. They are denied any presence here towards A main by the Molly. And evidently, they don't want to fight into it afterwards. Again, they're on this low buy. The pack mentality's been adopted when it comes to the buy round, so you very much expect it to be the case here. And for GE,
अरे उसको नीचे उतरना पड़ेगा, दिखेगा क्या? नहीं दिखेगा, मार देगा। एक तो गिरा ही सकता है। अरे टर्न कहाँ से हो गया ये?
This push down below, a bit of an awkward battle.
Oh, okay. This now gets interesting.
There's
a post plant orbital. Because Neon's died. That is unfortunate timing. King's done well. His ult's only one away, but I don't want to even talk about ults because the last time it did, somebody fell immediately. Weaponry retrieved by King, and okay, on the back of the side with a pistol. Now Sato has an all of his own. It's not going to connect. Crystal waiting on the other side, and they are being picked apart, losing every single fight versus weaker weaponry. And for Yudotan, he wants to try and save this, but SpikeZine is chasing him down, looking to run after that operator, and he's got to be very careful here. There are multiple players trying to surround in onto him. They are baiting him in.
Mastercard
Thrifty. He gets another round onto the board for Lev.
Lev right back in the lead. And
भाई भगवान करे तू आज हारे लेव, भगवान करे तू आज हारे साले। मैं 4 आउट हुआ गंदी तरीके का, 2-0 हारे मैं।
Such a cool idea with it. This one starts full south side. They see the A main aggression, they're pushed back by it and say, okay,
देखा इस मैच के बाद आउट जाने
now we know they're pushing there. Let's take the fight B main, and that happens to be the lighter side of the map. That happens to be where they can get in and get a plant. And that was already a success in my mind. You now have a plant that they have to push into you. You get a couple of kills, you make it costly, and maybe the butterfly effect comes in by the end of the map. But instead, Leviathan steal around that they had no
अरे हो सकता था वो उधर एक्स्ट्रा से मरता नहीं ना वो बैंडिट से, पता नहीं वो मेन क्यों देखने लगा, वो क्लियर ही नहीं किया यार। फिर रविबाजी ऐसे क्यों देंगे? मैं
For the other side of
things, एक राउंड वो एक राउंड हम जीत रहे ना तो टेंशन बढ़ता है।
You kind of want to call him a superstar in the making because of how young he is, 19-year-old. I think he's just turned 19 as well. But it feels like he's already there. Like having those crazy high impact rounds and then just being ready to scream, hype up his teammates, hype up the crowd. He has now overtaken Yudotan as the kill leader in this map, but he's had Neon alongside him.
भाई मैं ऐसी चेयर लेने वाला था यार, पर मैं लिया नहीं। मैंने उसके रिव्यूज पढ़े थे, मतलब ग्रीन सोल, हाँ ग्रीन सोल जैसे वो था ना, उसके पीछे वो घुमाने वाला बैट पे।
Yeah, perhaps that can bridge the gap somewhat. Tour de force put into play right away, but Yudotan's walking in to Sato and will be moved from the round right away. And now
थोड़ा eagerly peek कर रहे हैं यार हम।
Anti-flash on the other side. Some players will be caught, but others won't. The stuns go in right away. Sure, they'll lose one. But how much more can GE hope for in a fight like that? The spike up for grabs if they could win it, and Patman's thinking about it. He's got a rifle. A high-low setup on the other side could completely decimate any chance of finding the kill. And now almost every danger is being removed.
Obviously गलत थ्रो हुआ यार।
Nice. Okay.
अब बताओ उड़ोतान को वो एंगल अच्छा खासा लेके बैठा है, पर पता नहीं पूरा क्यों पीछे नहीं देना।
Cool and controlled for Leviathan. Maybe there'll be one kill at least. There you go. They now know where the last man is, and for Crystal, he's got the whole team facing off against him. Leviathan extend their lead once more, but this will be the round that the pause was called for Global Esports. We saw in the last half a fight back that brought them level.
Bro, third map क्या mouse है King का?
Final map, you kind of feel like a lot of those
Bro, क्या mouse है King का?
start
They
to
waiting
fade
for
away.
big big game.
I
हाँ
think
वही तो
maybe
मैं बोल
including
रहा हूँ
myself,
बहुत
we
eagerly
saw
जा
a
रहे हैं
set
हम
fanned out, thought
अब
maybe
ये
the
भी
split
कर
would be
सकता था एक आध और मार सकता था ना ये
by the
इको
side
में
of Leviathan.
गन मिल
So
गया उसको पता नहीं वो
although it may have
रिवील लेके
started
आगे
off
की
as
जा रहा
a bit of a shaky veto, if we go to match 3, I'd almost start to say they're favored again.
भाई क्रिस्टल भाई पिछला मैच क्या खेले भाई आप इसमें एकदम ही वैसे उल्टा ही हो गया
towards the spawn for that quick reaction and the play coming towards B. The Rolling Thunder should completely stop them from having any say in this. Chance for the operator to maybe land one, but no, TP taken back, and now full control for Leviathan, you would think. Running back sent in, they get one off of it, and another onto Sato, and the numbers now sitting 5v3. They haven't even planted the spike yet on Leviathan, and they're being whittled down.
Go, go, go!
Trying to create some space. Spike seems done well. He's denied. Chance for a trade.
Nice one रे भाई उड़ो भाई
Position. And now the spike.
भाई उड़ो ही है जो मैं जो बूंद बचा रहा है भाई
Go back in. Can you do it again? Can you get us that space back once more? Can you cause that distraction? The answer
nice
is
one भाई
no.
ये भगवान तो गोटे मुंह में आ गए थे ये राउंड जाता तो गया खत्म था भाई मैच
And another purchase will be coming right back up.
भाई इसका 140 वाला सिस्टम नहीं है क्या ये VCT में हमारे इसमें तो 140 वाला सिस्टम है फैंटम का है उड़े का शॉट नहीं लगता भाई भाई जीजी हो गया था भाई अगर उधर नहीं मारता
for those op shots, and it feels like when he goes pushing in at the start of the round, Sato has his number. It's a lot of connections coming out of the waylay on Leviathan, but in those retakes, Udaton's had so much value.
अच्छा हाँ
Just got to keep him alive that long. It looks like GE.
अरे चेंबर पीछे दे
They're hearing some noise in A main. Send Autumn there, flash through, seize the control.
वो चेंबर ने पोजीशन चली लिया
As he falls back, they put Patman in to hold.
अगर ब्रिम नीचे से रोटेट किया तो वो चेक तो नहीं करेगा मुझे तो नहीं लगता
अरे the corner, but he's still here.
अरे भाई
I don't think that was the plan, but he's held the ground to an extent.
ब्लाइंड में किधर डैश मार देता भाई हम पहला शॉट हेड मारते हैं ये लोग पहला बॉडी देन ऑटोमेटिक दूसरा हेड लगता है
From Globe, and as you said,
अरे उसका
Phoenix was on the other side, is now waiting for them on this one. Nice work from Sato once again. The orbital strike will deny them at least running all the way through, but Autumn already looking to try and flank back around through that north side, which they kept control of.
Flash going to come out up top. It's devastating, but the shots don't land. Leviathan find everything, and now a 5v2. Well, we said the ops being good on retakes, but he'd have to be great to stand even a chance. Patman by his side. Oh,
अरे ये कैच में छोड़ दिया साटो को
11-9 now. Just 2 away from closing out the map, bringing us to split. And as you said, Tom, that's where favor starts to flip a little bit.
Well, the thing is as well, you look at the role of Sato.
भाई कुछ भी मटका पड़ा यार
That is meant to be a death sentence. That's meant to be, you dive in, you try and get a shot off, and then you retreat, and somebody else takes the space. He's diving in, he gets the split second, is immediately hitting headshots, and comes out with 3 kills at the end of the round. He truly has been incredible in this map thus far. And him versus Udotan has been a fun battle, but I'll be honest, he started to take
nice one रे बैटमैन
will finally
चल गया एक और आगे चल आगे 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 अरे आ जाओ घुस जाओ बहन तो प्लान कर लो कुछ कर लो हां नाइस वन ओ माय गॉड भाई
Like they take some blows for that, but
अरे भाई
after the fight. By the time that anything's landed for Leviathan, a 2 versus 4 needed. Sure, they've got ultis, but this isn't the round for them, surely. It looks like a write-off and stepping into the off, this time in the hands of Patman, but the result is no a body on the floor, and it's not a defender. Spike scene, the last one standing, 4 players to take down. This would put Leviathan up to 12. It'd probably win them the map, but
nice one, guys. Nice one, yeah.
GE fight their way back to within punching distance.
Good response, and a necessary one at that. Like I said, Sato was dominating a lot of these rounds, so to shut him down immediately. But then again, we talked about this a lot throughout the match so far. I love the calls from Harvey just to go, no, you know what? We've used the ultimate. Let's play through their utility. Let's get aggressive. Trap them in towards their spawn while they're isolated.
ऐसे खेलेंगे भाई नो पीक जस्ट होल्ड चेंबर
with how things have been
GG
going.
होगा
Both
Batman का.
teams winning their rounds cleanly. The economy hasn't gone
5
anywhere.
man push.
Patman once again with that operator, but Flash should be coming through that wall before they think. No, are they going to walk up on it? He's just going to look to stick around, and well, he's definitely been caught out early. It's actually Yudotan to go down instead.
किधर भी अल्ट कर रहा था मैं तो पहले करा अल्ट पे इसको
towards
Total
Arcade,
ban,
but Leviathan had the whole squad come that way. Now being boxed in Arcade,
वो कटा मरेगा
peek from Javi that I don't think was spotted. Leviathan don't know the numbers they're
अरे
facing.
यार शॉट भाई नॉट ओह माय गॉड भाई क्या रीड था भाई क्या मारा भाई ऑटम ने वो
Batman is doing, it's making me so uncomfortable. Like gets forced out by the ult, throws his stun.
Oh my god भाई
They're trying to swing in to catch him. Autumn just wrecks 2 players on the way into the site.
क्या सेक्सी खेले हुए मतलब 3 राउंड में जीत लो जीत जाएंगे
Taste of defeat.
Watch me.
And well, you're starting to see those credits.
2 राउंड और
dissipate for the attack inside. They might be left with nothing into the
Hak diya, ball hak diya.
pick up the pace themselves. Immediately throwing through the overdrive, and ult on the other side is caught, and in fact it spikes it. That ends up with the kill. Trades immediately back in response.
Oh my fuck
But
bro
Sato again lands a shot. Back to a 3v3 once more. As they grind to a halt for a second. Both teams pausing to catch their breath. Patman's operator has been spotted. Yudotan, his position also seems known, and it's almost bait. They want them to swing, they want them to peek, to re-clear, to think that they've left, and they do.
भाई भाग क्यों रहे हो? अरे सिर्फ डोर ओपन हुआ भागना क्यों था सब?
Clearly have gone back to that B side, but as we can see,
तुम्हारा मेन पे ट्रैप लगा है.
Dangerous now if they're allowed to get this plant in.
यार
The stun could be
कर
back.
दिए
The
भाई.
salvo online, it's a deadly duo when it comes to.
Bro,
Never mind if he
ऑटम
puts it
डिलीट
up top.
काम मारा यार उसने.
At least the plant found. Of course, they don't know just how open this site
तीनों
is.
की
No
रोटेट
one's
किए
made it
भाई.
down. The rotates.
एक्स्ट्रा गैस सिटी कोई दिक्कत नहीं था भाई वो ओपन था.
Not going to be here on time.
Spike planted.
Sato never let go of this position.
ये क्या रीड है? पता नहीं एक दरवाजा खोलने से 3 के 3 भाग गए यार.
Hold his ground all the way through.
बैट
Thing is,
ये
they
क्या
can
अल्ट?
avoid his position.
ये क्या अल्ट है भाई?
Holding within the sight and looks to just clean up everybody. Patman hunting for a rifle. He doesn't even know that he's still around this corner. Finds the info, but it's Sato to close once again.
अबे ये कौन सा सीधा?
To dig deep. And are now 1 round away from taking us to map 3.
Well, Global Esports got past that first map easily. Barely broke a sweat.
One enemy remains.
We said they would be tested when it came to Fracture to Leviathan, just up the difficulty 12
नशे
on the
अरे
board.
यार मैं जो
It's
सीधा
either
अल्ट की
overtime or victory and map 3.
लाइक समझ गया कि उसको हाफ साइड क्लियर करना था बट क्लियर भी कैसे कर रहे हो सब लोग नीचे ड्रॉप ही देखते हुए आ रहे हैं. अब वो लेफ्ट आ गया है. जीजी है तुम्हारा.
Gets in, he can always get out. Well, for the next second or so he can. And now he's stuck around.
Oh my god. Oh my god, bro.
Should be picked up to this A site if it is. Crystal's the one with the challenge, the man who top fragged the last map, put on a brave face in so many bad situations, but this way too much to ask. Leviathan are hungry for a 3rd map. Their orders almost ready.
Oh my god.
Hits his mark. And now just 2 left.
नहीं.
Yudotan gave them a chance. Tried to close it alone and leave to try and fight versus
मुट्ठी मार भाई तो डिफॉल्ट मुट्ठी मार.
Neon on King on the other side, but the problem is he has to make noise. He has to give the game away. Tries to bait the fact that he's already dropped down. But they will now know the Rolling Thunder is going to force him all the way back. That time ticking further and further. The map 3 looking.
NDR.
Map 3 on the horizon. Don't go anywhere.
नाइस ट्राई भाई, नाइस ट्राई भाई। क्या खेला भाई उन्होंने लास्ट राउंड पर। ओ माय गॉड भाई, क्या तेरी माँ की आंख, अगली बार शक्ल नहीं दिखाना तू। हिट नहीं होगा, काफी स्ट्रांग है वेब लेव का, एज मच ऐसा है तो बंदा पागल हो गया भाई। अगर ऐसे पॉप ऑफ करेंगे ना तो भाई जीत जाएंगे यार। ये देखो, ये भी मतलब गंदा नहीं खेले भाई, 11-13 भाई, बहुत क्लोज आके हारे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बट लाइक जो लास्ट राउंड था, मतलब जो 12वां जो मैच पॉइंट था, उधर जब नियोन ने अल्ट मारी सैंड्स पे तो फिनिक्स निकला ठीक था, क्योंकि उसने इतना डीप स्मोक दिया था कि उसने पूरा राफ्टर ऊपर खाली छोड़ दिया। फिनिक्स निकला था ठीक था, वो अल्ट में था। क्रिस्टल का निकलना मुझे वो लॉजिक नहीं समझ आया। अरे भाई माउस की अम्मा बहन हो गई, माइक की अम्मा बहन। हाँ उनके माइक चिल्ला रहा था, जान मुझ के दिखा रहे हैं बहन। नहीं नहीं, हमारा भी दिखाया था वो फर्स्ट मैच के बाद, हमारा वो मोमेंट्स दिखाते हैं ना राउंड का। वो ओटी वाला नहीं जाना चाहिए था यार वो राउंड, जब नियॉन ने अल्ट मारा ना वो बीटी हो गया भाई वो राउंड। और दूसरा सबसे बड़ी मिस्टेक थी वो एक दरवाजा खोलने पे तीनों रोटेट कर गए भाई, तीनों के तीनों, एक बंदा नहीं रुका भाई। एटलीस्ट पैटमैन तो रुक सकता था, पैटमैन साइड पे था भाई, वो एक कॉर्नर बैठ सकता था वो। अपना रिकॉर्ड देखो जी का, दे प्ले टू गुड ऑन इट। जी का तो अच्छा नहीं देखता कभी मैंने, लेट्स सी। पता नहीं यार, मेरे को देखते हैं। मैंने देखा नहीं, मैंने भाई मैंने पुरानी जी को देखा स्प्लिट पे खेलते हुए, जो इंडियन रोस्टर्स वाली थी, उनका तो बहुत ही स्ट्रॉन्ग था स्प्लिट। अब इसका मेरे को आइडिया नहीं, इसमें तो सेज लेंगे ही लेंगे मुझे लगता है। हाथ का राउंड है यार, ऐसा जीत जाते हैं। नारे नारे नारो नारे ना। अच्छा ये भूतनी के सब यहाँ बैठे हैं, माई का सालो, सब डिस्कॉर्ड में बैठे हैं। मैं भी बोलूं इतना ऐसा कांस्टेंट वाचिंग कौन है साले, ये सब आरपी वाले इधर सब इधर बैठे हैं भाई। अरे तना नी नारे नारे ना नारो नारे नारे ना। अरे तना नी नारे नारे, हाँ भाई उधर वो चल रही है, स्क्रीन शेयर चल रही है। यस भाई, इतना लंबा लंबा पहले अच्छा वीडियो आता था यार। पता नहीं अभी थोड़ा ना, कुछ कुछ एक दो वीडियो इन लोग की थोड़ा बीटी हो जाता है ऐसे तो, पता नहीं क्यों। पहले अच्छा था, हाइड एंड सीक ना ये ना वो। अरे दिल का डर सही लग निकला, दिल का डर। हार गए सेकंड में, अरे कोई नहीं यार, हार गए, हार गए, क्या ही कर। ये राउंड की बात कर रहा था मैं। वन का अल्ट है ना, उसका स्मोक देखना, उसने उसने ये देखो, ब्रिम ने उतना अंदर स्मोक दिया कि ये पूरा रैंप खाली है उनके लिए, और ये फ्लैश किया भाई, वो क्रिस्टल पीक ले लिया काय को। और अगर पीक लिया तो उसका पोलिंग कितना अंदर था बेंच, अरे कितना बाहर था, अरे अंदर देता भाई। ये राउंड हक दिया हम भाई, 3v3 आ गए थे, फिर उसके बाद जीत ही हो गया हमारा। वो एक डोर के जैसे मैं जो ब्यूटी
power. They have the
एक डोर के
potential to push through on Fracture here in today. In fact, Sato must be feeling absolutely fantastic because starting with round 1 with that share of 4K. In fact, let's check out our HyperX reflex moment of the day. 100% goes to Sato, who was left hanging.
अबे भाई ककू का ये लोग को बुलाओ ना रे भाई, क्या बकचोदी है।
By being able to get that 4K on the sheriff round
ककू
straight
का
into the map,
बुलाओ
right? And I
यार,
think that that's
कौन
a real
ये कास्ट
confidence
कर
builder. You just saw what a character he was in that clip there that we bumped in with, and I think the amount of energy that he's being able to bring to this stage, honestly, like he seems to be one of the future kind of personalities that we have here in Valorant.
कैसे बाल भाई लोगों को कैसे सेट रहते हैं भाई मेरे, तो जंगली जैसा बाल पड़ रही है इधर उधर, पीछे का तो वो भाई गीला होने में भी वो ऐसा टूंडा जैसा बाहर ही निकलता है।
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of it
वो ये उधर देख के क्यों कर रहा था, चैट देखा तुमने?
Yeah, exactly.
ये उधर देख के हर बार क्यों कर रहा था, ये देख रहे हो? उधर देख के कब से देख रहा हूँ, बैग एक ही जगह देख रहा था ये, कूदे जा रहा माँ। अरे अरे क्या हो गई?
Just dominate this game completely. He's got the confidence, got the
अरे
front, and hopefully that transitions to a lot more energy throughout the whole of their team.
अरे ये क्या नशे हो रहे हैं, ये लाल बाल किधर गया?
This is good. Let's do that too.
And Waylay is an agent that we don't get to see him on an awful lot, so it was nice to just see him kind of like let loose in that kind of aspect of things.
Yeah, definitely. And I think everything looked a lot more comfortable for Lev on this map, even though it was really, really close.
हाँ उधर का इस बार तो ये भी जा रहा है ना, बिंग भाई को भी ये आया लंदन का इनवाइट। हाँ भाई ये अच्छा, ये कॉम्बो अच्छा था भाई, क्रेजी कॉम्बो था भाई यार। ये तो घर कोई नहीं, we will get one more chance. We will play on 9th. We will play on 9th. इधर खेलेंगे, ये हारी तो खत्म यार, ये तो खत्म। और अगर ये जीत गई तो हम जो यहां से आ रहे होंगे हम उसके साथ खेलेंगे फिर, लाइक काइंड ऑफ लोअर ब्रैकेट। मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है, कोई मेरे को बता सकता है? मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है फूट, बट फूट तो एनए की है ना, फूट ईएमईए की है ना चैट? फूट किधर की? ईएम, हाँ ईएमईए की है वो, एनए की तो लेविया था ना। अरे बस 2 जीतने और 2 नहीं हारना, और 2 नहीं हारना है, बात खत्म। फूट ईएमई की, हाँ ईएमई की है ना। तो मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है मन भाई कि हमारा एनआरजी के साथ होगा? नहीं, मुझे ये लग रहा है, और वाइटलिटी का इधर होगा, जो भी इधर हारेगा मतलब जीतेगा, मुझे ये डाउट होगा। बट अगर होना होता, हो सकता एनर्जी वुड फाड़ देगी हमारी। नहीं, एनर्जी हमारे साथ नहीं, हमारा वाइटलिटी के साथ होगा शायद, हो सकता है 20 करो ना हो। अरे एनर्जी तो वो तो उठा के फेंके, वो एनर्जी छोड़ो, ये वाइटलिटी भाई, वो क्रॉनिकल बेंच, वो प्रोफेक्ट, ये साला क्या नाम है ये उसका, डर के भर के क्या मार रहे भाई। वो कल वाला मैच देखा मैं, मतलब वो तो ठीक है चाइना टीम थी तो, बट देन टू भाई इतना टॉप नॉच है मैच, साले मिस ही नहीं कर रहे भाई।
Leviathan playing that double duelist. I think it's interesting to see how they are
इधर का सिस्टम नहीं पता,
the double controller.
मुझे जहां तक लग रहा है कि वो ही होना चाहिए, क्योंकि अभी तक अगर एनआरजी वर्सेस वाइटलिटी होता तो जो कल का मैच है, जो फर्स्ट मैच है, उधर दोनों टीम्स आ जानी चाहिए थी टू बी डिसाइडर। अभी तक मैच खत्म नहीं हुआ इसलिए नहीं आया,
little bit more of the firepower with the duelists. Are they going to fight for
चाइना को हरा सकते थे and not as good of a team चाइना को हरा है they are still हाँ वही मतलब चाइना को हरा है but मैंने वो देखा ना like मैंने उनका TH versus Vitality भी देखा वो भी एक neck to neck game ही था
here. I'm just intrigued to see how they actually match up against one another when you look at the pairings with that.
अरे वो किधर गया यार वो वाइटलिटी का सैफ ही नाम ना उनके आईजीएल का जो पहले था हम हरा सकते हैं वो एफएस because they rely only on Premier or any other Chinese team बाकी सबके सामने फंसेंगे ब्रो प्रीमी वो निखिल भाई ने वो बरोबर बताया वो जो फूड का एक बंदा उन्होंने नाम लिया क्रॉसली ऐसा कुछ करते उसको जब उसमें इंटरव्यू में पूछा कि प्रीमी के सामने कैसा खेलोगे मतलब प्रीमी कैसा प्लेयर है तो वो बोला कि प्रीमी सिर्फ अपने रीजन में खेल सकता है वो हमारे मतलब वो हमारे टीम के सामने नहीं खेल पाएगा मतलब वो इस स्टेज पे नहीं और वो दिख गया ब्रो वो नहीं कर पाया भाई वो उससे नहीं हुआ भाई बहुत बॉटल नेक हुआ भाई वो मतलब हर जगह चोक हो जा रहा हो और प्रॉब्लम इज दैट कि मैंने उसको पता नहीं फिनिक्स खेलता होगा कि नहीं बट मैंने उसको फिनिक्स आज देखा मैं तो उसको जेट पे ही देखा हूँ भाई अभी तक सर पोस्ट टीम में डुएलिस्ट होगा तो उसने
Wall already used here as we can see Leviathan finding the first pickup and then fading out.
नहीं सर आईजीएल था
It's Spike Scene, he's all alone and he's left that way. He's cleared the sight of all attackers and a flawless pistol round for Leviathan follows.
The saying is you can see yourself die alone or something along those lines. My man just didn't die. He just stayed alive at the back. And while absolute destruction in the pistol round, and that was a big part of that previous map as well. The fact that they were able to get those pistols over the line, they were able to put themselves in a position that ended up just closing out the map in very close.
मुझे एक चीज बताओ हम कैसे जीतेंगे भाई
pistol round genuinely could have made all of the difference.
मैंने अभी कॉम देखा हम कैसे जीते भाई छोटा मैप इतने एंगल फ्लैशर ही नहीं है
More of the same, wanting to get those orbs under their belt, claiming the first early on B, running all the way to the other side to get the second.
नहीं है भाई
how little is invested
in जैसे वाले टीम का कोच था ओह मुझे नहीं पता था
I would say if they get a kill they've done well.
Yeah, well, I mean, getting the 2 orbs already is going to be a challenge if Leviathan keep holding the angles they're on. They're ready for the fight up top, but it is only a judge on Spike Scene, so he can't really take the fight to them. And in fact, they're going to, although we thought this was a step forward to grab the orb, maybe it will be when the wall goes up. Numbers have started to shift in the other direction. They're even going to get caught by the Prowler on purpose. Yudotan's trying to bait them in. Trying to show some presence on this side of the map and step forward, grab the orb, make some noise, let them know that this is the side that they're looking to fight on while the others walk into B, but it's not left open. Leviathan, they're wise to these tricks. They just played 2 maps where GE were doing the same thing, and they won't let them get away with it again.
Crazy.
Good work by Neon, and another flawless round for Leviathan. A clean lead built up.
Yeah, exactly what they're looking for. They can come into this next round with rifles across the board, bar a singular judge, which, okay, it's not as strong as it used to be, but I think we've already seen that even going back to map 1, the Neon can still be incredibly strong. Maybe the judge can too. And as their lead builds, it feels like so does that confidence for Leviathan. That first map seeming more like the outlier than the defining factor, and that's what I was kind of expecting with the slows. Like, you know that your opponents like to get aggressive, so throwing those in early. But I also like what Neon did. He's jumping out, gets the info, but it's part of a TP to get away. He can't be tracked there, and he still spots players.
ऐसा ट्रैक नहीं होगा?
GE spread across the map, putting pressure on mid, looking for someone to step out of line. Seems very unlikely to happen towards this A site. Prowler sees nothing there. Didn't see nothing, I think.
Oh, actually, थोड़ा सा
went down very early, and they certainly know he's around this area now. The first map, this would have already seen the rotate start to the A site, but as we
भाई
said,
वो जब बॉल ऊपर थी वो स्पैम करा तो तभी थोड़ा वॉकिंग कर जाता भाई नियॉन मिल जाता उसको आराम से फ्री का नियॉन मिलता भाई वहां
series already, and so as GE gear up for this B hit, there's still going to be numbers waiting.
Not possible. Phoenix है मॉली है इसका
Actually, he's going to find a lot of empty space there.
Yeah.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds left.
3 players.
रेस की यूटिल्स कहाँ है भाई मेरे रेस की यूटिल कहाँ है
Working out as well as one player goes down. The swings are immediate. And this is a problem for Global. Nice work from Patman and Autumn alongside him. The spike looking to be planted. 12 seconds left. He's got an ice.
अरे नाइस वन भाई
It is a dangerous.
Oh my god man जो क्या टाइमिंग था भाई वो वाइपर का ऊपर
And maybe a little bit too close. Nonetheless, GE do have their first round.
अबे रेस यूटिल कहाँ डाल रहा है भाई इतना
Traded out by Lev there, but GE with a lot of patience as well. Starting on the mid control, pushing them back. And the question mark that created was enough.
भाई टाइमिंग था भाई कैसे जीते वो ऑटम ने जिता दिया ऑटम ने टाइमिंग पकड़ी ओमन की भाई अगर वो 1v1 ओमन वर्सेस ओमन होता तो हार गए थे हम लोग उसको बहुत एडवांटेज था पावर में था भाई
Nicely done. But now the full buy from Leviathan, a much stronger round from the defense. GE with a very different approach as well. Last round was waiting for aggression. They had 1B, 1A, 3 mid. This time, everything given up with 120 on the clock. It's pack mentality outside.
Depends how long it's going to take Leviathan to realize.
दोनों डोलिश कमिंग इधर बहुत तेजी से नो एंट्री 3 बंदे आ गए उसके पड़ी उसको स्मोक कहाँ है हेवन का स्मोक अबे क्या हो रहा है बे ये लोग को ये लोग क्या खेल रहे हैं भाई यार
Now look to swing together.
नहीं
Nice one Batman. Ramp already 3 men have made it down, but Autumn again trying to wrap behind them late. Trying to be that thorn and then taking a double.
Ulotan feeling भाई bro
almost no choice 1v4. It's time to go to the other side of the map, tuck in and hope to carry that rifle.
भाई मैं वो वेंडल खेलता नहीं था क्योंकि वो उछलती थी अब मेरे को इसको देख के खेलने का मन हो रहा है एक शॉट मिड पे था अच्छा मिड पे था क्या तब तो भाई
way they adapted to that though because
जो का पत्थर में बोलते हैं ना
heaven control was completely in the hands of the defenders. I think that initially Blows did a great job to just make sure they can't just run up and take that free makes the retake.
हमारे एम कर रहे हैं वरना राउंड नहीं निकले
But then as you sort of said it
हाँ भाई वो नसीब लगा भाई पैटमैन ने उधर मारा और उसने 2 खाया उधर एक्चुअली नहीं खा सकता था नियॉन ने कनकस रख दिया
disruption thrown in at the same time from Patman who's TP'd up to almost
वही कनकस अगर रेस पे जाता तो जीजी हो जाता हूँ
and then when Yudotan is hitting those shots it makes things that little bit more easy. Economy damaged. Leviathan's early lead
अबे ये शालू को क्या हो गया है बे मार ही नहीं रहा है
reduced.
क्या सीन है भाई इसका
much to play with in this one.
साला से ब्रीज में ही मारता है क्या एट द एंड एफपीएस गेम है एम तो काम आए अरे काम ही एम का ही है भाई काम ही चल मार शेर नाइ ओ क्या कवर था भाई क्या कवर था भाई उसका देख रहा है भाई अटेंशन भाई मुझे लगा सब ऐसे ही जा रहा है बिना बंदूक के भाई
They get nothing, bar a bit of information.
आवाज आया?
Now this is a bit more dangerous. They just spotted Blows. Does well to find even the one, despite some damage being done. This will be a hard round to take out of G's hands. They have a showstopper if they need
पर
it.
इस लेवल पर माइंड गेम ज्यादा काम आता है भाई एम तो सबके पास अब माइंड गेम देखो लास्ट मैच मन भाई वो हुआ एक दरवाजा खुलने पे 3 बंदे रोटेट
The positioning from Patman as well.
उधर हमारा माइंड थोड़ा बंद हो गया
thrown in. Now he's flanking a man who thinks he probably has a wraparound, although
भाई तू यही खेला करना पैटमैन क्या दिक्कत है अच्छा खेलता हो
he does not. Okay.
अच्छा खेलता साला बोलते ही
into the hands of Sato, but can
वही ना हाँ
time wise probably not. It is ticking fairly fast and with Yudotan
अरे
putting
what
That's a mistake. Yeah. You can see by his face. That was not the plan whatsoever.
अरे भाई मर भी गया भाई.
The plan from Tom.
अरे
He
यार.
gets a kill for at least.
हे भगवान.
He sent his missile, the namesake out. Fair enough.
उड़ता तीर गांड में लिया भाई उसने. उड़ता तीर.
99% sure that was a misclick. Or it's one of the
अरे भाई.
audacious end of round plays I've seen in a long time. 3-2 nonetheless. GE find themselves the lead.
भाई उड़ता तीर गांड में.
They have taken this moment to call a timeout.
I think it shows the headspace of
भाई
GE.
एक राउंड की लीड ली हमने. हेलो.
Of your opening. And something
अरे क्या गांड बट ओ बैंड शो प्रेशर देख रहे हो वाइल्ड पे. एक राउंड की लीड ली और उन्होंने टाइम आउट ले लिया. डब्ल्यू भाई बाय भी अपने पास. नेक्स्ट राउंड का भी बाय है अपने पास. नाइस. इसका भी अल्ट आ जाएगा भाई. अबे सेज का अल्ट आया था ना कि नहीं आया था? ये राउंड तो फेड का अल्ट से एंट्री मिल सकती है हमें.
Having a lot available for delay. I think Lev have realized very early on that okay, we need to chat to owner. We need to put something here on the defensive
बट एक चीज मेरे को समझाओ.
at least the last.
तुमने एक चीज नोटिस की. उसने अल्ट से फिनिक्स को मारा बट उसका ऑर्ब नहीं आया. क्यों? और काउंट होना चाहिए था ना. उसका ऑर्ब नहीं बढ़ा भाई. एक ऑर्ब तो आना चाहिए था भाई.
From the big brain in the coach
नहीं
booth.
आता.
GE pack mentality. 5 players sitting outside A.
हिल पे और आता है तो आना तो चाहिए था वैसे.
You know, they have got a sentinel but
नहीं होता.
If they don't go A, it's going to take them a very long time to go anywhere else. Because
ऐसा क्यों भाई?
in their A site take, especially when you have a nightfall. We've seen this already. The throw put out, then they have the wall put up top. Once they can get it on the cross, the thing is that the defense are already here. They're already ready once again to try and go for this retake.
ऐसे घुसते हैं भाई मुंबई सर्वर में. प्लीज कोई समझाओ यार. जो गोली हमारे टीम में आते हैं यार उनको भी समझाओ. साइड जानी ऐसे जाते हैं. पीछे तुम्हारे बंदे तुम्हारी गांड बचाएंगे. आप घुसने बुदा तो रखो बहन. हम हैं ना पीछे.
So he can hold that deep into the round. The sage wall has to be broken.
Actually W. लास्ट बॉल नहीं तोड़ेगा मुझे नहीं लगता. मैं जो लास्ट बॉल भी तोड़ दिया साली ने.
But the paranoia, oh, it's lined up perfectly. It's going to catch so many. 3 players blinded by that, but Avi and Crystal, they still managed to find their kills. Numbers sit heavily in favor of GE. And King might have bought himself a way out.
नहीं साइड में 3 मारता तो और थोड़ी मिलता है.
No chance anymore for the round to go their way. Leviathan after the pause.
यार ये तो मैंने कभी नोटिस ही नहीं किया भाई.
I really like this sort.
रैंक में सबको ट्रस्ट इश्यूज होता है. अबे हाँ मैं जाती. अरे मन भाई कल एक आया था गांडू बैच जो जेट खेल रहा था. मैं उसको बोला यार थोड़ी सी एम कर ले यार. 7 किल पे था पूरे मैच में. अटैक में सब हाका है. लास्ट के 2-3 राउंड में मैं बोला भाई थोड़ी सी कर ले हो जाएगा भाई. जीत जाएंगे. थोड़ा गाली नहीं देना चालू किया. 2-3 गाली दिया. मैं बोला अरे गाली क्यों दे रहा है. होता नहीं तुम लोग खेल लो ना. मैं तो तुम लोग के जैसे लिया ये वो. मैं बोला भैया एक काम करो ना फ्री फायर आ जाओ ना 1v1 दिखाता हूं आपका औकात क्या. तितर बितर हो गया भाई. उसने जो गाली करना चालू की. फ्री फायर बोला कैसे तू.
3 players go running up. See absolutely nothing.
Wow.
GE they've taken a loss early on. Patman down and out. Patman right back in.
Nice.
No spams to take him out of the round. And Autumn is just spotted 1. Make it 2 inside the vents. A trade at least.
इधर देख इधर.
See how they deal with this situation.
अब बहुत उड़ गया उसको कुछ नॉलेज नाइस वन. नॉट वन.
I don't see it. Stairs. I'm holding heaven. Heaven 1. Wait, happy.
Last player standing.
अरे काई को काई. अरे एंटी रे.
Oh, it's a narrow margin, but Leviathan just about find the round.
Yeah, I think it's one of those moments where it seems like
सही कहा.
Neon is almost doing more than his
नहीं
best.
actually भाई
Able to just delay them enough, playing around the edge of the smokes.
उसको पता नहीं चला यार कि gap था
the
पहले से
reason they
वो.
go for that heavy A presence, because they go, even if they go B, that's the guy that's been causing them issues so far. I think
और
the
एक
dead
मिनट वो
season
ball
has
थी
mostly
क्या
been
भाई?
when he's rotating towards A. I think it was 6-1 other than that.
मैं तो अभी ध्यान दिया उसने वो ball क्यों की?
A man that has been
इधर से घूम के जाना था क्या?
an awful lot coming into this tournament.
अरे पड़ी
I
बैग.
can understand why. Autumn has just taken a nasty amount of damage.
It was a headshot through the wall. Lucky that he was that close to it.
ओए! अरे भूत साला! अरे उसने टीवी की तरफ मारा मुझे समझा ही नहीं. ओह उड़ो का क्या शॉट मारा भाई उड़ो.
Now the advantage no longer in the hands of GE. The plant not found, and they rotate.
Oh nice! कैसे पता bro? क्या रीड था वो?
But Neon has been the danger man. Can be this time. But a gamble has to be made.
Asambal.
Of course, he heard the snake bite. He thinks now it's the A hit, but soon he'll find out the plant's on the other side.
वाह वो पकड़ेगा तो वो पकड़ लेगा ऊपर.
Maybe a little bit
पूछो
sooner
बैठो
than
पाँच
expected.
पाँच.
Autumn might even be caught walking away, and he will! Just as the Viper's Pit blooms, they thought they had more time. A 1v1 to take it.
अरे nice
Crystal to save the day.
बचा
It looked
लिया
like
रे
it'll be
भाई.
another round
बचा
when
लिया.
Neon just takes over. A sublime read, but Crystal keeps them in the lead.
What a try it was from the man, currently sitting 10-4. The beating heart of Leviathan.
अच्छा मारा रे उसने. उड़दा ने अच्छा मारा घूम के.
So lucky to catch that Viper. The timing was perfect. The read after the snake bite went down. He connected the dots.
अच्छा मुझे लगा आंटी ऐसा कर रही है. मैं बोल रहा था अरे आपने जी का जर्सी पहना है आंटी.
Again, with a decent lead. And it might just be about to get that little bit better with a very low buy coming in from Leviathan. Viper's Pit could definitely help them out, though.
Oh, it's safe to say that they believe in the Bandit. 4 purchased. A Viper's Pit thrown in. Spike Xene ultimate available. They're
भाई इस बार वो
going to
इतना
just
डीप
pad
क्यों खेल रहे हैं भाई वो दोनों?
what they have in this round
ये पे
with those ults. Problem once again though.
किधर मारा? अच्छा सिटी मारा.
Firstly, they've lost.
अरे देख उधर भी से वापस मिलेगा.
That B site only defended by Neon, and in any other round I'd been a believer, but he does only have a pistol this time out. His spams are still causing them issues though. Looking like he might try and get a little bit cheeky around this.
Yeah, I do think that GE are ready for that.
Yeah.
Something with the 3 rifles pointed at that choke point gives it away. Did they realize? Yes, they did.
Oh,
They saw the
nice.
elbow. Neon,
अरे भाई.
paranoia or smoke, he was lining up. Don't get a chance to put it out as King falls. This round looks
Nice one.
like it's done.
Nice one भाई.
Unless Spike Scene's got an ace up his sleeve, it will be.
भाई वो कंफ्यूज हो रखी है बेक. इधर ऑन कहाँ से भाई? कहीं से भी पीक दे रहे हैं वो.
Autumn. Like his lurks around the map. Think back to the last round. It was just a general
Nice one,
rotation.
nice one,
And
nice.
even when they knew where he was,
अल्ट आ गई भाई ले
still
वापस आ
causing
गई
a
भाई ना
mass
ले.
amount of problems.
तेरे लिए वो लोग ने
We
वापस
saw
ले
in
लिया
prior
बस.
rounds where they go for that A push-up to try and clear that lurker out of the side of the map, and then it's not there. That's what GE have done quite well. They've had these all-in rounds where they're all together.
भाई उसका
they're all
कोन ही
pushing
दिख
it
गया
out.
भाई.
And then they've had these other rounds where you just have Autumn on the other side of the map. And it feels like each time they try and pick the round where he's not going to be there, they're wrong.
भाई आज मैंने एक भी
Again,
क्लिप
going
नहीं
back
किया
to
ना
Pearl,
भाई.
that was the kind of vibe
तो
we
इतना
had. It wasn't
अच्छे
about the
मोमेंट
lurks,
हुए.
instead about where the hits were coming through. The fakes from GE were sublime. They've had some great attack sides here. 9-3 possible. That would be a big blow to Leviathan moving to the next half. We haven't seen those signs of the defensive side connecting consistent rounds just yet.
But it's just been Neon's B-site hold, and they're going to challenge him once again. This time, though, a showstopper sent through. He's managed to escape. His life has held a lot of value in this map so far. The showstopper will give them space. Already wall being broken, but in the meantime, the spike has gone through, and the attackers wanted to try and push even further forward, not wanting to be trapped in. Still, though, damage being done.
अरे nice one Rotom, nice one.
He seems to have an opponent catching him almost
Nah,
every time.
bhai.
He still wins those fights. Good
Aba.
trades back though. Make it interesting enough so that Sato has used his ult. King also gets rid of Yudatan. Somehow this might just be competitive.
Oh, it was nearly favored to Leviathan there. Javi lucky to still be alive, and Crystal, well, he's playing a risky game. This one-
अरे 9-1 क्या मारा भाई? ओ भाई मेरे मुंह में आ गए भाई. वो जैसे ही उधर उड़ो ताक मारा ना. मैं तो मेरी गांड पट गई थी.
Going dim on that side of the stage as GE climb further and further into the lead.
They were tunnel visioned.
W है अरे भाई बच गए भाई बच गए भाई.
Bring around a Rosie and instead it was Javi to catch them. His ult now available for the next as well, and you can understand why this second pause is.
दोनों टाइम आउट ले लिया फर्स्ट हाफ से पहले.
Okay, it wouldn't be great considering you won the pistol in second round, but it feels like those last two
अब होगा ना.
rounds are
अब मजा आएगा अगर मोमेंटम ब्रेक नहीं हुआ जी का. W अब टाइम आउट लेके दिखाओ. डालो सेकंड हाफ में. अपने लिए सिर्फ 2 टीम स्टफ है टूर्नामेंट में, एनआरजी और पीआरएक्स. भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो बे? एनआरजी और पीआरएक्स बोल रहे हो भाई? तुम लोगों को G2 टफ नहीं लगती है? हाँ, तुम लोग को टीएच टफ नहीं लगती है? हाँ, जो तुम लोगों ने देखा वो वुड कैसा खेल रहा था वो? भाई मैंने देखा वो पूरा फाइनल्स, मैंने देखा ऐसा जानवर जैसा मार रहा था ना वो, जैसे बैच उसको 7-8 साल से खाना नहीं मिला बैच. राउंड कहाँ बचे हैं? बाद में टाइम आउट लेने. ये अच्छा है भाई, सेकंड हाफ में नहीं मिलेगा ना, वो चीज अच्छी है. ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट है G2 ब्रो. ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट बोलो या नहीं बोलो, बट ऑन पॉइंट गेमिंग है भाई उनकी. गेमिंग है सॉरी, ऑन पॉइंट भाई. मतलब वो ऐसा लगता है ना कि भाई मुझे वो 5 बंदे ना ऐसा लगता है कि भाई वो मिलिट्री ट्रेनिंग मिली है उनको. बस बहन चो उनको बस मारना है. हेड मारो, कुछ भी मारो, कचरे सब बस मारो. नहीं मैं तो जी को सपोर्ट करेगा एक्सेप्ट पीआरएक्स में मैं भी थोड़ा सा हो जाता हूं. वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट 12 टीम्स है भाई. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? एनआरजी बोला, पीआरएक्स बोले, नो डाउट. अभी एनए की एक और कौन सी टीम है चैट? 2 टीम हमको पता है ना. लेव ये तीसरी कौन सी है? G2 ही तो है. G2 ही है. I disagree after watching gameplay of Chinese team.
The trains out though as Yudatan found one, slips back into the side as well. Sees
Chinese teams का थोड़ा दिक्कत है भाई. Except EDG इस बार तो थोड़ा EDG भी. अरे क्या हुआ रे तुम लोग को?
That's the guy that we were seeing in the last.
अरे बहन जो एक टाइम आउट में ऐसा क्या बोलते हो भाई?
It's just raw individual brilliance.
अबे टाइम आउट में ऐसा क्या बोलते हैं? इनकी बहन की
Almost like what we were talking about with Autumn, where
ऐसा कुछ बोलते हैं.
Seemingly facing into an angle where someone is waiting for it,
हमारा
and he's
तो
just
और
landing
कुछ
every single shot.
चाइनीज टीम का थोड़ा लीजिए. चाइनीज टीम मेरे को तो पता नहीं, मैंने लास्ट ईयर का मुझे याद नहीं है, बट ईडीजी मतलब जब चाइना से नई जब ये लोग आए तभी ईडीजी जीती, उसके बाद तो जीती नहीं कुछ भी चाइना बराबर. तो लाइक उस टाइम थोड़ा रीड करने में हमें दिक्कत हुई होगी लाइक हर एक रीजन को, बट अब तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि रीड कर रहे हैं अब, क्योंकि चाइना की एक भी टीम कुछ भी नहीं कर पा रही, भले वो ईडीजी हो, भले वो डीआरजी हो, भले वो एक्सएलजी हो, या भले वो कोई भी हो. ईडीजी से भी नहीं हो रहा भाई.
The Prowler went past him, flying under the radar, but
Nice.
doesn't strike the death blow. And it trades early on. Leviathan holding on for dear
Are
life, but there's a res available. It's going to be put in onto Crystal, but the trades for Leviathan, trying to keep things even. And Spike Scene's done
चल
a
जा
remarkable
खाली
job.
ये खाली
Despite
ये
it,
खाली
they're going to have to
खाली
fight back into this A site. TP's going to
आने
be
देता
denied.
ना.
Found one away from a showstopper, and utility online for GE. This is not an easy retake.
That's so annoying because
Are you guys watching? One is coming from back tab. Hello, Pac-Man. Hello.
And although his teammate can get through that little bit quicker, he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Patty.
Autumn's positioning again.
Fatty, your boba will go down and he will fuck you, bro.
But he doesn't land the shot. The wall bang from Spikesy. This might just be his
आगे चला जाना मेरे भाई.
facing off against
आगे
Unitime.
चला
That
जाना.
1v2 collage. The first a little bit too easy.
बस
Spikesy
बस
so far ahead of his
बस
teammate and now
बस
just holding that
मार.
showstopper. The
अरे
last
मार
one was
भाई,
clicked by
मार
mistake.
भाई.
This one is clicked to buy time, and that time already.
Nice, nice, रे. Crazy भाई. Crazy भाई, crazy, crazy.
Halftime, a commanding lead for GE. They look so strong down on that stage and closing it with a Red Bull clutch.
I wish FS के सामने उड़ो भाई चलते जब पैसिफिक रीजन का अपना
Leviathan has to be corrected and they're running out of
Good.
time.
Sexy खेला, sexy.
After the break.
मत खड़े होना जी वालों, खड़े मत होना अभी. 13 होने दो, उनके मुंह पे जाके पा देंगे हम, टेंशन नहीं है. क्या हाल चाल है रामोस बेबी डॉल, कैसा है? आपकी तरह नहीं जो मार देगा. क्या अल्ट? हाँ, मेरी गांड में वो बड़ा वाला कीड़ा है ना, तो जैसे ही बजूका लेता हूं तो मुझे सब मारो बैच. इधर तो दिख बॉक्स के मार. मेरी गांड में बड़ा वाला कीड़ा है भाई. पर एक्चुअली उसने दिमाग लगा के खेला कि भाई मैं अल्ट जितने देर तक मेरे हाथ में उतनी देर तक मैं जो मैं रखता हूँ तो टाइम उधर जा रहा ना, समझ लो. बज रहे हो, वेरी रियलिस्टिक. बजेंगे ना भाई. अभी क्या मतलब, अब पता है ना उनको, जोरो भाई को, कि भाई हम लोग सीनियर सिटीजन को कुछ नहीं बोलते, बुजुर्ग लोग उल्टा सीधा. फाइनली तूने एक्सेप्ट करा आज भाई. ये है भाई, मैं तो आज भी बोलता, मैं तो पहले भी बोलता था भाई, जब भी बजूका आता और मैं खोलता हूँ मुझे सब बस जो झुंड में मिल जाओ बड़ो तो दो ही सही पर मिलो तुम मैच मुझे.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4. It's a big lead.
अरे रामोस बैठा है क्या? Hey रामोस.
But for Leviathan, this is where they have to climb back. A great fracture behind them, but I think they'll be keen to forget the first half is split.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like for either side though, like going into this one, there's real potential.
हाँ, मास्टर तू भी सुना. 20-25 दिन पहले ना कोई आया था मेरी चैट में, ठीक है, बोला ए ग्रम्पी आई एम कमिंग असेंडेंट. मैं बोला आजा आजा खेलेंगे. कल भाई की स्ट्रीम देखी, वो कोई तो डायमंड 1 कोई तो डायमंड 1 झूल रहा था. क्या सीन है रामोस, क्या हो रहा है? तेरे को एक क्लिप भेजूंगा, गांड जलेगी तेरी. भेजू बिग फैन, लव यू मेरे भाई.
Well, as you can see by looking at the timeline, half of the rounds for Leviathan came off the
भाई
pistol.
मेरे को स्ट्रीम बैक बोल रहा भाई, तेरा भाई भी असेंडेंट आ रहा है. बोला आजा भाई खेलेंगे भाई, नोट
Need very few
कल
errors.
स्ट्रीम पे देखा या परसों देखा याद नहीं आ रहा, डायमंड 1 में
Coin flip. Not really where you want to have to
वैंडल नहीं चल रही बेचारे से. अरे वैंडल मत चलाओ भाई, मैं तो बोलूं फैंटम ही चलाओ.
That was the aggression thrown in immediately.
फैंटम वाले बंदे इस बार भाई इस सीजन कुछ अलग मार रहे भाई. भगते मारते क्या खोपड़ी खोल के भाग जाते बड़वे.
Autumn now needs to have another
4 बंदे.
impact play, and even the nade just trying to maybe even force them into his.
अरे ऑटम जा रहे भाई.
A whole lot of support. His teammate is trying to re-aggress. B-main wants to try and hold on to some control, but look how passively King is sitting. Autumn dealt with. And Crystal needs to win this fight. He's got a teammate looking to try and lock in the other player. The problem though is that King's won his second fight of the round.
डायमंड 3 होते ही न्यू मॉनिटर आ गया था तो थोड़ा आदत बन गई. ये कौन सा मॉनिटर लिया? कौन सा मॉनिटर लिया? क्या हाल चाल है डेविल पाजी? राम राम, क्या सो? भाई मैं डेविल को हर बार पूछ जाता हूँ ये लियो है या नहीं, इसलिए मैं डेविल ही बोलता हूँ भाई.
Well, it seems assured for the attacking. That's a fake flash if ever I've seen one.
बकचोदी साटो.
Okay, still 3 more to
Do
go.
you think we are flat, bro?
King with his 4th of the round.
LG Ultra Gun 188 24 इंच कितने का पड़ा? अबे 188 क्यों?
But I don't think they'll give a damn. The Sheriff of King puts him to the top of the board for his side. And honestly, all of these kills were fairly important. Like, he's being surrounded in this moment and manages to just play it.
कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कैंसिल हो गया आपका. अरे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हो जाने दो.
That lifeline has now been picked up for Leviathan.
4 रुपए कमा रहा था, 8 रुपए कमाऊंगा, उसमें क्या? नहीं ना, कहीं तो रास्ता देगा ऊपर वाला.
For the defensive side, far more reliant.
कितने का पड़ा ये अल्ट्रा गियर एलजी वाला? यार मेरे को भी अपग्रेड करना है यार. मेरे को गीगाबाइट का मिल जाए ना, उसका मॉनिटर मेरे को मिल नहीं रहा. एक मिल रहा है गीगाबाइट का 43,000 भाई.
Especially not after that first map. That was basically a first half.
Yeah. The problem will be though.
सुपर चैट करना भूल गए भाई, तुम तो ले लेता. अरे 240 हर्ट्ज मिल जाता रे ViewSonic का. 10,000 में 180 हर्ट्ज मिल रहा.
The real question is, do you actually try and go for exits? Do you try and do any damage? Or, and it looks like what they're going to do, just hide in the corner and go down to the spike.
Of course, if anybody goes pushing, you'll be happy to take a spare.
ViewSonic का कितने का जोर हुआ है अपने को पता? 20,000 का था ना शायद वो 240 वाला 2K. वैसे 2K का जरूरत नहीं है भाई. अगर हमें 24 घंटा अगर बैलो ही खेलना है तो 2K मतलब नहीं. वो फॉर 240. बोलता दोबारा नहीं खेलिए आपने, क्या सीन है? अरे यार वो इसका एग्जाम चालू हो गया, उसके बाद ये इरेगुलर हो गया, फिर मैं भी नहीं गया उधर खेलने. और ये बिरयानी खेलता है, बट बिरयानी आता बहुत लेट है. लाइक वो 6:30 के बाद आता है भाई मेरे को. फिर डिनर विनर का देखना है. मेरा तो सैमसंग का है. नहीं, आप जब मेरे को लेना था तब दो कंपनी बता रहे थे ना. सैमसंग बता रहे थे क्या ViewSonic?
The question I was going to ask is how much are they actually going to put into this round, because as you said, it was a lot of blind purchases. They didn't have too much in terms of rifles, but that normally means that you can then buy up the rifles going into the next round. So I think, yeah, this is going to be a very strong bonus. If anything, King's best weapon has been the Sheriff. So I would almost put this at a full buy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad shout. I saw that pistol round. Didn't seem to matter what weapon their opponents had in hand for GE.
Samsung का ODC बोल रहा है. अच्छा, Samsung ODC बोल रहा है.
Towards the B side, the slow.
फिर तो ठीक है भाई, 10,000 में अगर 180 मिला तो गुड.
This flash could be devastating. It's blind to both players. It's going to be an easy opening and a follow up with the wall bang. Glorious work from the Phoenix on Leviathan in the B site. Secured and applying.
भाई बाय राउंड में हमारे 2 गिर गए.
That was good a start to a bonus like this as you could ever hope for.
रेस का नेट टाइमिंग पे नहीं आ रहा, क्या सीन हो रही है भाई?
So much easier. And for the remaining 3, this becomes tough. Sato is literally just standing there. He's trying to bait that he's not. He's walking up instead. You expect the Phoenix to come running into your face, and instead he calls the bluff.
अरे सब दिमाग लगाने लगे भाई. अभी साले वो अगर अटैक करते हैं तो माँ की आंख वो फिनिक्स के अल्ट में खड़े रहते हैं भाई. ये तो वॉक करके मारा भी, भोसड़ी वाले खड़े ही रहेंगे कि बहन से प्लांट किया ना, टाइम बचाऊंगा मैं. अरे भाई कितने नीच आदमी होते हैं.
And this is what GE are going to have to deal with. Normally when you get players and you keep them in that choke point, it's very difficult to get out of the choke point. But here, a Phoenix wall to cut off the site so they can first peek backside, see no one there. And once that flash goes through, the Neon is on you in an instant. And that's always going to be a possibility. You smoke them off, that could very well play to their advantage if they land that flash out of it. And no matter how far back you are,
फिर से हमारी टीम में एक अकेला बंदा ही मार रहा है.
It's a great round for Leviathan. 3 in a row now. Economy built up nicely, and GE in a pretty rough spot for this round. We should see things go 8 and 8.
At least got a couple of weapons to play with, but this feels like the round for Leviathan to potentially even up that scoreline from such a massive deficit already. Sato with that opening pick. It's going to make things that a little bit tougher. All being claimed on the other side. Will at least be
very nice. Very nice, bhai. Very nice.
I thought that area
wow,
was safe.
beautiful.
Instead, there's not much to play with. Let's
last game जैसे ही कर रहे हैं हम.
O que vai querer fazer? Vai juntar com você só. Juntamos, vamos pra aqui B? Vou pela manhã com você. Tem uma paranoia, tá?
ये देखो. दोनों पे पाए.
Não.
But दोनों बिट जा.
Vai abrir uma meia. Tá. Vai abrir aqui nós dois. Bora. Eu só te fiz o B, tá, guys? Botou B agora. Bora. Vai abrir B. Eu tô com você. Eu vou aqui na caixa B. Fade B, fade B. Tá só, ainda se o cara taca... Ah, tá, é só trade, é só trade. Guys, vamos fazer segura bang. AD segura bang. Vai ficar aqui. AD segura bang, hein? Nice, tem tempo,
Catch
tá?
किया कर लेंगे
Well, you could hear the call to move back to
लास्ट
base,
गेम
where
भी
the
घुस
finish is
घुस के
coming
पता
in.
नहीं अपना मुंह
Leviathan
दिखा रहे
have
हम
an easy time. GE are now having to make a bit of a blind read, and their call is to move
30
towards the A
seconds
site.
साला
Wrong side
आराम
of
से
the map.
कमबैक कर लिया वो
So Lev
क्या करेंगे
find
अभी वो
themselves
दोनों
an easy entry. And a 5v2. The question is,
भाई हम टाइम
all
आउट
the
लेंगे
damage done already. He was going to go for the orb and then the plant, but they've decided to distribute that differently. Time obviously a factor there as well. But yeah, I think at this point, GE just saved those weapons. It definitely looks like that was the idea. As they sit down now, bunker down towards the spawn. As far as this round goes for Leviathan, I love the ideas. They take opening fight on B, immediately reset to that mid control, and the patience on display, knowing they're up against a bit of a mix buy and not wanting to be caught off by the numbers. Waiting that long, got them autumn just walking up. Exactly what they needed to do.
But it's very controlled. I think that's important when considering how that last half went. They were losing like, to clutch moments even all the way to the end of the half. And basically coming in, winning the pistol, it seems to put them right back into the right headspace again. And that's something that I think a lot of people underestimate. But this is an incredibly young team. Like, other than King, who's been around the block at least a little bit, you're talking about 18 and 19-year-old players. When you win the pistol second round and come out with only 4 rounds in a half, I wouldn't blame you if you came out completely mentally boomed. You look at them in that round, perfectly controlled. It looks like they're right back in the headspace, and that's why you can see that
level 18-19 साल के हैं
hefty lead, that momentum that was there for GE.
Bro, possible भाई सैटो भी तो खेला है ना ये सब स्टेज पे नहीं
to stop Leviathan
ये
from
टॉल हो
running away
गया
with this second half.
Exactly, a very
आ गया टाइम
different
आउट तो आया
vibe
देखो कुछ
when it
करते
comes to this half than what we've seen so far. Even going back to Fracture, the
भाई
Leviathan, it feels
इतना
like they
मेहनत
really
करने के
have
बाद
found the
तो
solution. And like you said, this deep in the series as well.
सैटो 19 का है
Just hit that mental boom.
अरे 19 का है ठीक है बट ये क्यों ये लोग फर्स्ट टाइम थोड़ी आए हैं बट स्टेज पे
They've proven
VCT स्टेज पे फर्स्ट टाइम है ये लोग का
even on the international stage.
लाइक किंग को छोड़ के किंग तो आया है
Definitely dangerous. This is a full buy that they're going into. If they can capture even a fraction of the light that they had over
वो भी आया है यार
on
मुझे कूद
Pearl,
कूद के शायद बज रहा था
this is going to be a completely different
उसको
game.
भी
But
मैं
a good
किधर
sign
तो
for
देखा
Leviathan,
है
especially
पता नहीं
slowing it down, dealing with Autumn's late play to try to take
फर्स्ट
space
टाइम
back,
ऐसे किंग
dealing
को
with that low
हाँ
light.
वो तो पता है
Very few mistakes.
Also, look at the credits. Look at the position they find themselves in just 4 rounds into the second half. The lowest credits are 5,900. So it's not just the GE need a
लाइनअप देख लो
round.
इधर
They need
देखा है
to
उधर देख
repeat
रहा है
rounds to make sure their opponents can't
और ये
just buy
राफ्टर्स
back
की
in
लाइनअप
again.
है
Now the one good thing,
राफ्टर नहीं
Leviathan,
राफ्टर्स नहीं क्लोज लेफ्ट की
one
लाइनअप
away
है ए
from
पार्ट
that showstopper, but just look at the change of pace. And they're gone! They're gone! They've taken a pause and immediately!
Oh my god!
Into the round and G have to say,
भगवान बाप रे बाप
They sent 3 players to ramp, and I think there was a wall up. It didn't matter. 3 players there, and moments later, the site is open for business. A save is being called, and well, Tommy, you just seconds ago pointed out where the credits were at for Leviathan. 5.9K on the lowest player. By the way, everyone else was up a lot higher, closer to that 7 mark. Well, now I think they're going to be in a bit of a stronger spot. If they survive with all 5 players here, we're talking max money across the board. We were neck and neck, but it felt like Leviathan had the upper hand, and now they've used it to chokeslam GE. Although they're only 1 round ahead, they're miles ahead in this half.
Oh, that's so rough. Like the fact that you even have the right read of where they're going to be.
Yeah,
just get slaughtered. Like that was less than 10 seconds. That round ended,
but they are playing like
basically immediately.
Okay, they'll at least get to hold on to a couple.
This is not quite going to be max cash across the entirety of the board.
Fuck,
which is a silver lining. Really isn't a silver lining. But that's insanity.
Bro, अगर रेस खेल रहा था तो नेड कहाँ है?
The confidence of GE. You're in the right place at the right time, but everything went wrong.
भाई नहीं होएगा बे कहीं देखो ना मैं तो खेल ही नहीं रहे अपने बंदे कुछ साला 4 के 4 सिंगल डिजिट है कैसे करेंगे हम किसी को तो पॉप अप होनी पड़ेगी भाई वापस उसने अल्ट भी
should already be done. Leviathan running away with every fight. Patman may try his best, and he's got backup. but what he doesn't have is targets because they have fled the site, running to plant on A, but they might not even get a chance with only one man left. GE, they put up one hell of a fight. In fact, they started this series with dominance. Things have certainly changed in this final half of the series. Sees Leviathan hit another power level.
I feel like I'm going to end this game with Egamine.
अरे वो भी तो 16 किल पे है, वो भी तो नहीं बढ़ रहा.
This defensive side.
16 हमने कितने पहले देखा था?
I don't know where it's been. I don't know where it's gone because we are
Maybe
seeing kills come in.
Final round है भाई ये जीते नहीं जीते.
It just runs straight up mid.
ऐसे थे क्या
Two
इनके?
players. They know he's coming. It's not being subtle about it.
ऐसे नहीं थे
And then it's just a domino effect.
Keep in mind, that's a team that won the first 2 rounds in the first half and got bodied from that point forward. And the vibes are immaculate. Double digits found for Leviathan. 2 rounds to the good. The economy stacked in their favor and their opponents on a very low buy. It's even going to start with a fake to the B side. They want to drag the rotates, but GE stand in position. Stand ready to fight. Sheriffs have spotted at least 2 more. They're looking for this battle. Now blows is down, and look what he had with him. Not only a rifle gifted,
Can we get a smoke
on the floor now.
Batman?
Around the G desperately need to convert.
अरे नीचे देना भाई वो और उधर smoke.
They've been winning and they've been winning cleanly. An upset round, a spanner in the works, a knock to the confidence.
नहीं दिखेगा ना तो भी दिखेगा भाई smoke.
Is imperative at this stage. If there's any way back into the map, it has to be here, it has to be now. In the past, you might talk about damage. The damage has become irrelevant.
इधर आया भाई वो
across the map.
अच्छा उधर ही है.
Everybody from G is now here. Close angle, cleared. Sato already.
Nice.
But there come the trade.
अरे W भाई.
Down only. Neon standing in their way. Still hasn't been able to retrieve that spike.
30 seconds left.
And G are not giving anything away. They know how important this round is.
They knew he was going to be spamming that as well. Hoping someone was inside the smoke.
साला किसी को utility नहीं बचा बैंचो डालने के
Where are
लिए.
you going to go? Plant needs to be found soon. 10 seconds till we can't plant anymore. And well, I think at this stage he's given up on the round. Gonna take
Nice
as many as he can, but
Nice one भाई. Nice one बच गए. Second stage wow nice यार. नहीं वो खेलता है stage ही खेलता है. Lowers हैं lowers हैं lowers.
They needed something to break that 6
Ninth
round
होंगे
momentum.
lowers.
They needed a hero to step up to the plate, and they got a couple. Both Crystal and Yudotan.
10 seconds left.
कल अपर
It
जोन.
was almost the entirety of the squad.
चलो stream करने चला कर. Done Chinaman bhai, all the best, all the best. Have a great stream, brother.
But that could just be enough to bring them back from the haze that they seem to be in. Still, Leviathan have the lead, and in case we hadn't hammered it home enough, they have enough money to buy.
yeah, in case you missed that little talked about detail.
Bro, अभी फेट को थोड़ा होना चाहिए कि मेरे पे हो गए. उसने वो स्मोक दिया है भाई.
Dangerous, but that molly forced Pac-Man out of the corner. In the meantime, though, Leviathan. They've almost lost Sato.
That's okay though, because he has his ult. If he finds a spot to use it, that heals him.
वाइपर क्यों ओपन जा रहा? किधर घूम रहा वाइपर अपना? काहे को?
Even walking through that in the first place,
Are?
he's got the angle to hold on to. Orb about to fade though. It's time to fall back.
Has to leave.
अलग ही नशे होते हैं भाई ये लोगों को.
This time a lot more tentative. Think back to those fast-paced winning rounds. We were talking about them being done in 10 seconds. Autumn is still trying to play with fire around this smoke instead. That ult's been used on the other side. It drags the eyes of the opponents, and that was the goal. It gives them some middle control. Still, Harvey has some utility to play with. If he can get one and throw the slow, instead he's gone. Spike Scene wins that fight. Now the players within the B side are being surrounded, but it seems like they've realized back to the other side of the map they go, but can
उड़ो का पता नहीं है. उड़ो का पता नहीं है. गेम है. दो मार. दो मारना उड़ो. दो मार. पीछे देख.
We've seen it from him before, but now it's one strike from Yudotan. Could have saved the day, but they'll still get
Oh
the
my
spike.
God.
Still roll to the side and King cuts off the rotates. Pac-Man 1 against 4. The spike already planted, and he'll only get his first. 11 locked in for Leviathan. The lead with a bit more leeway to it.
पेड़ भाई बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क बन के खड़े थे वहाँ.
The information fed through to the IGL to make that last
कैसे मार
second
रहे?
decision, and also
वो देखना जब किंग ने 2 मारा.
they swing onto Yudatan.
वो क्या किया कुछ समझा
Getting more than one there. He had to commit
ये
to
तो
one
चलो
of the angles.
ये
He needed
वाइपर मरा.
fire behind him.
पेड़
Maybe
क्या
he
किया?
faces the other way, he gets both, but you could never know that. That's such a gamble.
उसने एक बॉडी मारा फिर उसने
Second timeout now called for Global Esports.
क्या ये?
Think back to the last half. Think to them 8-4. Winning a multitude of rounds in a row, 7 of 8 going
I
their
wish
way.
उड़ोतान के बाद
And now
अल्ट
they
होती.
sit 2 rounds
I
down,
wish.
and it's their coaching staff's
भाई
last
गांड
chance
फट
in
जाती है.
regulation to
वो जो राफ्टर से उतरे थे ना दोनों साथ में उधर ही उनकी
Leviathan's
गांड
ability to keep themselves in this game has been impressive. You go back to Fracture, there were moments where it felt like it would slip
आप
away.
इतना हाइपर हो रहे हो. अरे यार
With a little bit of
सपोर्ट
bias
करते हैं
coming
तो
out of
वो
that
हो
first
जाता है
half.
अंदर
You can
से.
understand why. GE came in
हर बार
looking
उम्मीद देख के
strong.
तोड़
They
देते
showed
हैं.
us that they had individuals across the board. Crystal,
बट इस बार उम्मीद थोड़ा
light
आई
to open up
मास्टर्स
this
तक तो आई.
series. Yudatan on map 2.
भाई नम हो गए भाई.
Goodness,
क्या नम
he
हो
was on
गए?
fire. But now Leviathan have very much woken up.
लोअर्स है कि नहीं ये
The lead is
एलिमिनेशन
theirs.
है. लोअर्स है ना
The
9th को है.
wrongs of this series so
डू और
far.
डाई बस वो लोअर्स
Well
वही
and
है.
truly
खत्म
within
उसके
reach.
बाद
They come
बाहर.
into this round as well. Ults to play with. True on both sides. You have that pit. The person with the pit does currently have an operator, no shields.
You don't know the script आज जैसा से स्क्रिप्ट लिखवाई हुई है for this game.
Pick come into play.
Time
What
to
is the
work.
idea behind this? Where's all that going?
I think just because
Autumn
it's been
मारेगा.
a game of smoke and mirrors in mid, he's going to try and just cut through that smoke with a knife. And that knife
Autumn
is a
देख
sniper
तो रहा
for
है.
the
Autumn
players.
देख ले भाई.
The ruse is almost being sold. It's been obliterated.
Autumn क्यों छोड़ रहा है भाई? Heaven, oh my भाई.
That operator gone. But this wasn't even the main game plan. This was almost just a ruse to.
अब ये
give
मत
them
बोलना
space
तुम बैन में
elsewhere.
नीचे उतर रहे हैं
They're gonna have
भाई.
to try and jump down together, but instead he's jumping
उतर रहे हैं
towards
भाई.
them. 2
क्या
kills.
हो रहा है भाई?
Another halfway done, and pressure onto Pam, and he doesn't know how much control's already been taken by Leviathan. Another solid round from them. The ruse from Spikezine sent through, and then the rest of the players were just making their way into mid. There's the pit on the other side as well. Surely there's no way back into this.
There's no
वो
way you even
क्यों
try.
छोड़ा
That
भाई?
wasn't up on the floor, not when
इतना
Yudotan's
अच्छा मिड
already
देख रहा था वो
40
क्यों
HP.
छोड़ा
And
उधर
look at
से?
the
वो
pit,
क्यों
it's
मिड
formed
टॉप आया?
perfectly going
अरे
in
वेंट्स
towards
गया.
that little hallway. You're never
आराम से
making it
उधर
out of
वेंचर
there
पिक मिल
alive.
जाता उधर फिनिक्स का.
Even if you had the numbers, Leviathan on 12 guaranteed at this point, and
भाई ये लोग
considering how
फॉर्म
we
तो
started
चेंज
this
करना
out, Tom,
चाहिए.
it really does feel like the
हाँ,
shoes on the other
मेरे को
foot
तो
now.
लगता है भाई.
Leviathan pushing
फॉर्म
and pulling
चेंज
them out
करने की
perfectly,
जरूरत है.
finding these pacey opening pickups.
Like
as well,
मुझे ऐसा लगता है
using
कि
that
इधर
neon
चेंबर
surge to
शायद
prevent.
अच्छा खेलने का
They
ये.
have full control of the map, and thinking back to Pearl, that was the problem. It was always the other way around.
The annoyance as well.
हाँ इधर चेंबर अच्छा चल जाएगा लाइक कंपेयर टू सेज आपका एक तरफ देख भी लेगा वो एंड वो इतने डिफरेंट एंगल होल्ड कर सकता है ये मैप में कि वैन डब्ल्यू हो जाए.
Instead, he gets 2 and well, almost a third
Two and a
kill.
half men,
Yeah. And then the crazy thing is, well, we might call that like, oh, you throw a spanner in the works. He threw a grenade in the works. He basically blew up
भाई
the whole
MVP
round
देखो कौन
for
है
GE
और जीत कौन
before
रहा है
they even
मैच.
got started. Now it's a jumble sale. A sheriff, that operator saved, a judge in
हमारे
the
दोनों बंदे
no
भाई नॉन पे
shields.
हिले ही नहीं है. अबे
This is
क्रिस्टल को
a
क्या हो गया
nightmare
भाई?
to try and climb back from, and Leviathan
भाई
are
पहला
right
मैच
where
क्या
they want
मार
to be.
रहा है भाई ये मैच क्या?
Paranoia for Patman's going to be used to try to delay them. You can already see the pace picked up by Leviathan. And they've managed to find the trade. Neon lays his life down, but the reward is clear. Favor for Leviathan now in what could be the final round. Vipers can already put into play a Res online, but well, that player's not quite reachable. And Leviathan aren't even going to let them close to the site. Already pushing deep into the spawn, looking for this fight.
So much ground held. It's something that they just can't allow to happen. The Stinger, not the weapon for this round. But I was going to say it might be worth it in that scenario. They managed to cross the 2 players into the spawn. It's going to be an issue. They need to get rid of them, and it's all just falling apart.
GG's
It's
chat.
available, it's being used, but there's another player just waiting round the
GG.
corner. And from the depths of defeat, Leviathan will climb back into the game. 13-9 victory. They take the series.
Nice.
Well, they may be a young team, but there's there's a reason this team was so close to being America's #1. And they came out here today and showed us exactly that. Fracture and split. A recovery that I wasn't sure we were going to see. That was devastation. Owner came out on the stage and he said, the boys were nervous, but it's fine. The series is just starting. And look at them now. Who would have believed them?
It's really impressive. I think G fought tooth and nail that first map, dominant, and the second map very easily could have been theirs. But
nice try रे कोई नहीं पर बहुत अच्छा.
The resilience of
like इतने बड़े स्टेज पे फर्स्ट टाइम तीनों मैप खेलना है. कोई नहीं.
Superstars alongside him, and honestly, I don't know how far this team can go, but if this match has proved anything, it's that just because you win a map, it doesn't mean you're out of the game.
ये क्या होता रहता है रे भाई?
No matter how dominant the first may be, it's a best of 3 for a reason. Leviathan reverse sweep.
कोई नहीं भाई, अच्छा खेला. मैच दिखाएगा क्या? अरे दिखा दे रे भाई. अरे दिखा दे भाई.
Let's see just how good as we go over to the Verizon post-match interview with Sato, and we've got a little surprise for him.
The party has well
भाई
and truly started.
हमारा G वर्सेस फुलसेंस होगा.
And just extract Sato. If that's okay, Sato.
भाई एक्चुअली भाई बंदा डिजर्विंग तो है रिचर्ड. तुम कुछ भी बोलो आप. मैच जो बजने के बाद भी जीतना.
The first question is about Pearl, because Global Esports would not let you play your game. So how did you manage to find it again on the next 2 maps?
Okay, so they beat my ass in the first game. I couldn't do anything. Like I couldn't shoot. They were just owning us, and we just we went back at the end. We were like, it was still a bad scoreboard, but we felt like we were getting better. I also feel like the nerves was a little bit high on the first map, and then we stabilized after that. And I think our team is a really good team, resetting between maps. So it was just natural for us.
What's the key to resetting?
Man, we have a saying. We have fish memory. We always say it because fish forget everything. So we just say, let's have fish memory and forget about what just happened and just focus on the next one.
Well, you definitely remembered who you were on Split. Can you talk to me about how you managed to change the pace of that?
इस बार का दिल में डर था वही होगा वही हुआ हक दिया फर्स्ट मैच के बाद.
We're really confident in our in the way that we play on attack side, and I feel like
lower
couldn't adapt to certain things. They were playing really well the post match.
18 GB and
honestly, it was a really great match.
What's it like being surrounded by all your fans here in London?
This feels great. This feels great.
And there are so many who want to meet you. And in fact, I think I met your biggest fan earlier. So I don't know if I can introduce you to them now. She's called Adriana. And she just so happens to be your mum.
अरे मम्मी है
And she's clearly
biggest fan मैं बोला
incredibly proud of Sato, seeing him perform.
भाई एक्चुअली अच्छा खेला रे पर बंदा.
In London.
मतलब जितना उसने नाइस यार जितना उसने एग्रेशन दिखाया उस हिसाब से भाई सेक्सी खेला. बट आई डोंट मेरे को ये नहीं समझ आ रहा कि मैच अपडेट्स क्यों नहीं दिए भाई अभी तक. मुझे ये समझ ही नहीं आ रहा. तब तो दे देने चाहिए थे ब्रो. मुझे प्रॉब्लम क्या पता है जब ये हमारा होगा ना जी हमारा 100% मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि आया.
Repeat matchups aren't allowed, but that's impossible for round 2. How the draw is going to work today is we're going to do the first 1-0, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll do the 0-1s, where it's 1, 2, 3, 4. The takes right here is the teams that lose in round 2 as 0-1 will be eliminated. The teams that win as 1-0 will be advancing to playoffs.
So this is basically like mini double.
समझे क्या हुआ?
Yes, absolutely.
All right then. So I guess you need to put your hands into the balls on the right first, the 1-0s. So
ये अपर ब्रैकेट जो भी आज और कल में जो सब जीते होंगे 4 टीम जो जीती.
That ball, Nick. You're keeping me in suspense. Never keep a woman waiting. Okay.
Bro, that's fucking shit. भाई लग जाएंगे.
From Europe.
भाई लगेंगे हमारे फिर तो.
We've got special.
भाई कोई चाइनीज टीम आ जाए बैठो अब जीत जाए उसके सामने.
So we'll put that there. Now they're not going to be playing the next ball because that's a new matchup that Nick is going to be drawing next. So who won't be playing Vitality, Nick? Hands on the balls. Give it
I
a
think
swizzle.
so. एनर्जी
He's trained
भाई एनर्जी हो जाए मजा आ जाएगा
at Riot Games for
एनर्जी
this moment.
भाई भाई क्रेजी होगा कल मैच क्रेजी मैच होगा भाई कल
I can
ये
already tell that's a banger
Fuck
matchup.
भाई
Oh, it's not a matchup. Whoever plays NRG is going to be a banger matchup. It's not going to be against Vitality. But if they both win,
अरे
it's going to be a banger matchup.
अरे तोरा माई का
You, Nick, quick, distract them from my mistake.
अरे नहीं हमारा साथ नहीं है यार हमारा साथ नहीं है साला ये नीचे लगा दिया
Vitality going to be playing? That's what we actually want to know now.
अभी पता चलेगा वाइटलिटी के साथ फूड फूड
And we're allowed
नहीं
to
हमारे
see
साथ क्या
Vitality
करना
play foot now, Nick.
Yep.
Regional matchups are not banned in round 2 like they were in round 1.
सवा 12 हो गया
That's going to be a grudge match. And now, those of you who have just been watching the most recent series will know which name is in this ball. It is, of course, Leviathan.
एनर्जी वर्सेस
Leviathan,
लेव
what do we think? Do you want to see them play NRG? We're used to this matchup in America, of course.
ब्रो ये क्या है भाई एनी वर्सेस एनी
Nick,
चेंज कर दो ना ब्रो
please do the honors and draw out your first ball from the 0-1 groups. This is
ब्रो वी नीड अपने सामने डीआरजी आ जाए भाई डब्ल्यू दे इजी होएगा थोड़ा अपने के लिए
and it
DRG?
is DRG. Let's get them on the board.
डीआरजी का दूसरा मैच था ना वहाँ तो हाँ हमारे सामने आएगी
Our second match
डीआरजी से जी होगा
from
100%.
the 0-1 groups. Remember, they're not playing DRG. This is a brand new matchup in our lower Swiss bracket. Crack that fate open, Nick.
अबे
It is Global Esports.
जी वर्सेस
I know the
एक्सेल
fans are
जी
going to be turning out for this one, aren't you? So close for Global Esports today.
जी
I
वर्सेस
need to
एक्सेल
see
जी
more of those Udo Tang
ओ
clutches.
बहन चो क्रेजी मैच है भाई वो तो
Injected into my eyes again, please. Okay, Nick, who are DRG going to be playing?
ओ भाई टॉप टियर का मैच देखिए उधर एफएस डीआरजी वर्सेस एफएस ये कौन है
We have XLG. It's another regional matchup, everyone.
ओ माय गॉड ब्रो
Which might mean that in the last ball is yet another regional matchup. Let's see. You didn't even swizzle that, Nick. I can't believe it. There you go. We have Full Sense playing Global Esports, which you know what?
भाई हम तो हारे हैं
Excited
इससे
for, Nick,
अब क्या
because we
है
get to see this matchup happen in person.
ब्रो वो
in
टॉप
London
टियर
rather
ईडीआर
than
से
watching
टीएचपीआर
from our
से
sofas
जी2
on
ओ
VCT
माय
Pacific.
गॉड क्या
So we are
कड़क
in
मैच होगा
for a
भाई वो
treat. But Nick, remind us, this isn't the schedule, is it? You've actually got to go and decide when these are going to be on the broadcast.
Yep, absolutely. So this will not be the final schedule. What's going to happen is after this draw show, I'm going to run into the back and we're going to finalize the schedule. Stay tuned to social media where we'll be posting it.
Sorry,
Bro,
Nick, I'm
आप
actually
जीतेंगे ना
told that you were not allowed to run, but you
थोड़ा
were
डर है।
allowed to walk gracefully down the stairs and to the back rooms where you will decide with the team when we're going to see these matchups. As Nick mentioned, watch out on the socials to find out when to tune in or when to be here with us in London. Thank you so much for joining us for the draw show. Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you, London. We'll see you.
दिक्कत हो जाएगी भाई ये दिक्कत हो जाएगी लाइक हमको मारा हमको तोड़ा गया है भाई अब थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है अबे तेरा स्ट्रीम तो अभी तक बफर हो रहा है हाँ जी बंद नहीं किया चलो यार आज के लिए इतना ही फिर निकलिस ठीक है भाई लोग चलो बाय बाय टेक केयर थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग लव यू गाइस कल मिलेंगे कल भी होगी वॉच पार्टी कल होगी गेमिंग भी तो शायद मैं थोड़ी लेट आऊँ कि एक साथ ही कर दूं मैं सब स्ट्रीम पूरी स्ट्रीम ठीक है बाय बाय गुड नाइट बाय 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 चलो अपना ख्याल रखो माता पिता का ध्यान रखो खुश रहो बकचोदी करो बी हैप्पी स्टे हैप्पी